Chapter 888. Yang Dingtian returned to Cloud Sky City as fast as he could and immediately met Yao Li. The first sentence that Yao Li said almost made Yang Dingtian stumble and almost fall to the ground. Hai Xian's only disciple, who is also your wife, Huang Yu, led the resistance army and hid in the Holy Valley. She expressed her disobedience to Queen Hai Xian and did not need to eat Queen Hai Xian's food. Her life has been very difficult. Yao Li said, "That's nothing. The key is she already has your child. She's already 4 years old, and it's a daughter." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. Huang Yu actually had a daughter. He actually had a daughter who was over 4 years old. Moreover, she had been suffering in the Holy Valley with Huang Yu, and he did not know at all. And Queen Hai Xian had never mentioned this matter? Shouldn't she be using this as a bargaining chip to threaten him? Immediately after, Yao Li continued, after Queen Hai Xian came to power, the purge of the original power class of the Naga Empire never stopped. It turned out that the 4 commanders and 16 generals under the venomous queen had all disappeared. They were replaced by new 9 marshals and 39 generals. Their cultivations all surpassed the previous 4 commanders. Yang Dingtian could not help but be shocked. He said, although the Naga race is stronger than humans, they also cultivate for a very long time. How did the Naga Empire produce so many limitless grandmasters in just a few years? Yao Li said, I found a forbidden area. That should be the reason why Queen Hai Xian and the other Naga race became so powerful. But I can't go in. There's a very, very powerful energy formation there. Other than Queen Hai Xian's lead, no one can enter. Yang Dingtian asked, that forbidden area, where is it? Yao Li said, in the center of the Donli grassland, under an extremely huge lake. Yang Dingtian immediately realized that this was the place where the million-spirit demonic flame had bloomed. Queen Hai Xian actually placed this forbidden area there. Could it be that there was something special about it? Yao Li said, furthermore, Queen Hai Xian will be in this place most of the time. Furthermore, I also discovered that the current population of the Naga tribe has been reduced by half compared to Queen Poisa's time. Queen Hai Xian seems to have eliminated all unstable elements. Those who remained were all personally nurtured by her. They were all personally transformed by her and became extremely powerful. Yang Dingtian frowned. This meant that even if Yang Dingtian resurrected Queen Poisa, the higher-ups of the Naga Empire would still obey Queen Hai Xian's orders. Therefore, the only way to take back the Naga Empire was to kill Queen Hai Xian. Yang Dingtian asked, what do you think Queen Hai Xian's current cultivation is? Yao Li was silent for a moment, then shook her head and said, I don't know. Maybe it's very, very high. This Naga queen makes me tremble. In fact, I feel that she seems to be stronger than many experts in Little Western Paradise. Previously, Queen Poisa's body had been stolen by Yang Dingtian. In other words, Yang Dingtian could resurrect Queen Poisa at any time. However, Poisa refused. She said that Queen Hai Xian would definitely engrave her on the Naga astrolabe. Once she was resurrected, the gem that belonged to her on the astrolabe would light up. That way, Hai Xian would know that Poisa was not dead. In that case, she would go on a killing spree. She would rather kill 30,000 innocents than let one live. Yang Dingtian did not expect that there would be something like the Naga astrolabe. However, once Hai Xian knew that Queen Poisa was not dead, she would be in mortal danger and would do anything. Moreover, Queen Poisa's body could no longer be placed in Cloud Sky City. Queen Hai Xian would definitely be able to sense it. She could not be placed in the interspatial ring because there was already a Naga Shuang in it. In the end, Yang Dingtian placed her in the safest place, which was the Li Water Manor, beside the demon mother of illusory spirits. That was the safest place, and no one could enter. Gigi, is the demon spirit mist robe and demon spirit black armor ready? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, it's ready. Are you going to use it to curry favor with that lover again? Wu Maji fiddled with the demonic crystals that Yang Dingtian gave her and said, Husband, this thing looks good, but it doesn't match our clothes at all. Yang Dingtian said, Take off your outerwear and pants, let down your hair, and wear this demonic crystal. It will match very well. Wu Maji immediately did as she was told and took off all her clothes. You don't have to take them off completely. Leave your undergarments, Yang Dingtian said hurriedly. Then Wu Maji was only left with the silk undergarments that Yang Dingtian had designed. Then she let down her hair and put on the crystal sunglasses that he gave her. She walked in front of the mirror and was stunned. So beautiful, so beautiful. It feels completely different from before. Wu Maji said in a trembling voice. Yang Dingtian was also stunned. A mixed-blood beauty in a bikini was right in front of him. She had such a devilish figure, such an enchanting face, and a natural seductive and domineering aura. God, this kind of beauty and sexiness could kill any supermodel on Earth in seconds. Yang Dingtian's breathing immediately became heavy. Then, in the next second, Yang Dingtian was pushed down. Do you want the demonic mist clothes? It's very simple. Let me change my clothes. 3 shots for one. Wu Maji pressed onto Yang Dingtian's body and bit onto his lips with her fragrant little mouth as she spoke viciously. Immediately, Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. This seductress was truly capable of saying anything. Vixen Mo.Ji always did what she said. Yang Dingtian wanted to change into 2 sets of clothes. One was the demonic mist clothes, and the other was the demonic black armor. Also, she said that the demonic black armor was better, so the price was higher. So, if little Ah Cho didn't want to stick to his mother again, Yang Dingtian would still be in hell and heaven. Mother, mother, little Ah Cho kept shouting outside. What are you shouting for? Mo.Ji, who was crazily squeezing Yang Dingtian, couldn't help but shout. Little Ah Cho didn't reply. Still mother, mother, mother. So annoying, so annoying. Mo.Ji laid down her beautiful, devilish body and fiercely bit Yang Dingtian's chest. It's all your fault. You made me give birth to this annoying person. My feelings are all gone from his shouting. Mother, mother, mother. Little Ah Cho was like a repeater as he kept shouting. Coming, coming, little ancestor. Wu Maji flipped over and impatiently put on her clothes. And Yang Dingtian quickly escaped from the back door. If he didn't leave now, he would really be squeezed dry. When Wu Maji hurriedly put on her clothes and opened the door to carry little Ah Cho. Who knew? When little Ah Cho saw his mother, he hugged his mother's thigh and said, Mother, I love you. Then he ran away without a trace. Mo.Ji immediately gritted her teeth and shook her head with all her might. What kind of tricks are these brats playing? Very quickly, little Ah Cho ran into Yin Yan's room and stretched out his hand. Mother, Yin Yan, I've already called my mother out. Yin Yan carried little Ah Cho and placed a cute snowflake candy in his hand. Then she kissed his chubby little face and said, And baby, little Ah Cho is so obedient, so great. If Mo.Ji knew that her own son was bribed by candy to ruin her and Yang Dingtian's happy occasion, she would definitely explode in anger. Yang Dingtian was lying in the hot water. Yin Yan bathed him while giving him a massage. Compared to alluring, Wu Maji is really a vixen. Yin Yan grumbled. Who said she isn't? Yang Dingtian said, You still like her the most. Don't think that I don't know. Yin Yan pinched Yang Dingtian and said, Although you also want to be fair and love everyone, the one you love the most is Wu Maji. Yang Dingtian said, Who said so? The one I love the most is you. You're lying. Yin Yan said. It's true. Yang Dingtian said, My body loves Wu Maji the most, but my heart loves you the most. Yin Yan immediately beamed with joy. Actually, it's not like I don't know how to act like a vixen like her, but I love you and I'm the first wife. I have to be virtuous and can't be so seductive, and that's reasonable. Yang Dingtian said, You're the most virtuous among the vixens. and also the most vixen among the virtuous wives. Yan Yan was instantly elated. She kissed Yang Dingtian's lips and said, "Husband, where's Sister Ling Tu er? The matter at the Vulture Palace is already over. She should be in Cloud Sky City. This is her home." Yang Dingtian said she has her own thoughts. Because of her grandfather's matter, she went out to relax. "She's gone," Yan Yan said. "Do you want me to persuade her? Although we don't have many chances to meet, our relationship is very good." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "She looks weak, but her will is very firm. It can't be changed." Yan Yan was silent for a moment, then said, Then, does that mean she's not your wife anymore? She's going to leave our family completely." Yang Dingtian nodded and said it should be. It can only be blamed that the two of them are not fated enough. Moreover, leaving before love is deep, it won't hurt each other much. It's a relatively good ending. Yan Yan did not speak. She hugged Yang Dingtian's neck tightly and said softly, "I don't envy their determination and intelligence at all. If someone wants to tear me away from you, then my whole body will be covered in blood, and then I won't be able to recover. I'll bleed to death." Yang Dingtian reached out and stroked her face, saying, "Me too." Yan Yan said, "This time you're going to the Naga Empire again, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Will it be dangerous? How long will it take?" Yan Yan asked. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, "I'm not sure yet, because I'm not sure if I should completely tear apart Queen Hyaksen. I haven't figured out her background yet. However, it shouldn't be too dangerous. She can't bear to kill me. I'm her only chance to have children." Yan Yan thought for a while and said, Then will she force you to have children with her, and then she won't." Yang Dingtian said, "She doesn't want to have children now because once she has children, her cultivation will stagnate or even drop. She's very greedy. She doesn't want to give up on having children, but she also doesn't want her cultivation to drop." Yan Yan said, "People who are too greedy will not have a good ending." Yang Dingtian kissed her little mouth. This sentence was very ordinary, but it was definitely the truth. "Wow, this is great. Yang Dingtian, I love you so much. I love you so much that I love you so much." Yao Zi hugged Yang Dingtian's neck and jumped with all her might. She kissed him as if she didn't need money. Yang Dingtian tried his best to dodge, but he couldn't. In the end, Yao Li pulled her sister by the ear and took her away. Yao Zi was so excited because Yang Dingtian had agreed to take her to the Naga Empire. He had even let her wear the Dark Spirit black armor and Dark Spirit mist cloak. As Yao Li pulled her by the ear, she said, "Yang Dingtian, I've already decided not to like you because you have so many wives. However, now that you've given me the Dark Spirit mist cloak and Dark Spirit black armor, I've decided to like you again." Now, Yang Dingtian was completely immune to her words. "I'm borrowing them, not giving them away," Yang Dingtian said. "Then I still love you," Yao Zi said. "However, it's not easy to take back anything that's in my hands." Yao Li looked at Yang Dingtian helplessly. She wanted him to reconsider whether it was a good idea to take this crazy girl to the Naga Empire. "Don't worry. Although she's naive, lively, and a little wild, she's very smart. She won't be a burden at a critical moment," Yang Dingtian said. This was the truth. When Yao Zi was in the Dark Realm, she had never been a burden at a critical moment. Whether it was escaping or fighting, she reacted quickly. Even when they were captured by Yao Ming, Yao Zi wasn't the first one to be captured. Moreover, Yao Zi was a rank 13 expert. Her cultivation was very high. She would be of great use to the Naga Empire. Yao Li nodded reluctantly. Then she said fiercely, "When we go to the Naga Empire, listen to my orders. Otherwise, I'll really beat you up. Do you hear me?" I know. You're so annoying. You're my sister, not my mother. Be careful that you won't be able to get married in the future if you keep nagging like this," Yao Zi said impatiently. Yao Li couldn't take it any more. She pressed Yao Zi down on her legs locked her profound veins, and gave her a good spanking. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian quickly left. It wouldn't be good to stay here and persuade them, but it wouldn't be good to not persuade them either. 15 minutes later, Yao Li and Yao Zi came out. Both sides ignored each other. Yao Zi covered her back and rode on the demon eagle. She complained to Yang Dingtian, "You didn't help me when you saw me get beaten up. I hate you." Then the three of them rode on the demon eagle and flew toward the Naga Empire. Chapter 889. The three demon eagles flew very high, completely exceeding the limit of the Snake Men Empire's aerial reconnaissance cavalry. But even so, when they were a few thousand miles away from the Snake Men Empire, the three immediately got off the demon eagles and dived into the sea, waiting for the sky to darken. The three demon eagles then returned to Cloud Sky City. After the sky darkened, the three flew to an altitude of 20 to 30,000 meters, directly using Xian's skill to fly, and entered the Snake Men Empire without anyone noticing. It had been almost 3 years since Yang Dingtian last came to the Snake Men Empire. Although it was night, the entire Dongli grassland had completely changed. It turned out that most of it was still covered by forests. At this time, countless forests had disappeared, replaced by countless castles. Looking from the sky, the ground was full of fire. The Snake Men Empire's crude forging factories and the shipyards by the sea were producing and manufacturing day and night. Like the Council of Light, everything in the Snake Men Empire since 2 to 3 years ago was to prepare for the future war. The war machine was turning to the extreme. But unlike the human countries, the population under the rule of the Yang Dingtian Council of Light was in the billions. The Snake Men Empire spanned tens of thousands of miles, and all the half-human clan added together barely exceeded 100 million. While the Council of Light was preparing for the war, most of the people were living better and better lives. Not only did the number of cannons, ships, and armor increase, but the increase in grain, meat, fruits, and vegetables was even more shocking. Countless people, after receiving their land from the feudal lords, erupted with a passion for production that was completely astonishing. Therefore, in the past few years, if one could calculate the GDP of the continent under the rule of the Taiando League, the GDP growth would be incomparably terrifying. Countless labors were liberated and countless lands were opened up. Therefore, many people were even joking. The so-called Doomsday War was simply fake. Yang Dingtian used the Doomsday War as a gimmick to carry out the biggest reform in the human countries, because many problems could not be solved by normal means, and there were too many benefits involved. But under the theme of saving the world, everything had to give way. Yang Dingtian's left hand was righteous, and his right hand was military force. In the past few years, he had carried out earth-shaking reforms in the human countries. Moreover, the whole process was bloody. Countless corpses were crushed under the gears of the Council of Light's violent machine. But under the theme of saving the world, under the theme of Doomsday War, everything appeared righteous. Therefore, despite the extreme state of war preparations, the prosperity of the Snake Men Empire. However, the Snake Men Empire was different. Almost all of the races that didn't have any fighting power had been turned into slaves to build cities, excavate ores, forge weapons, and so on. All the races with combat power had become soldiers. Therefore, the current Snake Men Empire was no different from hell. Most of the production had stopped. Herding and harvesting had been interrupted for a long time. If it weren't for the Sea Heart, Queen building a large number of fishing boats and fishing in the vast sea, the Snake Men Empire would have run out of food already. Even so, there was still a large-scale famine in the Naga Empire. There was no longer any fairness or justice in this place. In this place, strength was king. It was the most naked pyramid structure. The docile races had been reduced to worse than pigs and dogs. According to the Council of Light's intelligence, since the establishment of the Snake Men Empire, more than 8 million half-humans had died in the hands of Queen Poisa, and in the hands of Queen Hayek Sayen, more than 40 million half-humans had died, and this was a very conservative number. In other words, In the years after Queen Hai-Exayan ascended the throne, 30 to 40% of the Snake Men Empire's population had died. Now, the empire's war machine was still expanding. She had no choice. She had to maintain a certain level of strength with the human countries, lest the army of the Snake Men Empire be reduced to a supporting role in the upcoming Doomsday War. How many people were left in the Snake Men Empire? How many troops did they have? Of course, this was top secret. Except for Queen Hai-Exayan, no one knew. But the Council of Light had general information. The Snake Men Empire had an army of 20 million. Yes, it was 20 million. The entire human countries had a population of more than 2 billion, but there were only 20 million first-line troops. The current population of the Snake Men Empire was less than 100 million, but they still had an army of 20 million. Yang Dingtian was completely unable to imagine how the Sea Heart Queen was able to support an army of 20 million soldiers. There were tens of millions of slaves in the Snake Men Empire. Most of them were manufacturing weapons, mining, and warships. Only a few were involved in food production and herding. In fact, this had become the biggest mystery for the Council of Light and the biggest problem for the Council of Light's intelligence organization. Many people suspected that someone in the human countries was smuggling food. In the end, after a long investigation, they did not find any smuggling. It should be known that the Radiant Parliament's control over food was extremely strict. Under the surveillance of hundreds of thousands of winged cavalry warriors and countless ships, even if one wanted to smuggle food, the ships would not be able to go out to sea. So many people suspected that Sky Demon City was supplying food to the Snake Men Empire through secret channels. However, all of Sky Demon City's food was now supplied by the Council of Light. It did not produce food itself. Moreover, the extremely domineering Council of Light had almost deployed its army to the outside of Sky Demon City's walls. The reason why Sky Demon City was abnormally prosperous before was that the transactions between the Council of Light and the Evil Ways were carried out in Sky Demon City. So almost all of the world's shady transactions were gathered in Sky Demon City. Now, the Evil Ways territory was only left with a few thousand square kilometers of territory and less than 10 million people. The two leaders of the Evil Ways, one Dugashao and the other Lone Wolf, no longer cared about worldly affairs. The Tyando League had been completely unified, so there was no need for any secret transactions. So, Sky Demon City withered rapidly. Now, most of the brothels could no longer operate in Sky Demon City, and most of the civilians could no longer survive in Sky Demon City. They fled to the Council of Light's territory and became ordinary citizens under Yang Dingtian's rule. It was impossible for such a desolate Sky Demon City to provide food for such a huge Snake Men Empire. Of course, it did not matter how Queen Hai-Exayan fed her army of 20 million people. But in short, such an abnormal power country could not exist for too long. If the Great War did not happen, the Snake Men Empire would collapse on its own. From this, it could be seen that Queen Hai-Exayan did not care about the life and death of the half-human race. She also did not want the wilderness of the Donli grassland. She had always wanted to invade the human countries and enjoy the beautiful lands of the West Continent and even the Central Continent. Yang Dingtian and the other two crossed half of the Snake Men Empire's territory and quickly flew to the sky near Sacred Valley. It was ironic that when Queen Poisa ruled the Snake Men Empire, Saintess Hai-Exayan led the resistance army into Sacred Valley for the final resistance. After Hai-Exayan became the queen, her cruelty and evil deeds were 100 times more than Queen Poisa's. So her disciple, who was also Yang Dingtian's wife, Huang Yu, led the resistance army into Sacred Valley again and continued the resistance. The outside of Sacred Valley was not only surrounded by a city wall, but also by a huge city. It was a huge military city. Queen Hai-Exayan built a huge city on the border of the defensive line outside Sacred Valley. The scale of this city was second only to the royal city. Hai-Exayan named it Mi Jing. The Snake Men Empire had 3 cities named Jingjing. The first was the royal city, Jingdu, also known as Exanjing, named after Hai Exan's heart. The second was the huge city under the celestial Red Sea, named Haijing. Firstly, it was named after the celestial Red Sea. Secondly, it was named after Queen Hai Exan's name. The third was Mi Jing on the west side of Sacred Valley. This name was also named after Queen Hai Exan's other name, Mi Di. From this, it could be seen that her mentality was one of absolute supremacy. The three Jingjing of the Snake Men Empire were named after her. Mi Jing was hundreds of miles long and wide. There were castles one after another and layers of defensive lines. There were at least 2 million troops stationed there. Yang Dingtian didn't know why Queen Hai Exan would build such a huge military city, or why she had to station such an astronomical number of troops. Was it for the hundreds of thousands of resistance army in Sacred Valley? It could not be. Queen Hai Exan could crush all the resistance army with a single finger. If it was not for the resistance army in Sacred Valley, it would be the vast sea to the east. Moreover, this sea was infinite and overlapped with space. Even if one flew out for 100,000 miles or 200,000 miles, there would be no end to it. It was impossible for the human kingdoms to attack through this area of the sea. However, Queen Hai Exan made this the most important defensive area. She must have her reasons. To enter Sacred Valley, one must pass through Mijing. Even though it was night and they were flying 10,000 meters above the ground, Yang Dingtian did not dare to be careless. He carried Yao Li in his left hand and Yao Zi in his right. Then he used his invisibility, mystic skill, and demonic spirit, mist cloak flash to pass through Mijing. Without a doubt, Yang Dingtian was right to be careful, because Queen Hai Exan had set up a huge energy formation in the sky above Mijing. Any energy that passed through would be detected, even if it was 10,000 meters above the ground. After Yang Dingtian entered invisibility, he entered a pseudo-isolated space and could not create any energy waves. That was why he could pass through Mijing without being detected. After passing through Mijing, Yang Dingtian arrived outside Sacred Valley. Immediately, he saw a crude city gate and a mountain pass. There were dozens of Foxman race warriors guarding it. It formed a stark contrast with the colossal Mijing. Yang Dingtian did not alert anyone and directly flashed into Sacred Valley from the sky. After entering Sacred Valley, Yang Dingtian saw an incomparably miserable scene. Almost all of them were dressed in rags. Everyone was sallow and emaciated. Fortunately, the people here were no longer just living in tents. They were basically all living in wooden houses. Furthermore, the entire Sacred Valley had been extensively transformed, reclaiming many fields. Even many forests had been cut down and turned into arable land. There were densely packed houses, one after another. The entire Sacred Valley had already become a huge village. No less than 100,000 rebels, who were unwilling to obey Queen Hai Exan, lived in this densely packed village. It was already different from the Sacred Valley in Yang Dingtian's impression. Yang Dingtian walked on the dilapidated but orderly village roads, wanting to find Huang Yu's residence. This was obviously not an easy task, because the densely packed houses here were all similar. Deep into the center of Sacred Valley town, by the side of a river, Yang Dingtian saw a small square. There, Yang Dingtian saw a small castle, a house made of stone. Furthermore, there were several Foxman race warriors guarding the outside of the house. The owner of this house was either Day by Day Bella or Huang Yu. Yang Dingtian turned invisible and quickly flashed into the small castle. Soon, he heard a familiar voice from inside. However, it was not Huang Yu's, but Princess Xiang Xiang of the Foxman race. Yang Wu, you piss me off. Do you know how scarce food is now? How can you throw food on the ground? Apologize immediately. Princess Xiang Xiang's voice sounded flustered and exasperated. Yang Dingtian jumped out of the window and saw Princess Xiang Xiang carefully picking up the coarse oatmeal on the ground. carefully wiping it and putting it into her mouth. Yang Dingtian could not help but feel sour in his heart. Princess Xiang Xiang, the daughter of the Foxman race's chief, Juri Bela, was the pearl in the palm of the entire Foxman race. She used to be so plump, but now she was so thin that her eye sockets were sunken and her chin was so sharp. Her delicate body seemed to be as light as a feather. Furthermore, the clothes on her body were also very tattered and had many patches on them. Xiang Xiang was the princess of the Foxman race. If even she was like this, it could be seen how scarce the resources in Sacred Valley were. In front of Xiang Xiang, a little girl about 4 years old stood there angrily. She raised her little chin and pouted her little mouth as she confronted Xiang Xiang. However, her back was facing Yang Dingtian, so he could not see her face clearly. However, from the back view, she was a very stubborn little girl. Although her clothes were very exquisite, they had been worn for a long time. Moreover, the corners of her clothes were worn out. Yang Wu, how can you be so insensible? How can you waste food? Do you know how many people don't have enough to eat now? Xiang Xiang said angrily, You must apologize to Auntie. The little girl said crisply, I don't want to eat. I want Mommy to feed me. Who told her to not be at home every day? Mommy is very busy. Can't Auntie accompany you? Xiang Xiang said. No, I want Mommy, I want Mommy. The little girl said loudly. She clenched her teeth and did not cry. Xiang Xiang went over and hugged the little girl. She gently coaxed. Good baby, Mommy will be back tonight. At this time, Yang Dingtian finally saw the little girl, the daughter he had never seen before. After taking a look, Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned. This daughter of his didn't look like Huang Yu. She didn't look like him, a living little Dugu Fengwu. That's right, no matter if it was her eyes or her nose, she looked exactly like Dugu Fengwu. This tall and exquisite nose was filled with willpower, and Yang Dingtian could see it with a single look. Furthermore, when she raised her chin, that domineering and powerful look was exactly the same as Dugu Fengwu. Yang Li was Dugu Fengwu's son, but he only inherited a portion of Dugu Fengwu's characteristics. The other half was Yang Dingtian's, which was a little arrogant. This little girl in front of him was a complete copy of Dugu Fengwu. However, because of the lack of resources, the little girl was a little skinny. Her small face was sharp, and her eyes were very big. However, Yang Dingtian recognized the heroic spirit that belonged to Dugu Fengwu with a single look. What was going on? Yang Dingtian was truly confused. Wasn't it already proven that Huang Yu wasn't Dugu Fengwu? In fact, Yang Dingtian had already reconfirmed that Yun Jianu was actually Dugu Fengwu. Why was there a reversal now? The daughter that Huang Yu gave birth to was actually a small copy of Dugu Fengwu. That could only prove one thing. Huang Yu was Dugu Fengwu. Even if her soul spirit wasn't, her body was definitely Dugu Fengwu's. Her child was the irrefutable proof. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian thought of a possibility. Then he clenched his teeth. If that was the case, then Queen Hai Xian's intentions were truly unforgivable. If you aren't obedient, Father won't come and visit you. Xiang Xiang couldn't convince her daughter and was instantly angry. So be it. You guys only know how to lie anyway. Yang Wu said loudly, I know. My father doesn't want Mother and me anymore. I don't care. Since she doesn't want us, we don't want her either. Afterward, she threw the small bowl on the ground again and even stepped on it with her little feet. Bad father, bad father. I don't want Father anymore. I don't want Father anymore. The little girl stepped on it and finally couldn't hold it in anymore as she cried out loudly. Xiang Xiang couldn't hold it in either. She hugged the little girl and also started crying. At this moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't hold it in anymore. He quickly rushed in and hugged the little girl tightly in his arms. Good girl, good girl. Father is here. Sorry. Yang Dingtian's tears couldn't help but flow out. He hugged the little girl tightly and kissed her hair with all his might. She was really skinny. She was already over 4 years old, but she didn't even weigh 10 kilograms. Yang Dingtian was so heartbroken that he was about to suffocate. He really regretted not coming to the Snake Men Empire earlier. Of course, the reason was because he didn't want to completely anger Queen Hai Xan. He also felt that Huang Yu was Hai Xan's disciple and her only family. Queen Hai Xan probably wouldn't do anything to her. But in reality, he still didn't care enough about Huang Yu. In the end, he let his wife and daughter suffer from the moment they were born. The little lass was in Yang Dingtian's embrace and was immediately scared silly. At this moment, the sound of the door opening came from below. Huang Yu's voice sounded, "Good girl, mother is back. Are you good?" Huang Yu's voice was filled with intimacy, but it was also filled with fatigue. Chapter 890. Baby, stay at home with Auntie Xiang Xiang and play. Mommy and Daddy are going out, Huang Yu said gently. Oh. The little girl did not even turn her head as she began to distribute the snacks on the bed. As she distributed the snacks, she muttered, "This is for Mommy. This is for Auntie Xiang Xiang. This is for Daddy. This is for Sister Nyo-Nyo." She was really amazing. At such a young age, after receiving such a large pile of snacks, she did not monopolize them but began to distribute them to others. Yang Dingtian could not help but go over. He picked her up and kissed her. Then he saw that Xiang Xiang was sitting in a slightly awkward position on the bed. Thinking that he had not greeted her since he came, he immediately said, "Xiang Xiang, thank you for taking care of baby Wu all these years." It's my pleasure," Xiang Xiang said softly as she clamped her legs even tighter. "Then I'll go out with Huang Yu first. I'll talk to you about other things when I come back, okay?" Yang Dingtian said. Okay, Xiang Xiang said. Then Yang Dingtian turned invisible and went out with Huang Yu. After Yang Dingtian left, Xiang Xiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then she quickly got off the bed and fetched a basin of water to wash her body. "Auntie, what are you doing?" The little girl Yang Wu asked curiously. "No, nothing." Xiang Xiang Bela jumped in fright and said, "Good baby, you can't tell anyone about this. Do you remember?" "Oh," the little girl answered casually. Yang Dingtian turned invisible and followed Huang Yu out of the Holy Valley. Yao Li and Yao Zi remained in the air above the small castle to protect baby Fu. Suddenly, Yao Zi opened her mouth and transmitted sound directly into her sister's ears. She said, "That woman was screaming so fiercely just now. She even said that she was going to lose her soul. Is that kind of thing really that fun?" When Yao Zi said this, her eyes were bright and filled with curiosity. Yao Li did not say another word. She went over and twisted Yao Zi's ear. She scolded angrily, "Is this something you should know?" Yao Zi pursed her lips and said, "You're already so old, yet you're still avoiding this topic. How hypocritical." Then she complained, "Yang Dingtian is really too much. It's fine if he wants us to risk our lives for him, but he even wants us to listen to his sex scenes. This is too much." Without another word, Yao Li went to pinch Yao Zi's mouth. Outside the Holy Valley, Yang Dingtian immediately saw Queen Hai Xan's envoy. It was an old acquaintance, the traitor of the Black Heaven sect, Queen Hai Xan's loyal servant and Dongli's direct subordinate, Gui Wuzi. Speaking of which, he was really amazing. He played all 3 roles so successfully. Old slave greets Princess Huang Yu. When Gui Wuzi saw Huang Yu, he immediately bowed deeply. "I don't dare, Mr. Gui Wuzi." Huang Yu said, "I don't have the guts to be the princess of the Naga Empire. You can call me Lady Yang." Gui Wuzi's brows twitched slightly. It was obvious that he did not have a good impression of Yang Dingtian. In fact, he was filled with hatred. However, he still lowered his head and said, "Yes, Lady Yang." Gui Wuzi said, "Her Majesty wants to see you and your daughter." Huang Yu said, "No need. I've already severed all ties with her. We have nothing to do with each other." Gui Wuzi said, If I'm not wrong, the Holy Valley has run out of food. People are dying constantly, right? Huang Yu said, so what? Gewuzi said, Her Majesty the Queen can bestow this valley to the resistance army led by Juri Bela. Furthermore, she can provide sufficient food to support them every year. The only condition is that you bring your daughter back to Her Majesty the Queen's side. Huang Yu sneered. Since when did she care about me so much? Unbelievable. Gui Wuzi said, Her Majesty has always cared about you. Otherwise, your little resistance army wouldn't even be able to pick up a weapon. The Naga Empire could destroy them with a single finger. The only reason the Holy Valley still exists is because of your existence. Huang Yu said, Thank her for me. Tell her that there's no need. I've already severed all ties with her. Gui Wuzi said, Are you just going to watch everyone in the Holy Valley starve to death? Huang Yu said, This is the path they chose. They would rather live standing than die kneeling. Gui Wuzi sighed and said, In that case, I'll report to Her Majesty as it is. However, it might be difficult for them to starve to death. If you refuse, in a few days, the army of the lost capital will invade the Holy Valley and kill everyone inside, turning their flesh into food. Huang Yu suddenly trembled and said in a hoarse voice, Shameless, you're all shameless. Gui Wuzi said, So, please think about it carefully. You have about 3 days. After 3 days, not even a chicken or a dog will be left in the Holy Valley. After saying that, Gui Wuzi left directly. After the other party left, Huang Yu instinctively wanted to lean behind. Although she didn't know where Yang Dingtian was hiding, she still instinctively wanted to lean on him. Be careful, he hasn't gone far. Let's go back and talk, Yang Dingtian said. After returning to Huang Yu's small castle, Huang Yu called the other leader of the resistance army, the Naga Patriarch, Day by Day Bella. After seeing Yang Dingtian, the Foxman Patriarch was very excited. She hugged Yang Dingtian and patted him on the back. I'm sorry, Patriarch, I'm late. Yang Dingtian said, No, it's never too late. Day by Day Bella said. After calming down, Huang Yu told Day by Day Bella what Gui Wuzi said. Hai Xian wants me to bring Bao Bao to her side. Otherwise she will kill everyone in the Holy Valley. We only have 3 days. Huang Yu said, No. Day by Day Bella said, Don't overestimate Hai Xian's feelings for you. She must have a very special reason for doing this. It's definitely not because she misses you. Yes. Yang Dingtian said Her Excellency is right. She's doing this because Queen Poisa's body is missing. It hurts the most in her heart. Huang Yu immediately looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, Yes, I was the one who stole Queen Poisa's body. She wants to use you and your daughter as hostages to force me to hand over Queen Poisa's body. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Huang Yu's eyes trembled and she almost burst into tears. At this moment, when Queen Hai Xian summoned her, even though she refused to admit it, she still felt a little comforted. She felt that her master still missed her, but she didn't think that she would be taken hostage to force Yang Dingtian. She really didn't care about her family anymore and had lost her mind. Yang Dingtian said, Also, Hai Xian sent Gui Wuzi here to try peaceful means before resorting to force. Within 3 days, he will definitely send troops to destroy the Holy Valley and forcibly take Huang Yu and Bao Bao away. Huang Yu gritted her teeth and said, I'd rather die than submit. Yang Dingtian held onto her small hand and asked her not to be agitated. He continued, Lord Patriarch, there are 2 other experts who came with me. We both have the Devil Spirit Mist Cloak, while I have the Invisibility Mystic Skill. So, we can take 3 or 4 people back to the human countries. My original plan was to take Xiang Xiang and Bao Bao Wu back to the human countries. Then, I will deal with Queen Hai Xian and try to save everyone in the Holy Valley. But now, it seems that this plan won't work. Queen Hai Xian has completely lost her patience. She will launch a fatal attack on the Holy Valley in 3 days. Day by day, Bella said, Sect Master Yang, actually we've lived for a few years, and it's completely enough. As long as you can bring Huang Yu, Xiang Xiang, and Bao Bao Wu back to Cloud Heaven City, I will be satisfied. No, Yang Dingtian said resolutely, I will definitely save the hundreds of thousands of people in the Saint Valley. No matter the price, I will save them. You and Huang, you have persevered for a few years and didn't abandon them. It doesn't make sense for you to abandon them as soon as I come. So, the next thing we need to discuss is how to save them. Yes. Day by day, Bella said, please speak. Yang Dingtan said, the first plan is that the 8 million soldiers of the Council of Light have already gathered and are conducting military drills in the Northwest Sea. As long as we give the order, we can reach the coast of the Snake Men Empire within 3 days and attack the Empire's southern defense line. It can be said that the strength of our 8 million soldiers of the Council of Light exceeds the strength of the Snake Men Empire's 20 million soldiers. At that time, Queen Hai Xian won't have the mind to deal with the Holy Valley and can only focus on defending the southern defense line. No, day by day, Bella said, it's not worth it to work so hard for just a few 100,000 people in the Holy Valley. If there are huge casualties, we won't hesitate to die. Yang Dingtian said, that's right, this plan is not feasible, because the Council of Light's army exists to defeat the Legion of Doom. If we have no other choice, we don't want to go to war with the Snake Men Empire. We want the entire Dongli grassland to be part of the resistance against the Legion of Doom. And even if we have no other choice, now is not the best time to go to war with the Snake Men Empire. Day by day, Bella nodded. Yang Dingtian said, the second plan is to kill Queen Hai Xian. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly trembled. Kill Queen Hai Xian? These words were so loud that even the apathetic could hear them, because whether it was Huang Yu or Day by day Bella, they knew very well how powerful Queen Hai Xian was. Defeating her and killing her was something they didn't even dare to think about. Day by day Bella organized her words and said, Sir Yang Dingtian, you might not know, but Queen Hai Xian is completely different from a few years ago. Through some kind of evil technique, her cultivation is very, very powerful. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, that's right, I really don't have the confidence to kill Hai Xian. I don't even know what her cultivation is like. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win 100 battles. Moreover, this is not a competition to determine the winner or loser, but to kill. If you can't kill her, the consequences will be unimaginable. So, in a situation where I don't have the confidence, I don't dare to fall out with her. So, the two plans that Yang Dingtian mentioned would not work. Therefore, it seemed that there was nothing else he could do. The only thing he could do was to take away Xiang Xiang, Yang Wu's baby, and Xiang Xiang. It was impossible to save hundreds of thousands of people in the Holy Valley at once, unless there was an all-out war with the Snake People Empire. Suddenly, Huang Yu and day by day Bella fell into despair. Towards Yang Dingtian, no one blamed him. Husband, take our precious daughter and leave. Huang Yu said softly, I will stay with the resistance army. I already feel very happy that you came to see me and take our daughter with you. Yang Dingtian grabbed her hand and said, listen to me. I've said it before, I must save these hundreds of thousands of people. I'm just talking about the plans. Huang Yu said, but the first two plans will not work. It's impossible to save hundreds of thousands of people at once. Besides, there are only 3 days left. Only Princess Xiang Xiang stared at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes wide open. She was romantic and naive. Since a long time ago, she felt that Yang Dingtian was omnipotent. Therefore, she did not speak pessimistically and desperately, but waited for Yang Dingtian to tell her the third plan. Yang Dingtian said, the third plan is also the last one. That is, we pin all our hopes on the vast sea behind the Holy Valley and escape from the Snake People Empire through the sea. Huang Yu hurriedly said, husband, that's impossible. The sea in the east of the Dongli grassland is endless. Many people have tried it, Whether it's tens of thousands of miles or hundreds of thousands of miles, it's still an endless sea. Logically speaking, we should have reached the northwest continent, but it's still an endless sea. Moreover, there are no islands. I know, Yang Dingtian said, this is actually a kind of spatial folding and spatial repetition. It's endless. As long as you enter, you'll never reach the end and will only be lost forever. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the boundary between the Vitality continent and another world. It's just that because they're in different planes, there's this kind of spatial overlap. Juri Bela was still able to understand some of Yang Dingtian's words. However, his Phoenix language was already completely blurred, and he couldn't understand it. So, next, I'm going to explore this endless sea. If it's really as I imagined, then I have a way to jump out of this plane and go to another space. And if that space is safe enough, I'll find a way to evacuate everyone in the Holy Valley to that space. Yang Dingtian said. At this time, Yang Dingtian's words were completely fantastical to everyone present. Day by day, Bella thought for a while and said, Sir Yang Dingtian, if we go to another space, will Queen Hai Exen be able to chase us there? Impossible. Yang Dingtian said bluntly. In this world, except for me, there's no second person who can jump through space. Suddenly, Huang Yu and Xiang Xiang's beautiful eyes were enchanted. Although they didn't understand what Yang Dingtian was saying, they couldn't stop their worship. Yang Dingtian said, So, although the third plan is very unlikely, it's the only way. Without further ado, I'm going to set off immediately to explore the endless sea in the east of the Dongli grassland, the endless sea behind the Holy Valley. Yang Dingtian's plan and idea were really crazy. Chapter 891. Because they were worried that there were spies in the resistance army, they did not announce any rescue in the Sacred Valley. Furthermore, the pills were not distributed directly. Instead, they were dissolved in water and mixed with the roots of the plants to be boiled together. Finally, they were distributed to everyone. Yao Li and Yao Zi were still hiding in the shadows of the small castle. Yang Dingtian went to the endless sea in the east to explore. Huang Yu wanted to go with him, but it was obviously impossible. The entire Sacred Valley was less than 100 miles deep. It was surrounded by towering mountains on both sides. The entire huge valley stretched all the way to the sea. Houses were densely packed on both sides of the valley. All kinds of crops were planted on the barren land. They looked completely listless. There was still a long time before they could be harvested. Moreover, it seemed that there was basically no harvest. However, the resistance army still meticulously took care of each plant. Near the valley of the endless sea, there was a city wall that was also guarded by the resistance army. Of course, no enemy would attack from the endless sea. This city wall was to prevent the resistance army from entering the endless sea. This was because in the past few years, many of the resistance army had set their sights on the endless sea. They hoped to find a way to escape from here. At the very least, they hoped to find a source of food here. However, when they were in despair, there were no living creatures in the sea. There was not even seaweed, let alone fish and shrimp. However, this still could not stop countless resistance army from exploring the sea. As a result, there were countless casualties. Left with no choice, they could only build a city wall to block it. Yang Dingtian easily passed through the city wall and immediately arrived at the beach. This was an extremely dreamy sea. The sand on the beach was very uniform and fine. It was snow-white sand. The seawater was the most dreamy blue. There were no impurities. However, there was no wind, so there were no waves. It did not look like a sea. Instead, it looked like a yin-yang mirror. Yang Dingtian grabbed a handful of sand and observed it. He did not find anything special except that it was very beautiful. Then he scooped up a puddle of seawater. There was nothing special about it except that it was very clear. He stuck out his tongue and licked it. It was slightly salty, but there was no special energy. Yang Dingtian floated into the air and flew toward the east. After flying for several thousand li, Yang Dingtian entered a very strange state. It was as though he was not moving forward at all. That's right, there was no sense of advancement. Because the sky was clear, there were no clouds, the sea was blue, and there were no waves or islands. The scenery was unchanging. Even the sea was absolutely blue, and the sky was absolutely blue, as if they had completely blended together. Yang Dingtian seemed to be in a huge blue crystal. There was no evidence of Yang Dingtian's movement, but in front of him it was still boundless. Yang Dingtian continued to fly forward. His speed was very, very fast. In just 6 hours, he had flown over 10,000 miles. Then he stopped. He began to use the darkness' profound flame to carve out a dark vortex. The black hole created by the dark vortex isolated a space. Then Yang Dingtian used a special energy attribute and a special frequency to make the two mystic flames collide in the isolated space at the fastest speed possible. Boom! Suddenly, a magnificent space door appeared in the air. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and jumped into the space door. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian prepared himself mentally. No matter which space or plane he traveled to, he wouldn't be completely shocked or astonished. However, he did not reach any space or travel to any plane. He was still on the surface of the endless sea. That's strange. It shouldn't be like this. Yang Dingtian exclaimed, "This endless sea is definitely abnormal. It must be the effect of space folding. Why can't I travel through the space door?" Could it be that he had not really reached the end of the endless sea? So, Yang Dingtian floated on the surface of the sea and sat down cross-legged. He took the mystic gathering pill to recover his mystic chi. Half an hour later, he had fully recovered his combat mystic chi. This time, Yang Dingtian did not only use the mystic technique to fly, but also used the mystic flame to fly. This speed was faster, but of course, the consumption of mystic chi was more shocking. So, Yang Dingtian flew east for another 10,000 miles. After recovering his combat mystic chi, he created another space door and jumped over. However, he was still in the endless sea. There was no change. This was really strange. Yang Dingtian continued to fly east. After an entire day and night, Yang Dingtian used the mystic flame to fly out for 100,000 miles. According to the geographical distance, he had even surpassed the eastern cloud state. However, it was still the endless sea. Fortunately, this place was different from the end of the world in New Naga. It was a void. Once his mystic chi was exhausted, he would fall and be lost. This was a boundless sea, and he could recover his mystic chi. When he reached 100,000 miles, Yang Dingtian created a space door, but he still could not jump. Yang Dingtian was really surprised and puzzled. He was completely at his wits' end. He could not go any further. There was no point in going any further, and if he went any further, he would not have enough time. He had to go back. So what should he do? Go back without any gains and wait for the Snake People Empire's army to attack. Yang Dingtian directly led Yao Li and Yao Zi to fight the Snake People Empire and then fight with Hai Xan? He really did not have a plan yet. He at least wanted to know what cultivation level Hai Xan was at now. For example, he wanted to compete with Wu Dozi, so he knew the general level of his cultivation level. Even so, Yang Dingtian won easily. However, because of the second-grade evil spirit, Yang Dingtian almost risked his life to completely exile Wu Daozi. Otherwise, he could not do anything to him. Yang Dingtian floated above the sea and looked at the absolutely pure sea water. He suddenly wondered if the boundary between the two planes was not in the air above the sea, but at the bottom of the sea. With this thought, Yang Dingtian immediately dived into the sea. He kept diving, and diving. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters, 1,000,000 meters. Yang Dingtian was sure that this was definitely not a normal ocean. Even if a normal ocean was 1,000 kilometers deep, the pressure would be incomparably shocking. However, Yang Dingtian had already dived 1,000,000 meters, but the pressure of the seawater could only be said to be very ordinary. It was no different from 10 meters, and most importantly, it was still endless below. It was as if there was no way to know how deep it was. Well, even in the chaotic world, there would not be such a deep ocean. This ocean itself was some kind of spatial folding and repetition. Yang Dingtian began to summon the dark, profound fire in the water and carved a dark, profound fire. Even if this was seawater, the black hole created by the dark vortex was enough to swallow everything into nothingness and then create an isolated space. Using 2 dark, profound fires, he quickly and shockingly created another beautiful spatial door. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly jumped and passed through the spatial door. Whoosh! That familiar feeling came again. The familiar feeling of passing through planes came again. In a flash, Yang Dingtian entered a brand new spatial world. First of all, this world was not that beautiful, nor was it that beautiful. It was not Yang Dingtian's imagination. The best result was a beautiful grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. Of course, it was not the worst result that Yang Dingtian imagined. It was not like the third dark realm, where there was a thick swallowing fog everywhere, and Yang Dingtian's prediction that it was very likely to be the first dark realm was not the case. This spatial world was a completely dead world. The entire world was fragmented. At a glance, there was an endless abyss. There was no complete land. It was all torn apart and turned into floating boulders. The small ones were only the size of a house, while the large ones were hundreds of kilometers in diameter. And the boulder that Yang Dingtian was standing on was hundreds of kilometers in diameter. These boulders filled the entire space and were moving slowly. Occasionally, they would even collide. Once they collided, they would shatter, and the large ones would become small boulders. However, in this space, there was air and celestial chi energy. He just did not know if there was any life or powerful demon beasts inside. Yang Dingtian immediately shuttled and flew in this space. He flew at a very fast speed for thousands of kilometers. He did not find any demon beasts or living creatures, not even energy creatures, and he released countless vengeful spirits, which proved that there were no living creatures here. There was no energy fluctuation. Yang Dingtian was surprised. In his knowledge, this world was either the Vitality Continent or the Dark Realm, and the space in front of him seemed to be nothing. It was called the Vitality Continent, but there was no life in it. It was called the Dark Realm, but there was air and celestial chi energy inside. Of course, Yang Dingtian could not see the 2 suns or the sky here, because all the space was filled with floating boulders. However, the sunlight could barely shine in a little. There was some light inside. Then, could it be that this world was a boundary between the Dark Realm and the Vitality Continent? Or was it similar to the product of the Little Western Paradise's destruction? It should be like this. The world of the Little Western Paradise was completely torn apart, but there were living creatures inside, and the celestial chi energy was very rich. Thousands of miles of land were floating in the air. And if the Little Western Paradise was destroyed again, it might become like this. All life would disappear. The originally large piece of land had become like this because of the constant collisions, and all the soil had been scattered, so only boulders were left. Then what should it be named? Let's call it the torn space. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to explore how big this torn space was, but because of time constraints, he could only give up for the time being, because the next retreat would take a very long time. Yang Dingtian came to the place where he first appeared, which was the edge of the torn space. He opened a space door and jumped out. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up. He jumped out of the torn space and came to the bottom of the endless sea. Then he quickly floated up. After just a few dozen meters, he came out of the water. Sure enough, the thousands of miles of endless sea was the effect of space folding. After coming out of the water, Yang Dingtian was shocked to find that the beach was not far ahead, only a dozen meters. What a scam! The sea surface was only a dozen meters wide, but it was folded into infinity, and Yang Dingtian flew 100,000 miles. So, this endless sea was not an ocean at all, but just a puddle of water. Yang Dingtian sighed at the inconceivable world, and then used the fastest speed to return to the sacred valley. At this time, Huang Yu and Day by Day Bella were waiting anxiously. A day and a half had passed. When Yang Dingtian quickly appeared in the house, Huang Yu and others were shocked and then very surprised. He should have succeeded. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have returned so quickly. The plan works. Yang Dingtian said straightforwardly, "This endless sea is actually only a dozen meters wide and a few dozen meters deep, and there are countless overlapping illusions behind it. 29 meters underwater. You can open a space door and enter another world." Huang Yu and Xiang Xiang's beautiful eyes widened to the maximum. This is too unbelievable. You can enter another space? Yang Dingtian. Huang Yu, your Excellency clan leader. From now on, gather everyone in the Sacred Valley and go to the Endless Sea as quickly as possible. Not to mention going to another space. Just say that there is a kind of energy water in the Endless Sea that can provide energy for the human body without the need for food. Also, after entering the Endless Sea, everyone has to pass through the space door blindfolded. Yes, Day by Day Bella said. Yang Dingtian, Yao Li Yao Zi, come with me to the Endless Sea. I will send the two of you to the new space. The two of you wait there and welcome the Sacred Valley Resistance Army. Yes, Yao Li and Yao Zi's voices came from the space. Then, the few of them quickly divided up the work. Huang Yu and Day by Day Bella began to gather everyone in the Sacred Valley. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, brought Yao Li and Yao Zi to the Endless Sea. This time, Yang Dingtian only flew a few dozen meters and dived a few dozen meters before opening a space door. Then, he had Yao Li and Yao Zi jump over. Yao Zi was extremely excited. She almost jumped over while screaming and cheering. In the end, Yang Dingtian jumped over. As soon as he arrived at the 100-meter-long rock that tore through space, Yao Zi pounced on Yang Dingtian and hugged his neck. She cheered loudly, "Yang Dingtian, I love you so much. You can even jump through space. This is the most wonderful and exciting day of my life." While she was excited, she kissed his lips as if she didn't need money. Chapter 892. Yang Dingtian tried his best to avoid the crazy girl. In the end, it was still Yao Li who grabbed Yao Zi by the ear and dragged her away. "Please wait inside. I'll go out and help guard the entrance of the Sacred Valley and help them evacuate," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes," Yao Li said. "Hurry up. Don't leave the two of us here. Otherwise, I won't forgive you," Yao Zi said. Yang Dingtian was speechless and said, "Don't worry." Then he opened a spatial portal and jumped back to the endless ocean. Under the command of Huang Yu, Day by Day Bella, and the other leaders, the resistance army in the Sacred Valley gathered very quickly. In fact, they had been living a precarious life for the past few years. As long as the order was given, they could quickly get into formation and assemble without much chaos. They did not express their belief or disbelief in going to the endless ocean to search for the energy water. However, they were willing to follow orders. Moreover, they were not even afraid of death now. Of course, they did not know why, but after eating the soup made from the plant's roots, they felt full of energy. Therefore, the existence of the energy water in the endless ocean might not be a baseless rumor. In less than 4 hours, more than 100,000 people in the Sacred Valley had all gathered and lined up. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked by this speed. This speed was not inferior to a professional army. One should know that the gathering of more than 100,000 people was completely different from the gathering of more than a few thousand people. Furthermore, the positions of those 100,000 people were all fixed. They were not randomly standing around. Throughout the entire process, Yang Dingtian had been at the entrance of the valley, staring at the lost capital not far away. Looking from the ancient entrance, the lost capital was like a giant beast entrenched in the easternmost part of the Naga Empire. Yang Dingtian really did not understand. There was nothing in the endless ocean. Was there a need for Queen Hyexan to build such a huge city here? Seeing that the Naga Empire's lost capital had no reaction at all, Yang Dingtian immediately went to do another important thing, which was to create a passage in the water. This was because the space door had to be dozens of meters under the endless ocean. If the resistance army were to swim through the portal, it would be too slow. Therefore, day by day Bella led thousands of people and cut down all the largest trees in the Sacred Valley. These trees were all over 3 to 4 meters in diameter. Yang Dingtian used the mystic fire to drill holes in the middle of these giant trees at the fastest speed, forming a passageway with a diameter of more than 2 meters. It could completely accommodate 2 or 3 people. After hollowing out the middle of the 4 giant trees, Yang Dingtian used the mystic flame to melt the metal stored in the Sacred Valley and made it into a few giant iron hoops. He then connected the giant trees together firmly and ensured that there wouldn't be any leakage at the junction. Not only that, but Yang Dingtian also used the devil's silk to wrap the entire tree, ensuring that no matter how many people ran in the giant tree tunnel, it would not be damaged. This 3 to 4 meter wide and 10 meter long wooden tunnel weighed more than a few 100,000 kilograms after it was completed. Yang Dingtian blocked one of them. Then he lifted this huge tunnel by himself, flew directly to the endless ocean, and placed it in the water. Just like that, a perfect tunnel was built, directly connecting the bottom of the ocean to the beach. Soon, Xiang reported that everyone in the Sacred Valley had gathered. Day by day Bella then led the last elites of the Foxman tribe, a total of thousands of Foxman tribe warriors, to guard the entrance of the Sacred Valley. Of course, there would not be any problems. This was because the lost capital of the Snake People Empire did not care about the resistance army of the Sacred Valley at all. If it were not for Huang Yu, these people would have died many times over. Queen Hyexan had already killed tens of millions of half-humans. A mere 100,000 would not be a problem. Therefore, the Snake People Empire soldiers in the lost capital did not care about the situation in the Sacred Valley at all, nor did they send any winged cavalry to investigate in the air. Yang Dingtian and Day by Day Bella looked at each other, and then quickly flew in the direction of the endless ocean. They came to the end of the tunnel. Yang Dingtian began to release the dark mystical flame and created a dark vortex. The rapidly spinning energy vortex quickly formed a black hole and began to devour everything, forming an isolated space. Then, using a special frequency, the dark mystical flame, which was superimposed countless times, slammed into the vortex and instantly created a beautiful spatial door at the end of the tunnel. Huang Yu and Xiang were completely stunned when they saw this scene. This was something that they did not understand at all. However, these two were the only ones who saw the scene. Huang Yu, Xiang, both of you go out and command the resistance army to rush into the tunnel as quickly as possible. Run with your eyes closed, and do not stop, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, husband. Huang Yu said, Yes, husband. Princess Xiang said instinctively, and then immediately blushed and ran out with Huang Yu. In the night, on the beach, countless resistance army had already formed up. The hundreds of thousands of people spread all the way into the Sacred Valley. Huang Yu pointed at the entrance of the tunnel and said, Do you see that hole? Yes, princess, the resistance army shouted in unison. Huang Yu said, All of you use your level 8 speed, do not slow down and do not rush into this hole. After entering, all of you close your eyes and keep rushing forward. Remember not to open your eyes. Yes, all the resistance army said. The so-called level 8 speed was roughly equivalent to about 500 meters per minute. Begin charge! Huang Yu ordered. Then, the orderly formation of the resistance army rushed forward with a neat and fast rhythm. One after another, they rushed into the tunnel and then closed their eyes and rushed forward with their level 8 speed. Soon, they reached the end of the tunnel. Whoosh! They rushed through the spatial door and jumped into the torn space. The first, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. As for Yang Dingtian, he had to constantly transfer energy to the spatial door from afar. This spatial door could pass through energy objects of the same level as Yang Dingtian. In other words, it was equivalent to countless resistance army. Therefore, it was not a problem for countless people to pour in. However, this dark vortex needed Yang Dingtian to maintain it with his qi at all times. Otherwise, it would disappear directly in the next moment, and then the spatial door would turn into ashes. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One by one, the resistance army quickly jumped into the spatial door. Yang Dingtian had calculated that these resistance army were absolutely well trained. On average, 4 or 5 people could jump through every second. In other words, more than 10,000 people could jump through in an hour. In this way, more than 100,000 resistance army could all pass through the spatial door in about 10 hours. Therefore, in terms of time, it was completely enough. In this way, Yang Dingtian used the spatial jumping technique and successfully staged a victorious escape from the endless seabed in the east of the Sacred Valley. And the Snake People Empire still had no idea what was happening here. In the whole process, the most difficult thing was to maintain the chaos of more than 100,000 people. However, this was not a problem at all for more than 100,000 resistance army. They were not even afraid of death and were always prepared to die. Therefore, they did not ask anything. Not to mention the spatial door. Even if it was hell, they would jump directly into it. Anyway, they were basically on the road to death. At this time, at the entrance of the Sacred Valley, day by day Bella led the elite resistance army forward to carry out the final defense. They needed to wait until everyone had retreated before they could leave. Time continued to pass. The retreat on the endless seaside was still continuing. The long line in the Sacred Valley was getting shorter and shorter. Gradually, the sky was getting brighter. It was less than 10 hours before the retreat began. The retreat of more than 100,000 people was also coming to an end. It turned out that the chaotic world also had Venus, and there were 2 of them. After these 2 Venus appeared, the sky was about to brighten. The last day of the 3-day deadline had arrived. Woo! Suddenly, in the lost capital of the Snake People Empire not far away, a distant and mournful horn sounded. Then, the entire ground began to tremble. The army of the lost capital began to gather. Day by day, Bella was high up and could clearly see that the gates of the 100-mile city wall were slowly opening. Then, one after another, the half-human race army came out of the gates in orderly steps and gathered on the plains outside the city wall. Bang, 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 bang. Every square formation was a 10,000-strong army, all of them armed to the teeth. Every 10,000-strong square formation had 2 senior officers, 1 Snake People officer and 1 half-human officer. 1, 2, 3, for the gates of the lost capital were like a giant beast opening the devil's mouth, spitting out countless evil armies. Finally, day by day Bella counted clearly, a total of 100 square formations, a total of 1,000,000 half-human race army, gathered on the plains below the city wall. It was pitch black, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was vast and boundless. Then a sharp howl sounded. Then black dots flew out of the lost capital and gathered in the sky. They were from the Eagleman race, born to be air cavalry. They were winged cavalry warriors as well as warriors. Awoo! Awoo! Countless eaglemen screamed and flew into the sky, lining up neatly. Close to 100,000 eaglemen lined up in the sky, spanning dozens of miles. At this time, the 2 suns had risen into the sky, but the light that shone down was blocked by countless eaglemen. The thousands of elite resistance army at the entrance of the Sacred Valley were completely stunned. The Snake People Empire had mobilized 1,000,000 troops just to wipe out the 100,000 resistance army in the Sacred Valley? This was too crazy. Was it necessary? Patriarch, today is probably our last day in this world. Later, if we kill one, we'll break even. If we kill 2, we'll make a profit, said a Foxman race officer. Day by day Bella looked in the direction of the endless ocean in the distance, smiled slightly and did not speak. At this time, all the war drums in the lost capital of the Snake People Empire suddenly sounded. Boom, boom, boom! The intense sound was deafening even from dozens of miles away. Flatten the sacred valley, kill them all! A senior general of the Snake People Empire suddenly gave the order. Suddenly, the million-strong army moved, marching toward the sacred valley like a tide. At this time, two beautiful figures suddenly appeared in the sacred valley. It was Yao Li and Yao Zi. Chief, all the resistance army has retreated. It's time for you to retreat, Yao Li said. Day by day Bella looked at the million-strong Foxman army not far away and said, I'll stay and fight with the two ladies. No need. Quickly retreat with your people. Yao Li said, Sect Master Yang Dingtian ordered us to come and help you. Then she and Yao Zi each took one side to guard the entrance of the sacred valley. Day by day Bella said loudly, Everyone head toward the endless ocean, full speed ahead, yes! Immediately, thousands of elite resistance army rushed toward the endless ocean at the fastest speed. At the same time, the Eaglemen army in the sky above the lost capital had finished gathering, and immediately covered the sky as they flew toward the sacred valley. Although it was only a few dozen miles, it would still take some time for the million-strong ground army to reach the sacred valley. But the Eaglemen were very fast. Immediately, the two of them held the sharp swords in their hands tightly, ready to fight crazily for a while to stop the countless Eaglemen army. However, unexpectedly, the Eaglemen army did not fly directly toward the sacred valley, but changed their formation in the air and formed a complete encirclement in the air, leaving the sacred valley with no way out. The resistance army, led by Day Bella, was very fast, and they ran more than 100 miles in an hour. In just over an hour, they rushed to the shore of the endless ocean. Head toward that entrance, full speed ahead, and close your eyes, Day Bella ordered. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Immediately, thousands of elite resistance army rushed into the entrance of the giant tree passage and went through the spatial door at the end of the passage. Xiang and Huang Yu had both entered the spatial tear to maintain order. Therefore, all the resistance army in the sacred valley had retreated and entered the spatial tear. Yang Dingtian used the demon spirit Mist Cloak Flash to reach the entrance of the sacred valley quickly. At this time, the million-strong army of the Naga Empire was about 20 miles away from the entrance of the sacred valley. The inescapable snare formation of 100,000 Eaglemen had just finished setting up, and then it flew toward the sacred valley quickly, covering the sky and the sun. It's time to go, Yang Dingtian said to Yao Li and Yao Zi. It's a pity that we don't even have a chance to make a move, Yao Zi said reluctantly. Then, the three of them used the demon spirit Mist Cloak Flash to quickly rush toward the endless ocean. Yang Dingtian used the mystic flame to completely destroy this eye-raising passage, turning it into ashes and leaving no traces behind. Finally, he created a spatial door dozens of meters under the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yao Li, Yao Zi, and Yang Dingtian directly jumped through the spatial door, and all of them entered the spatial tear. 15 minutes later, the 100,000 Eaglemen army flew into the sky above the sacred valley. When they saw the empty sacred valley, they were completely stunned. Where did these 100,000 people go? Could they have gone to heaven or hell? 2 hours later, countless Naga Empire army entered the sacred valley. However, there was no one to be seen. Chapter 893. This is really a ghost. Not long ago, the entrance of the Holy Valley was clearly guarded by the resistance army. 2 days ago, during the routine aerial reconnaissance, the Holy Valley was densely packed with people. 3 days ago, when Gui Wu Zi entered the Holy Valley, there were still people everywhere. In such a short time, the people in the Holy Valley had disappeared. Could it be that they had drilled underground? If it was only 3 or 5 people, it would be possible, but there were more than 100,000 people. The entire Holy Valley was completely surrounded, and the people inside were so hungry that their legs had turned to jelly. It was impossible for them to escape even if they had wings. Now, all of them had disappeared without a trace. They had evaporated into thin air. The supreme commander of the battlefield, General Kuei Yao, flew back and forth in the Holy Valley several times, completely unable to believe this fact. Then he suddenly roared, "Dig 3 feet into the ground. Search every inch. Find them." Yes, all the high-ranking generals shouted in unison. Then the million-plus half-human army began to destroy the Holy Valley like never before. All the houses were demolished and smashed to pieces. All the plants, all the trees were all cut down. They really dug 3 feet underground. No, 3 feet underground, 300 feet underground. In the end, they even sent drilling dragons to crazily drill a few hundred meters underground. Even so, not a single person was found. General Kuei Yao was really going crazy. He ordered sternly, "All eaglemen, search the endless sea. Search the bottom of the sea and the surface." Yes, then the 100,000 eaglemen all flew toward the endless sea. It blotted out the sky and the sun, instantly filling up the sky above the endless sea and the bottom of the water. They kept searching east, 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 and east. After searching for a few thousand miles, they did not find a single person. Kuei Yao was really going crazy. Her Majesty the Queen had given the task of attacking the Holy Valley to him. This was a completely easy battle. In the end, more than 100,000 people in the Holy Valley had disappeared. After searching for a few days and nights, Kuei Yao finally confirmed that everyone in the Holy Valley had completely disappeared. Then he had no choice but to report to Kuei Ba and the Queen's secret envoy, Kuei Wuzi. Of course, the two of them were already aware of the happenings in the Saint Valley. Kuei Wuzi was still unwilling to give up and personally explored every corner of the Holy Valley. But in the end, he found nothing. In the end, Kuei Wuzi decided to personally report this matter to Queen Hai Xan. At this time, the hundreds of thousands of people of the Holy Valley Resistance Army had completely settled down in the torn space. Of course, in this torn space, there was nothing but floating boulders, so it must be extremely difficult. However, it was still much better than being slaughtered. Of course, this was only a temporary refuge. They wouldn't be able to stay here for long. Even though he had brought over 100,000 pills, he could only stay inside for a dozen days at most. Of course, after these hundreds of thousands of people entered this space, they were thoroughly shocked and astonished. They had clearly been running along a huge wooden passage, but they had actually arrived in this strange world. This was really too mysterious. Thus, over 100,000 people dedicated their worship to Huang Yu. This was truly an all-knowing ability. Yao Li, Yao Zi, Day by Day Bella, and Huang Yu temporarily formed a team of 4. They were in charge of the order of the hundreds of thousands of people who were fleeing. They were also in charge of the distribution of pills and a certain amount of suppression by force. Of course, the so-called suppression by force was just a precaution. The probability of it happening was very low, almost impossible. As for Yang Dingtian, he continued to explore this torn space. The best result would be that this torn space overlapped with other areas, and it would be best if it was in the human countries. In this way, Yang Dingtian could directly bring people back to the human countries. Of course, Yang Dingtian felt that this possibility existed. This was because the chaotic world was an extremely complicated place. There were many planes and spaces. Every space was irregular and naturally had more than one boundary. For example, the northernmost part of the world of ice and snow bordered the first dark realm. The easternmost part of the Dongli grassland bordered the torn space. Yang Dingtian continued to fly towards the southeast direction of the torn space, constantly avoiding the floating boulders along the way. Logically speaking, this torn space should have a boundary. For example, the place where they jumped in was the western boundary. Further west would be complete darkness and nothingness. He flew towards the southeast, flying, and flying. After flying for more than 30,000 miles, there was an endless amount of floating boulders and spatial rifts. Similarly, there were no signs of life here. Finally, it was the fourth day. Yang Dingtian saw the southeast end of the torn space. The floating boulders became sparser and sparser. Finally, it was complete darkness and nothingness. Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the last boulder and started to absorb the mystic qi. After his celestial qi had fully recovered, Yang Dingtian flew towards the southeast for another 50 kilometers. He then released the darkness fire to create a dark vortex. It formed a black hole and finally swallowed an isolated space. Then they collided with each other in the isolated space, and a beautiful spatial door appeared. Then he leaped toward the spatial gate. Suddenly, the feeling of traveling through time and space came again. His body trembled slightly, and then his eyes lit up. Yang Dingtian jumped out of the torn space and entered another space. Wow! What a dreamy scene, what a beautiful scene, and also what a familiar scene. Yang Dingtian did not guess wrongly. This was the yin-yang mirror. It could be considered the northwest end of the human kingdom. Indeed, the yin-yang mirror and the torn space bordered. However, Yang Dingtian had never reached the end of the yin-yang mirror. Of course, it did not seem to have an end because it was very similar to the endless sea. The sky stretched as far as the eye could see. The ground was like a mirror. It stretched as far as the eye could see, and there was no other scene at all. A few years ago, the Queen Devil Queen took Dongfang Bingling and disappeared at the northern end of the yin-yang mirror. When she demonized, the energy was too great, causing an imbalance between heaven and earth. As a result, the entire yin-yang mirror emitted black flames, and the entire ground was completely torn apart. Now that a few years had passed, the yin-yang mirror had completely recovered its original appearance. It was like a complete mirror, boundless and endless. Since the torn space was directly connected to the yin-yang mirror, Yang Dingtian could transfer hundreds of thousands of rebels to the yin-yang mirror. Of course, this was an incomparably huge project. Only the demon vulture could complete this plan because only the demon vulture could fly tens of thousands of miles without stopping. Of course, it was also because the demon vulture was the most loyal winged cavalry of the Council of Light. Now, there was a problem. Could the demon vulture, with its huge body, pass through the space door? Making a prompt decision, Yang Dingtian did not return to the torn space first. Instead, he flew back to Cloud Sky City at the fastest speed. After returning to Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian immediately did an experiment. In the end, he found that the demon vulture could pass through the space door. In fact, the size of the space door had nothing to do with the size of the body, but with the amount of energy. Then he rode on the demon vulture king, Azu, and went to Zhongjing. Then he secretly appeared at the headquarters there. Seeing Yang Dingtian appear, Dongfang Minmi was shocked. He should be in the Dongli grassland at this time. The army of the northwest mainland did not receive any information about a large number of people entering the sea. Yang Dingtian directly issued a secret order to send 1,000 demon vultures to assemble immediately. Moreover, these 1,000 demon vultures did not need any knights. They were completely commanded by the demon vulture king Azu and its partner, Ling Zhu. This top-secret order was completely written in code. Basically, it would not be made public or decrypted. After the 1,000 demon vultures were assembled, Yang Dingtian directly brought them back to the northwest mainland. Then, on an island in the vast sea, he secretly resupplied with countless elixirs, food, and clothes. Finally, he flew directly to the yin-yang mirror at the end of the northwest mainland. After a day and a half, Yang Dingtian led 1,000 demon vultures to the end of the yin-yang mirror. The reason why he brought the demon vultures and not a single demon vulture warrior was to keep it a secret. The demon vultures would only obey orders and would not divulge secrets. Then, Yang Dingtian created a space door at the northwest end of the yin-yang mirror. Then he constantly injected energy to maintain the operation of the space door. Azu, order the demon vultures to fly into this space door one by one, Yang Dingtian said. The demon vulture king nodded and then gave the order majestically. Suddenly, 1,000 demon vultures lined up in the air. One after another, they flew through the space door and entered the torn space. According to the order, these 1,000 demon vultures could not move after entering the torn space. They had to line up neatly there. In less than half an hour, all 1,000 demon vultures passed through the space door and entered the torn space. Finally, Yang Dingtian jumped abruptly and jumped into the spatial tear. At the end of the yin-yang mirror, the dark vortex that had lost its energy stopped rotating. Soon the space door was directly exposed to the air and turned into ashes. Yang Dingtian rode the demon vulture king and led 1,000 demon vultures to fly towards the northwest direction of the torn space. The floating boulders of the torn space were too dense. It was very dangerous and easy to bump into them. But fortunately, the speed of these floating boulders was very, very slow. However, these more than 1,000 demon vultures still had to fly carefully. It was impossible to imagine that they could fly thousands of miles every hour. It had been almost 10 days since they entered the torn space. All kinds of elixirs were almost exhausted. The initial excitement and stimulation were replaced by the tension and oppression of the closed space. More than 100,000 rebels became more and more uneasy and desperate. They were all crowded on a 100-mile-long boulder. This feeling of loneliness and drifting was very, very fatal. This feeling was even more gray and desperate than waiting to be slaughtered in the Holy Valley. After all, the Holy Valley was full of vitality. Of course, even so, there was no riot in the hundreds of thousands of rebels. But some people had begun to commit suicide. At first, they chose to jump directly from the edge of the boulder and then smash into other boulders and die. This kind of suicide brought an extremely strong stimulation to others. So, more and more people committed suicide. Huang Yu angrily refuted this behavior and said that her husband would come to save them soon. She said that this kind of suicide was an act of cowardice. So, this kind of suicide by falling stopped. Many people chose to commit suicide secretly. As the days passed and the elixirs were gradually exhausted, the number of people committing suicide increased. Yao Zi had been crying for the past few days. She complained angrily, "How can they do this?" Yang Dingtian and we risked our lives to save them. It wasn't easy to save them, but they want to commit suicide. How can they be so selfish? Yao Li immediately shouted, "Shut up. What does a child like you know?" "What don't I know? Anyway, it's wrong for them to commit suicide," Yao Zi said angrily. Yao Li said in a low voice, "Those who committed suicide were all weak and old. They chose to die and give the elixirs to others, leaving the chance to live to others." Once he said those words, Yao Zi immediately fell silent. She covered her face and wept even more sorrowfully. "Yang Dingtian is too much. Why hasn't he returned after so long? If he doesn't come back soon, everyone here will die." Yao Zi turned her attention to Yang Dingtian. "If everyone here dies, I won't spare him." At that moment, there was a sudden burst of screeching from afar. Then, countless black figures could be seen flying over from the cracks of countless boulders. Yang Dingtian had returned with 1,000 demon eagles, countless food, elixirs, fruits, and clothes. They were saved. They were saved. Huang Yu immediately burst into tears. She felt extremely proud. She was proud of her man. Her husband had never disappointed anyone. He would always create miracles. He would never give up on anyone. However, her expression soon turned ugly. This was because Yao Zi had immediately pounced over and rushed to the front of Yang Dingtian before hugging him tightly. "Yang Dingtian, you're amazing. I love you. I love you so much." Then she kissed him as if she was free. "I didn't do that because I was his wife, but you, a little girl, did that in front of me." Yao Li was embarrassed. She whispered, "I'm sorry." Then she flew over at an even faster speed. She grabbed Yao Zi's little ears and pulled her embarrassing sister away from Yang Dingtian. Queen Hai-Exayan was not on the pyramid in the capital. She was in the new sacred land of the Naga Empire. The so-called New Sacred Land was the center of the Donli grassland. It was under the lake where the million-spirit demon fire was born. This place had become the top secret of the Naga Empire. Every Naga who was allowed to enter this place would have their cultivation level skyrocketed. Of course, they would not remember anything after they came out. Therefore, this place had become the sacred land of the Naga Empire. It was the most mysterious place. Gui Wuzi knelt by the lake and said, "Gui Wuzi requests an audience with Her Majesty." Instantly, the huge lake began to tremble. Chapter 894. What's the matter? Queen Hai-Exayan did not appear. The lake shook slightly, and a voice sounded. That's right, the voice did not come from Queen Hai-Exayan but from the lake. Kuei Yao's battle in the Holy Valley is over. Gui Wuzi said. The lake water jumped up, showing Queen Hai-Exayan's displeasure. She said coldly, "What? You want to disturb me for such a small matter? Just capture Huang Yu's daughter and kill the rest." Gui Wuzi said, "But the people in the Holy Valley have disappeared without a trace. Huang Yu and her daughter have also disappeared." "Impossible." The water in the lake suddenly shot up to a height of 100 meters and let out a shrill voice. "Impossible. You have surrounded the entire Holy Valley. They can't escape." Gui Wuzi said, "The old slave also thought so, but they really disappeared, as if they had evaporated from this world. In fact, 2 hours before the battle began, there were still people in the valley, but when they entered, they were all gone. 1,000,000 soldiers dug hundreds of feet into the ground and found nothing. 100,000 eagle men searched tens of thousands of miles to the east of the endless sea, but found nothing." Suddenly, the lake became silent. After a long time, Queen Hai-Exayan said, "It's Yang Dingtian." Gui Wuzi said, "That's impossible, no matter how capable Yang Dingtian is. It's impossible for him to make more than 100,000 people disappear without a trace." "You don't understand." Queen Hai-Exayan sighed. "The realm he has touched is not something you can understand." Gui Wuzi said, "Then is there a way to make up for it, to find and kill all the people Yang Dingtian hid?" "Haha." Queen Hai-Exayan laughed. "Dream on, do you know how he hid them?" "The old slave doesn't know," Gui Wuzi said. Following that, Queen Hai-Exayan sighed and said, "Yang Dingtian is starting to challenge my bottom line." First, he stole Venom Shah's body. Then he created a diversion and killed Wu Daozi. Then he used lightning to wipe out my 1,000,000-strong army in the southern barbarian continent. It took me several years to build the Queen's new city and transport the 1,000,000-strong army there. This is the only base we have in the human world. Now he's trying to push my limits and reach into my Naga Empire. Finally, Gui Wuzi couldn't help but interject. "Your Majesty, you're indulging Yang Dingtian too much." "That's right. I indulged him too much. That's why he's so insatiable." Queen Hai-Exayan said coldly, "Perhaps defeating Wu Daozi gave him a boost of confidence and made him feel that he can shed all pretense of cordiality with me." Gui Wuzi said he's too naive. He doesn't know how powerful Her Majesty is now. We have to give him a warning. Otherwise, he'll think we're weak. Queen Hai-Exayan said indifferently, "That's right. We have to give him a warning. Tell me, what kind of warning should we give him?" Gui Wuzi said, "Attack him where it hurts the most." "Do you think we should attack his family?" Queen Hai-Exayan asked. Gui Wuzi fell into silence, indicating that he agreed. Queen Hai-Exayan fell into deep thought and said slowly, "Not for now. But if he still doesn't know what's good for him, then don't blame me for being ruthless." Gui Wuzi's face twitched. Although he was unhappy that Queen Hai-Exayan wasn't ruthless enough to Yang Dingtian, he didn't dare to question and nodded, "Yes." After a long time, Queen Hai-Exayan said, "Just wait. He'll come and see me, because he can hide these people, but he can't take them away. If he wants to save them, he'll have to go through the Naga Empire. As long as he cares about these lives, he won't be able to escape. Each demon eagle could carry more than 10,000 pounds of weight. However, the space on its back was limited. Therefore, each demon eagle could only carry about 30 people at most. Therefore, 1,000 demon eagles had to make 3 to 4 trips to transport all the demi-humans out of the yin-yang mirror. After unloading the food from the back of the demonic vultures, the hundreds of thousands of rebels finally got to eat real food. Immediately, the countless people present had tears streaming down their faces as they ate. After the meal, the demi-humans immediately organized the demi-humans into groups. There were a total of 4 groups that left the torn space. Each of them had an individual code, and each code had a specific position on each demon eagle. After more than 6 hours, the first group of more than 30,000 people rode on 1,000 demon eagles and flew towards the southwest. This could be considered as the craziest and most bizarre transfer in history. 1,000 demon eagles carrying more than 30,000 demi-humans had to cross the spatial tear and reach the yin-yang mirror. Day by day, Bella suddenly said, "Sir Yang Dingtian, the demi-humans will remember this day, will remember your kindness." Yang Dingtian said, "You've used your actions to prove your nobility. Everything I've done is what I should do." Day by day, Bella said, "Sect leader, after we reach the human countries, how do you plan to settle the demi-humans?" Yang Dingtian said, "I've already taken a piece of land in the southern barbarian continent. It's almost 10,000 miles long. There are more than 1 million demi-human slaves there. They've all been liberated by us. The Council of Light has given them land. They can enjoy the same rights as the citizens of the Radiant Parliament. After you enter the southern barbarian continent, you won't be isolated because other than the 1,000,000-strong army of the Radiant Parliament, most of the remaining people are from the demi-human race. In the future, we'll gradually move people from the human countries to the southern barbarian continent, but we'll be very cautious. Also, I'll suggest that the demi-humans representative enter the Council of Light's leadership and let a large number of demi-humans join the army. We'll work hard to make the demi-humans a part of the Council of Light." Day by day, Bella was extremely excited after hearing this. Yang Dingtian continued, "Of course, whether we should let the humans and demi-humans marry each other, we'll need to conduct extensive verification and discussion. This is because there are benefits to marriage. It'll prevent racial conflicts in the future, but there are also disadvantages. The demi-humans might gradually disappear as an independent, intelligent race. Of course, I'm still leaning towards marriage and integration. I can guarantee that racial conflicts won't become a huge disaster in my lifetime, but after we pass away, it'll be hard to avoid such things. At that time, the demi-humans might exceed tens of millions. They'll feel that their living space is too narrow, and they'll feel that they're being discriminated against. If there's a conflict with the humans, it'll be a world-class war. We won't be able to bear it." Day by day, Bella said, "My personal opinion is that 95% of the demi-humans are exactly the same as the humans. For example, our Foxman race can definitely marry and integrate with the humans. Of course, in this way, perhaps our Foxman race as a separate race might disappear. However, our blood would spread throughout the entire world and might remain in every human's body in the future. This might be an even greater matter." Yang Dingtian glanced at Day by Day Bella and said, "I'm very happy that you can think this way." After a full 3 days and 3 nights, 1,000 demon eagles flew a distance of 30,000 miles and crossed the entire torn space. Then, Yang Dingtian created a space portal at the end of the torn space. 1,000 demon eagles flew through the space portal one by one and entered the yin-yang mirror in the human kingdom. Everyone on the space portal was blindfolded. After a full 2 hours, 1,000 demon eagles flew through the space portal and transported over 30,000 people to the yin-yang mirror. After resting for a few hours, the 1,000 devil eagles had fully recovered. Furthermore, after consuming sufficient elixirs, Yang Dingtian brought them through the spatial door and tore open the spatial zone to transport the next wave of resistance army. Just like that, a full half a month's time was spent. Yang Dingtian didn't sleep at all and changed 2 batches of demon eagles. He finally completed an unprecedented feat. He traveled through space and rescued over 100,000 resistance soldiers from the slaughter of the Naga Empire. Then he transported them to the Yin-Yang Mirror in the human kingdom, tens of thousands of miles away. After the 100,000 people arrived at the Yin-Yang Mirror, a total of 5,000 demon dragons, under the leadership of Song Chanhua, dragged 5,000 carts to the end of the Yin-Yang Mirror. Faction leader Song Chanhua is here to carry out the mountain-moving plan, Song Chanhua said. None of the 5,000 demon dragons were riders. All the carts were on a sleigh track. Get on, Yang Dingtian ordered. More than 100,000 people boarded the carts in an orderly manner. Then the doors and windows were closed. The people outside couldn't see in, and the people inside couldn't see out. After everything was loaded, the 5,000 demon dragons dragged the carts and flew towards the south. After a day and a night, the 5,000 demon dragons left the Yin-Yang Mirror and entered the north. All the carts had been replaced with wheels. In the north, they rested for half a day and then continued to the south. A day later, the 5,000 carts and more than 100,000 resistance soldiers entered the northwest continent. 8 hours later, they arrived at the east coast of the northwest continent. A fleet of more than 100 large warships was already waiting by the shore. The 5,000 demon dragons dragged the carts onto the warships and entered the cabins. Then, the fleet sailed towards the southeast. Their destination was the southern barbarian continent. This secret mountain-moving plan used countless resources from the beginning to the end. 3,000 demon eagles, 8,000 demon dragons, and 2 large fleets. However, in the entire Council of Light, there were less than 5 people who knew about this operation. Even the highest commander of the fleet in charge of the transportation did not know what he was transporting to the southern barbarian continent. When the resistance soldiers boarded the 100 large warships and entered the cabins, there were already a few hundred spiritual masters waiting there. They would have all their memories of what happened in the past month and after leaving the Holy Valley, including Princess Yangxiang. This was because the space technique was a top secret and could not be made public for the time being. Perhaps it could never be made public. After a few days, the resistance soldiers would land on the southern barbarian continent. Some of them would join the Council of Light army, while most of them would be given houses and land. They would become citizens of the Council of Light and permanent residents of the southern barbarian continent. Of course, after the resistance soldiers all boarded the warships, Yang Dingtian did not continue to accompany them. He still had to see Queen Hai Xan and make a trip to the so-called sacred land of the Snake Men Empire. Originally, Yang Dingtian wanted to let Huang Yu bring his baby Wu, or to Cloud Sky City first. However, Huang Yu felt that she had to bring the resistance soldiers to settle down in the southern barbarian continent first. Then, she would bring the baby to Cloud Sky City to see his brother, sister, grandmother, and other mothers. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to allow her to do as she wished. Huang Yu felt that the resistance army was her responsibility, and she had to wait for them to settle down before she felt that her mission was completed. Only then would she be able to regain her freedom. Yang Dingtian rode the demon Vulture King alone and went to the Snake Men Empire from the northwest continent again. He acted as if it was his first time entering after returning. This time, Yang Dingtian did not keep it a secret and directly attracted the attention of the Snake Men Empire's air defense winged cavalry. However, the Snake Men Empire's air defense troops could not stop him at all. The demon Vulture King, Ajwa, went straight in and sped up to 3,000 miles per hour. The winged cavalry of the Snake Men Empire could not even see his shadow, let alone catch up with him. Therefore, Tens of thousands of winged cavalry and tens of thousands of eagle men desperately chased after Yang Dingtian in the air. Soon, Yang Dingtian came to the center of the Dongli grassland, the burial ground. This was the place where the Dongli grassland war broke out. For thousands of years, countless wars broke out here, and more than 100 million people died. These countless resentful spirits, together with the energy of the land, finally condensed the heaven and earth level mystic fire. Million spirits, demonic fire. However, the bone burial ground was no longer filled with reeds and swamps. It was already full of castles and towers of the Snakemen Empire. However, the most central place was still the same. The lake in the middle was still incomparably clear. However, the entire lake was surrounded by Snakemen statues. Hundreds of statues of the Queen of the Sea Hearts surrounded the lake. Each statue was at least 100 meters tall. This lake was now the Queen's holy land. Yang Dingtian came to the edge of the lake and did not directly enter the area surrounded by the statues. Yang Dingtian of the human kingdom requests to see Queen Hai Xan. Yang Dingtian shouted loudly. Suddenly, the surface of the entire lake trembled slightly. Then, countless water surged and condensed into a huge figure. It was the charming and beautiful Queen Hai Xan. She was at least 100 meters tall. The Queen Hai Xan formed by the water was also vivid and lifelike. Even her expression was detailed. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you are very capable. The Queen Hai Xan formed by the water said slowly, you actually hit hundreds of thousands of Holy Valley rebels in front of my million-strong army and played me in the palm of your hand. I wouldn't dare, Yang Dingtian said. Queen Hai Xan said slowly, Yang Dingtian, do you think I am very easy to bully? Or have you become very arrogant of your cultivation after coming back this time? Otherwise, why would you provoke my bottom line again and again? Yang Dingtian said I had no choice. Queen Hai Xan said slowly, at the entrance of the taboo continent, you injured my subordinates and took away the door to the human kingdom. Then you stole Poisa's body. Then, you destroyed my million-strong army in the southern barbarian continent. Finally, you even inserted your hands into my Snakemen Empire and saved hundreds of thousands of rebels. How did you do it? I can't figure it out no matter how hard I try. Yang Dingtian fell into silence. You won't say? Then I don't need to know. Queen Hai Xan said slowly, since you have done these things, why are you here this time? Yang Dingtian said, I want to get Queen Hai Xan's forgiveness and accept the current situation. Ha! Suddenly, the Queen Hai Xan formed by the water laughed crazily. Then, countless flames burst out from the water and burned fiercely, representing Queen Hai Xan's anger. Yang Dingtian, do you think that I will be obedient and tolerate you just because I want to borrow your seed? Queen Hai Xan said sternly, I wouldn't dare, Yang Dingtian said. Queen Hai Xan's eyes turned into two balls of flames and stared at Yang Dingtian. Hand over Poisa's body, and I can pretend that nothing happened. I can let those hundreds of thousands of people go and let you bring them back to the human countries. I can forgive all the things you did before. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Sorry, no. Crack! Suddenly, the 100-meter-tall Queen Hai Xan formed by the lake water froze into ice and became a crystal-clear statue. Suddenly, the air within a few thousand meters became extremely cold. Yang Dingtian, I won't kill you, but that doesn't mean that I won't kill your family. Queen Hai Xan said slowly, that's right, you saved Huang Yu and her and your daughter, but it doesn't mean that they belong to you, just because they are by your side. As long as I want to, I can go to the human countries and capture them, or even kill them. Even if you gather the entire human countries, you won't be able to stop me. Yang Dingtian said, speaking of Huang Yu, her baby, Yang Wu, looks exactly the same as Dugu Fengwu. Do you have anything to tell me? Queen Hai Xan said, you should have guessed it already. Why do you still need me to tell you? Yang Dingtian said. Dugu Shao changed Dugu Fengwu's appearance and erased her memories before sending her to your side. He entrusted her to you and intended to free her from the evil ways and the Tiando League. But you swapped her soul spirit with slave Yunjun. Am I right? Queen Hai Xian sneered. Yang Dingtian said. Therefore, the current slave Yunjun has her own memories, but they are taken over by Dugu Fengwu's new soul spirit. That is why she is so contradictory. She has slave Yunjun's charm and Dugu Fengwu's determination. Huang Yu is Dugu Fengwu's body, but slave Yunjun's soul spirit and willpower are stored in Huang Yu's body. Therefore, she looks strong and resolute, but she is actually kind and fragile. You have filled both of them with contradictions and made them incomplete. They have completely lost themselves. Am I right? At the end, Yang Dingtian's words were filled with rage. Dugu Fengwu's memories were originally erased. Immediately after, this soul spirit was poured into slave Yunjun. It inherited slave Yunjun. Therefore, he was almost a person who was divided. It was the same for Huang Yu. The saddest thing was that the two of them didn't even know what was going on. They thought that they were born like this. This evil cultivation technique was almost the same as the Demon King Wintian's soul spirit splitting. It was still all right for slave Yunjun. She still had more complete memories, but her personality had changed. She still remembered that she was the daughter of Yun Kailin and Kuei Si. As for Huang Yu, she didn't know anything about her origin. This was because this body didn't inherit any memories. When she was with Huang Yu, she didn't know anything about her past. It was as though she suddenly appeared in this world. Dugu Shao entrusted Dugu Fengwu to Queen Hai Xian because he trusted her. In the end, Queen Hai Xian did the most evil soul spirit experiment on Fengwu, and slave Yunjun Dugu Fengwu was originally very pitiful. Right now, she was an individual that was filled with personality and pride. She was almost completely wiped out from this world. Furthermore, a part of it was because of Yang Dingtian. Chapter 895. Can Fengwu recover? Suddenly, Yang Dingtian asked, What do you think? Queen Hai Xian said slowly, If you want to recover, why did you have to erase her memories and change her appearance? Yang Dingtian fell into silence again. That's right. Dugu Fengwu's current predicament was largely related to him. If it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have been poisoned by the soul-devouring devil mystic. Back when they were getting married in the Temple of Blood, she might have pretended to be heartless, but it was only because of her personality. Dongfang Bingling and Jiang Yi forcefully took her son away from her, which caused her to be incomparably furious and even hateful. In the end, Dugu Shao changed her appearance and erased her memories in order to prevent her from being involved in the conflict between the evil ways and the Tiando League. He sent her to the bewildering abyss back then. This matter was unsolvable under the circumstances back then, especially since Fengwu's personality was so intense and unyielding. It was impossible to change. However, time could really change everything. Back then, Yang Dingtian taking Yang Li away wasn't a mistake. But even if that was the case, Dugu Fengwu might not turn against Yang Dingtian and kill him. What Dugu Shao was most worried about was that Dugu Fengwu would enter Wu Yoming's camp completely due to her anger and hatred, resulting in irreversible consequences. Now, even Wu Yoming had become neither an enemy nor a friend, let alone Dugu Fengwu. In the end, it resulted in the current situation. Should she recover? Perhaps it wasn't something that Yang Dingtian had the authority to decide. He had already interfered with Dugu Fengwu's fate once. This time, it was better for them to decide for themselves. If Yin Jianu and Huang Yu wanted to recover, then he would think of ways to do so. If they were willing to be content with the current situation, then he would be content with the current situation. All right, let's not stray from the topic and return to our question. Queen Hai Xian said, Either you hand over Poise's body or you suffer my wrath. That's impossible. Yang Dingtian said directly. Bang! Suddenly, the ice statue of Queen Hai Xan shattered and turned back into clear lake water. Then, a beautiful figure suddenly flew out of the water. It was Queen Hai Xan, but it was Queen Hai Xan in her original form. Only its upper body was human, while its lower body was that of a snake. Moreover, it was a dark blue snake that was more than 10 meters long. She suddenly floated on the surface of the water and spoke coldly. Yang Dingtian, do you think that you are strong enough and can completely disregard me? It looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson today. Don't think that just because you defeated Wu Daozi that you can be so conceited. Queen Hai Xan suddenly raised her jade-like hand and slapped the air. All of a sudden, the entire lake's water surged into the air and condensed into a huge palm that slammed down on Yang Dingtian. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Yang Dingtian used the demonic spirit, mist cloak, and suddenly appeared. Bang! However, as soon as he appeared, he immediately slammed into a powerful energy wall and bounced back. Then, the huge palm that was tens of thousands of meters long slammed down. Puff! Yang Dingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body seemed to have turned into ashes, and he could not feel anything. Then, this huge palm suddenly began to solidify, completely sealing Yang Dingtian inside. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth, and the mystic fire on his body burst out, about to completely melt this piece of ice. Boom, boom, boom! Wherever the mystic fire passed, all the ice turned into ashes. However, Queen Hai Xan's ice energy was released faster. Yang Dingtian melted 10 feet, and she froze 10 feet, completely trapping Yang Dingtian inside. Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and held the Emperor-grade soul sword in his hand. He began to forcibly break through, using the demonic spirit mist cloak flash technique, and rushed out, shattering all the ice. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant he rushed out dozens of miles. But the speed of Hai Xan's queen was still faster. He shattered 10 miles, and she froze 100 miles. Yang Dingtian was still sealed in her ice, completely unable to escape. Throughout the whole process, Hai Xan did not fight with him head-on. She completely used the water of the entire lake to fight with Yang Dingtian. I don't believe that I can't break your ice. Yang Dingtian was furious. Then he began to release 2 mystic fires, 3 mystic fires. He injected his mystic chi to the extreme and then slammed it. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, it was like a small nuclear bomb exploding. The light that surpassed the sun suddenly burst out. Yang Dingtian used the demonic spirit black armor and the demonic spirit fire energy shield to barely protect himself. With such a terrifying mystic fire colliding and exploding, not to mention dozens of miles of ice, even hundreds of miles of ice would instantly turn into nothing. Sure enough, almost instantly, the ice that trapped Yang Dingtian instantly turned into ashes, without even the process of melting. But it was also in the same instant that all the water vapor instantly solidified. Suddenly, the air within hundreds of miles was all shattered ice layers. Then, these hundreds of miles of ice layers began to collapse, compress, and solidify. Bang, 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 bang! In an instant, from an irregular shape with a diameter of hundreds of miles, it became a cube with a diameter of dozens of miles. Bang, bang, bang! It continued to collapse and compress. An incomparably powerful energy was desperately squeezing this ice cube. From dozens of miles, it was compressed to 10 miles. At this time, the density of this ice had increased by 1,000 times. Each cubic meter of ice was already more than 2 million pounds. However, the compression still continued. Yang Dingtian felt the power on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, this was the most direct form of martial force. It was neither fire nor ice energy. Therefore, the demonic spirit fire energy shield was useless, and the demonic spirit black armor was also not very useful. He could only use his body to resist. At this time, The force squeezing his body had already exceeded a few million pounds. Then, Yang Dingtian needed to use his celestial qi energy to release a few million pounds of reverse force to offset and prevent his body from being injured. However, a few million pounds of force was almost Yang Dingtian's limit. However, the ice cube continued to compress and continued. It became 8 miles, 5 miles, 3 miles, 300 meters at this time. The ice had already condensed countless times, and the density and pressure had increased by tens of thousands of times. The energy pressure that Yang Dingtian was enduring had already exceeded 10 million pounds. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to resist. However, the ice continued to compress. At this time, of course, he could release his celestial fire to temporarily tear the ice apart. However, at this time, all his celestial qi had to be used to deal with the pressure of hell. As long as his celestial qi was dispersed, his entire body would instantly shatter and turn into meat paste. Yang Dingtian made a mistake. He should not have been in such a sorry state. He should not have directly used his celestial qi to resist the ice pressure. He should have released the dark vortex when the pressure was not strong enough. The black hole of the dark vortex was incomparably powerful. It could swallow any energy, including physical pressure. However, Yang Dingtian did not want Queen Hai-Xan to see the formation of the dark vortex, so he did not use this move. Now he was already in a desperate situation and had almost no strength to fight back. He really could not take it anymore. He had already sunk into a state of confusion and could barely feel his own body. He was about to be smashed into pieces or even turned into ashes. This was because his physical body could not withstand such a huge pressure. At this time, the dark green dragon in his body finally roared and was about to drill out from the depths of his energy, reserved to destroy this ice formation. It was really unwilling to come out because this was not energy damage but physical damage. If it wanted to save Yang Dingtian, it would not be as simple as just coming out of the energy reserve. It would have to rush out of Yang Dingtian's body. This would cause a lot of damage to it. If not for the fact that Yang Dingtian was about to die, it would definitely not do this. It was extremely greedy. It was still brooding over the energy that was extorted from it by the nihility Piaoling. It was unwilling to lose any bit of energy. At this time, Hai-Xan felt that Yang Dingtian was about to turn into ashes. Whoosh! Immediately, she withdrew all of her energy. In an instant, the tens of millions of kilograms of pressure on Yang Dingtian's body disappeared without a trace. Yang Dingtian fell. His eyes were blurred, and he was panting heavily. As for the dark green dragon, it was incomparably glad that it did not need to drill out of Yang Dingtian's body to save him. It immediately drilled back into the depths of his energy reserve and disappeared without a trace. Yang Dingtian, are you clear-headed now? Queen Hai-Xan asked coldly. Yang Dingtian replied, I have been clear-headed the whole time. I already knew that I was not your opponent. It's just that I did not know what your cultivation was like. Now I have a rough idea. No, you still don't understand, Queen Hai-Xan said coldly. My cultivation method is far beyond your imagination. Then, she suddenly floated in front of Yang Dingtian. She reached out and touched Yang Dingtian's pale face. Her beautiful eyes twitched slightly. Why are you so stubborn? Is my suggestion not good? You become my man. We will become the masters of the entire world. I will definitely not invade the human countries in your lifetime. Even if we conquer the human countries in the future, the emperor of the entire world will be our son. Isn't that good? Why must you be so stubborn and go against me? Yang Dingtian laughed. It was not easy for me to hold on until now. If I give up now, I will be laughed at. Who dares to laugh at you? Queen Hai-Xan said. I killed them all. Who dares to laugh at you? Yang Dingtian replied. Me? Laughing at myself. Can't I? Just like how you persevered until now for your career and ambition. Once you give up, you will have nothing left. If you will not give up, I will not give up either. Queen Hai-Xan said, Then are you going to go against me to the end? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Queen Hai Xan said, "You want to raise your cultivation and then kill me?" Yang Dingtian did not say anything. "Then I will kill you now," Queen Hai Xan said angrily. Her beautiful eyes were burning with anger. Then she raised her jade hand and was about to smash Yang Dingtian's head. She wanted to smash Yang Dingtian's body into pieces. However, she lowered her hand halfway and slapped Yang Dingtian's face hard. This slap was hard. Yang Dingtian's face swelled up instantly. Fortunately, he was not an idol. I really want to tear you into pieces. Tear you into pieces," Queen Hai Xan said through gritted teeth. Queen Hai Xan tried her best to calm her breathing and her anger. She said, "All right, let's not talk about things out of anger. Hand over Poisa's body, and I will let you go." Yang Dingtian said, "You don't intend to destroy my cultivation and then imprison me?" Queen Hai Xan said, "I don't just want to destroy your cultivation. I also want to dig out your annoying eyes and chop off your limbs. I only want that thing to be able to copulate with me." Then Queen Hai Xan clutched her heart and said, Don't make me angry anymore. It won't do you any good. The reason why I didn't destroy you and imprison you is because your existence is more beneficial to me. Your existence will make the Snake People Empire more valuable in the face of evil ways. Otherwise, those people will really be arrogant. Queen Hai Xan tried her best to calm down and said, "Hand it over. Hand over Poisa, and we will write off this matter temporarily." "No, it's impossible," Yang Dingtian said resolutely. Queen Hai Xan's gaze suddenly turned cold. She said sternly, "Yang Dingtian, what are you trying to do? You want to revive her and kill me, don't you? Do you hate me so much and want me to die so badly?" Yang Dingtian said, "I don't want you to die. I just want you to stop harming this world. The weak are prey to the strong. This is the law of survival. What harming?" Queen Hai Xan said angrily, "I will ask you one last time. Do you want to hand over Poisa's body or not? Otherwise, I will immediately go and capture Huang Yu and your daughter. If you don't agree, I will kill them one by one. Let's see if your daughter is more important or Poisa's body." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian trembled violently. If he really encountered such a situation, he had no choice. The only choice was to use all his strength and perish together with Queen Hai Xan. That was to carry her and charge into the Death Continent, the world of darkness. Queen Hai Xan instantly felt Yang Dingtian's anger and endless killing intent. "If that's the case, will you perish together with me?" Queen Hai Xan said slowly. Yang Dingtian nodded. Queen Hai Xan's chest heaved up and down. Her expression kept changing. One moment, it was filled with killing intent, as if she wanted to tear Yang Dingtian into pieces. The next moment, she was lost. Her beautiful face was sometimes snow white and sometimes flushed red. "Perish together with me? Can you do that?" Queen Hai Xan said coldly. "Maybe," Yang Dingtian said. Queen Hai Xan gritted her teeth and stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. She said word by word, "Get lost, get lost." Then she turned around and walked towards the lake. She disappeared without a trace. The entire lake turned into Queen Hai Xan's face. She said coldly, "Yang Dingtian, this is the last time. Don't think that you can just squander my indulgence and affection for you. Also, although you don't touch your family, it doesn't mean that I will let you off easily. You hurt me like this. I will not let you off easily." Then her face disappeared and turned back into lake water. Chapter 896. Looking at the surface of the lake that was gradually calming down, Yang Dingtian's emotions were complicated. He really did not expect that the disturbance this time would be settled just like that. Queen Hai Xan actually let it go just like that. Originally, Yang Dingtian was prepared to use his trump card, using the sacred ground as a threat. One must know that Yang Dingtian's 3 profound flame lightning was extremely powerful, far surpassing the power of a level 19. Although it could not hit Queen Hai Xan, this so-called sacred ground of the Naga Empire could not be moved. It would definitely not be able to block Yang Dingtian's 3 profound flame lightning. At that time, Queen Hai Xan would definitely have to compromise, because this sacred ground was now the lifeblood of the Naga Empire. It could not be damaged, and Yang Dingtian would definitely not hand over Queen Poisa's body. Therefore, this dispute could still be settled. Of course, this way, the conflict between Yang Dingtian and Queen Hai Xan would be even more intense. But unexpectedly, Queen Hai Xan actually gave up threatening Yang Dingtian's family in the end. He did not know if it was because she had a bottom line in her heart regarding Yang Dingtian, or if it was because of some other reason. Or maybe it was because, even though she did not care about Huang Yu's life or death on the surface, but after all, she was her family, the second family in this world. The first was, of course, Queen Poisa. However, this was the best outcome. Yang Dingtian finally understood that Queen Hai Xan's cultivation was not something he could match up to now. She did not even fight him directly. She only used the lake water and almost took his life. And the source of her strength was undoubtedly this sacred ground in front of him. This sacred ground was right under the lake. It should be the biggest secret of the Naga Empire. It was also the reason why the experts of the Naga Empire appeared so quickly. Yang Dingtian really wanted to go in and investigate, but it was absolutely impossible now, because Queen Hai Xan was right below. He took one last look at the lake, as if he was trying to see through the lake and see the holy land inside, as well as Queen Hai Xan in the deepest part of the lake. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly rose into the air and flew towards the south. After flying for a few hundred miles, the demon eagle king, Asia, immediately came up. Yang Dingtian rode on the demon eagle king and flew towards the northwest continent at the fastest speed. Half a day later, Yang Dingtian arrived in the sky above the northwest continent. However, he did not stop at Cloud Sky City. Instead, he flew directly towards the sea. Yang Dingtian had already made a trip to the Snake Men Empire and returned. The fleet carrying the half-human rebellion army was still very far from the southern barbarian continent. In just 4 hours, Yang Dingtian caught up with the fleet and landed on the largest ship. Huang Yu, Day by Day Bella, and Xiang Xiang were all on this ship. Seeing that Yang Dingtian had returned safely, Huang Yu's heart was finally at ease. As for the little darling, Yang Wu was sleeping. This little lass even needed Xiang Xiang to accompany her while she slept. The ships of this fleet were all very large. Each ship could fit over 1,000 people, which was more than enough. For example, Huang Yu and Xiang Xiang each had their own cabin, which was over 12 square meters. When Yang Dingtian came in, Huang Yu immediately threw herself into his embrace. However, Dugu Fengwu would never do that. "Husband, did she do anything to you?" Huang Yu asked. "No, this matter is over." Yang Dingtian said, "Is she so easy to talk to?" Huang Yu said, "I think she definitely has some intentions towards you. Don't think I can't see it." Immediately after, she gently snuggled into Yang Dingtian's embrace and said, "It's fine as long as this matter is over. I don't want to care about the grudges with her anymore. From now on, I don't want to care about anything else. I just want to be your wife and accompany our baby to grow up. When our baby is older, we will have another baby boy." Yang Dingtian instinctively wanted to say that she still had another baby boy. However, he didn't say it out loud and only said, "Okay." The character of Huang Yu in front of him was truly not Dugu Fengwu. She definitely didn't have any dreams of being a good wife and loving mother. Therefore, Huang Yu might look powerful and domineering, but her soul was actually that of a little woman. Yun Jianu might look delicate and charming, but she was actually very ambitious. Therefore, she didn't marry Yang Dingtian and instead became his personal female officer. She became one of the most important figures in the Council of Light. In this aspect, she was very similar to Fengwu. "Hey, if you two want to be intimate, go to my cabin." Your baby daughter finally fell asleep, and it is very difficult to coax her to sleep. Xiang Xiang suddenly said with a sour tone. Yang Dingtian instantly smiled embarrassedly. However, Huang Yu's beautiful eyes actually turned hot as she whispered, "Husband, let's go there? We haven't been intimate for a long time. I want to do it again." Yang Dingtian was startled. It was fine even if they didn't get intimate for a few years. This time it was almost a month. However, he had been so busy that he didn't have any rest for a month, let alone getting intimate with a woman. Since his woman wanted it, he had to do his best. Therefore, he directly carried Huang Yu and walked towards the other cabin. Before they started, Huang Yu's charming eyes were like silk. She panted softly and said, "Husband, we were too intense last time. Now that we have a lot of time, I want to take it slow and be very gentle." Yang Dingtian said, "No problem. I know a lot about this. I promise it will be like a spring breeze." This love that was like a spring breeze and a drizzle lasted for a full 3 hours. "Husband, do you think I can get pregnant this time?" Huang Yu suddenly asked. "Is today the day when you can easily get pregnant?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Probably, maybe. I hope so," Huang Yu said. "My cycle is very, very inaccurate." Yang Dingtian knew that Yun Zhenu's cycle was also very inaccurate. Of course, he didn't have intimate relations with Yun Zhenu, because when her cycle came, she was completely temperamental. 15 minutes ago, she was very bad-tempered and would seize the opportunity to scold Yang Dingtian. But 15 minutes later, she would suddenly seduce him. Therefore, every time Yun Zhenu became moody, it meant that her cycle had come, and her cycle was very chaotic. There was no pattern at all. This should be the result of Queen Hai Xian's evil experiment. "Husband, will you marry other women?" Huang Yu suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment. He said, "I don't know." "Pervert," Huang Yu complained. Yang Dingtian said, "Some are responsible." Huang Yu gently drew circles on Yang Dingtian's chest. Then she said, "You have to give Xiang Xiang an explanation. She has waited for so many years and took good care of your daughter." "I know," Yang Dingtian said. "Also, if I marry Xiang Xiang, it will set an example for the Foxman race and the human race. It will let the half-human race integrate better into the human country." "Annoying," Huang Yu complained. "It's obviously a good thing, but you make it sound so snobbish." Then Huang Yu said, "Xiang Xiang used to be very bold, but now she has become very sensitive. So you have to take the initiative in this matter, understand?" "I'm okay," Yang Dingtian said. Then he said, "Say, if I ask Master to propose today by day, Bella, wouldn't it be more serious?" Huang Yu thought for a moment. Then she nodded and said, "It's good, but it doesn't seem to be enough. You can't just propose to her father. You have to propose to Xiang Xiang too." Yang Dingtian said, "Okay, I'll go find Yin Yan and propose to Xiang Xiang." "Is it the boss of us sisters?" Huang Yu asked with a strange tone. Yang Dingtian said, You can't bully her at home. She is the easiest to bully, and that's why she is the boss." "PFFF." Huang Yu laughed. Then she rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian and said delicately, "Biased." Yang Dingtian stayed silent for a moment. He looked at Huang Yu's eyes and couldn't help but reveal a guilty expression. He had wronged many women, but Dugu Fingwu was the one he had wronged the most. "What? I was just joking. Why are you angry?" Huang Yu said delicately, "She is the first wife, and we are the second wife. Of course, we have to serve her carefully. I won't retaliate when I hit or scold her. That should be fine, right?" "Silly." Yang Dingtian pinched her gently and said, "Huang, there are some things that I don't know if I should tell you." "What is it? Is it very important?" Huang Yu asked. It can be considered very important." Yang Dingtian said, "Is it about me?" Huang Yu asked. It is about you." Yang Dingtian said, "You are so annoying." Huang Yu punched Yang Dingtian's chest and said, I originally didn't want to know about such important and heavy matters. But after you said it, I became very curious. Tell me then. Yang Dingtian said, Then, I will start from a very, very long time ago. Go ahead. But if I fall asleep while listening, you can't blame me. Huang Yu said, This matter should have started from 7 years ago. At that time, I had just arrived at Cloud Heaven City. Yan Yan was captured by Qin Xiaobai's faction and was framed for murder. In order to save her, I requested for a martial arts duel, and Qin Xiaobai wanted to make use of this opportunity to kill me. Yang Dingtian said, at that time his cultivation was much higher than mine. He was about 2 levels higher than me. I was completely at a loss. I went to the Temple of Blood, which was the territory of the evil ways. I wanted to go to the blood pool there to seek a breakthrough. Yang Dingtian narrated the story of himself and Dugu Fengwu. He didn't leave out any details, including the first time he met Dugu Fengwu and the battle between her and Dongfang Bingling. However, when Yang Dingtian talked about how he saw the naked Dugu Fengwu in the blood pool, Huang Yu had already closed her eyes and seemed to have fallen asleep. However, Yang Dingtian knew that she wasn't asleep. She was listening more attentively and comfortably. Yang Dingtian spoke very slowly and explained every detail clearly. He talked about how because of Dugu Xiao, Dugu Fengwu misunderstood that he took the opportunity to take advantage of her. Then, when they met at the Southwest Sea, he saved her multiple times. She forced him to contact the Hidden Sect's fake sword art and impersonate the Hidden Sect's disciple, Wu Ming, to obtain the mystic fire devil hammer from the divine weapons manor. Then they went to the Fire Cloud Devil Cave to forge the soul sword and discover the mystic realm. Before Feng Wu wanted to kill him, she handed over her body to him and killed him with a palm strike. At this point, Huang Yu's delicate body trembled slightly. Yang Dingtian continued. In the mystic realm, he came back to life because of the holy water. Then he talked about how he met Feng Wu in the Donli grassland. Feng Wu, Gudu Wu Huan, and the others fought over the million spirit demon fire and made a move on Dongfang Bingling. He talked about how he and Dongfang Bingling worked together to fight against Dugu Fengwu, Qin Huayu, and Gudu Wu Huan in the valley of the Foxman race. He suddenly pierced Dugu Fengwu's chest with his sword. Huang Yu's delicate body twitched violently. She then covered her chest as though she felt a throbbing pain. He talked about how Dugu Fengwu already had child. He pierced Feng Wu and almost killed her. He also almost harmed his child. Even though it had been a long time, Yang Dingtian still twitched when he talked about it. His heart was in extreme pain and he was extremely fearful. If something really happened back then, he could only slit his own throat. Finally, he talked about how Dugu Fengwu and Dongfang Bingling were both poisoned by the soul-devouring demon, Mysterious Demon. Yang Dingtian wanted to use the tear crystal to save one of them. Dongfang Bingling chose to save Dugu Fengwu and snatched her child away from her and brought it to the Cloud Heaven City. Dugu Xiao wiped her memories, changed her appearance, and sent her to the Lost Abyss. It was to prevent Dugu Fengwu from getting involved in the battle between the righteous and evil. It was to prevent her and Yang Dingtian from killing each other. At this point, Huang Yu's face was completely covered in tears. Her delicate body was twitching. I'm sorry. After he finished, Yang Dingtian could only keep repeating these 3 words. Chapter 897. After a long time, Huang Yu lifted her head and said delicately, Husband, this Dugu Fengwu is too pitiful. Yang Dingtian was instantly stunned. Could it be that he didn't make it clear? He had already made it very clear. At the end, he even mentioned Yun Jianu and Queen Hai Xian's evil soul spirit experiments on them. Anyone would be able to tell that this Dugu Fengwu was Huang Yu herself. This woman should be considered smart. How could she not tell? But a pitiful person must have a hateful side. Huang Yu said, Therefore, I feel that you didn't do anything wrong in this matter. Dugu Fengwu's tragedy is more of a personal tragedy. She is too headstrong. If she had brought the child and followed Yang Dingtian to Cloud Heaven City, wouldn't everything be fine? Yang Dingtian was even more stunned. She even had a comment. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's incomparably guilty atmosphere and Dugu Fengwu's tragic atmosphere were completely destroyed by this woman. Huang, you don't hate me? Yang Dingtian asked. Huang Yu said, What does this have to do with me? You are my husband and the father of my child. You are the person closest to me. Do you think I'll hate you for an irrelevant woman? Am I that stupid? In an instant, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but touch Huang Yu's forehead. He was afraid that she had experienced so much, or perhaps some soul spirit experiments had caused her to have some problems with her intelligence. Perhaps anyone would be able to tell that Yang Dingtian's story was about herself. What are you touching? Huang Yu grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and said, What's there to touch on the forehead? After a long time, Yang Dingtian finally said, Huang Yu, you don't understand, or are you pretending? You don't have to suffer like this. You think I have a problem with my brain? Huang Yu asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I have indeed seen women with problems with their brains, and it wasn't just one, but you should be fine. Idiot. Huang Yu kissed Yang Dingtian's lips and said, The story you told is very touching and true. But let me ask you, husband, is that woman related to me? Nothing? Was it all right? It was clearly the same body. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly understood. Oh, does it matter? Although it was the same body. However, from the perspective of Huang Yu's current thoughts, it was indeed hard for her to place herself in Dugu Fengwu's shoes. Moreover, she was at her happiest right now. Was she supposed to take Fengwu's place and take her place? Subsequently, Huang Yu's beautiful eyes widened as she said, Hey, you can't be thinking of letting that Dugu Fengwu appear in front of you and be subdued by you again, or to torture you again to satisfy some unknown hobby of yours, right? Yang Dingtian's eyes instantly widened, even though the situation that Huang Yu described was indeed very tempting. Yang Dingtian really didn't think about it. Then Huang Yu suddenly twisted Yang Dingtian's waist and said, Hey, you can't be thinking of me as her, and that's why you married me, right? Don't tell me you don't like me as a person? Yang Dingtian was even more speechless. Then he felt a wave of pain from his waist. It was because he had turned 90 degrees counterclockwise, and it was so painful that he was twitching. Men are all bad things. Huang Yu said, You don't like those who are obedient to you. Instead, you like those who are forceful and want to torture you. Only then will you have a sense of accomplishment. You have such a hobby, and I can satisfy you. Then she opened her small mouth and bit Yang Dingtian's chest fiercely. Pain, 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 pain. Yang Dingtian instantly cried out miserably and begged for mercy. After letting go of Yang Dingtian's chest, Huang Yu used her small tongue to lick off the fresh blood at the corner of her mouth. This little girl's bite was really vicious, and a deep bite mark really appeared on Yang Dingtian's chest. Furthermore, it was already bleeding. It was really unknown if she was taking revenge for Dugu Fengwu, or if she was angry that Yang Dingtian married her because of Dugu Fengwu. After a long time, Huang Yu suddenly asked, Husband, do you miss her very much? Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, my thinking was a little extreme in the past, and I didn't handle things well. In fact, if I was gentler and more resolute back then, many things wouldn't have happened. I still couldn't let go of my pride, and I took my anger out on her because of Dongfang Bingling, which resulted in such an outcome. After a long time, Huang Yu suddenly said, Is Huang Yu not good enough? Yang Dingtian was startled. That's right. Was Huang Yu not good enough? Did Fengwu have to appear and make Huang Yu disappear? After that, the two of them hugged quietly and didn't speak anymore. Suddenly, Huang Yu said, Husband, approximately how long more do we need to reach the southern barbarian continent? 2 days, Yang Dingtian said. Why don't we make a trip to the central capital and take a look at that slave Yin Zhenu? Huang Yu said. Are you sure you want to go? Yang Dingtian asked. Huang Yu said. All right. 4 hours later, Yang Wu's baby woke up. Yang Dingtian carried her and took Huang Yu to the demon vulture king and flew to the central capital as fast as possible. In just over 4 hours, they had arrived at the headquarters of the Council of Light. When they entered slave Yunjana's office, she was still fighting among countless documents. Obviously, she enjoyed the process. After Yang Dingtian came in, slave Yunjanu didn't even raise her head. She said directly, Hey, you came to see me at this time. Have you finished your business in the Naga Empire? Shouldn't you accompany me to the southern barbarian continent? Why did you come to the central capital to see me? Do you have any ulterior motives? After that, she raised her head and saw Huang Yu and the baby Yangwu in her arms. Her beautiful and charming face was slightly stunned as she said, Madam Huang Yu? Miss Wu? Baby, call me Auntie, Huang Yu said. Auntie Nu, Yangwu said. Yes. Slave Yun Janu's beautiful face twitched. She wanted to say something intimate, but she couldn't say it. When she was in Cloud Sky City, she was like this when she held Yanli. She wanted to show affection and praise, but it was very unnatural. Therefore, it seemed that she was a little cold to the child. That was Feng Wu's personality. She was always like this. However, it was a little contradictory when matched with slave Yunjanu's charm. Then there was an awkward silence. Huang Yu knew the relationship between the two and knew what had happened. Slave Yunjanu didn't know it clearly, but she was smart enough to guess it. She had guessed it long ago. Huang Yu was eager to meet her, but she didn't know what to say. You are so beautiful, Huang Yu said. You too. Slave Yunjanu said unnaturally. Huang Yu said, You have handled so many things. You are amazing. Slave Yun said, You led the resistance army in the Naga Empire to resist Queen Hyexean for so many years. You are even more amazing. After flattering each other, they didn't know what to say. The two of them were originally strangers. However, they were very close because their souls were in each other's bodies. However, this exchange of souls didn't bring their original memories. Therefore, this soul inherited a new body and new memories. Therefore, both of them became new people. Huang Yu finally thought of something and said, Oh, this is my daughter. Do you want to hold her? Okay. Slave Yunjanu said and reached out. I don't want to. But Yang Wu didn't give him face and turned her face away. Then, slave Yunjanu withdrew her hand awkwardly. Then we will leave. Huang Yu couldn't bear the awkward atmosphere and wanted to leave with her daughter. And then I won't send you off. See you next time, Slave Yun said. Then, Huang Yu left with her daughter. Yang Dingtian didn't know if he should stay or leave. I will wait for you outside. Hurry up. Huang Yu rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian as if this awkward meeting was his fault. She had forgotten that she was the one who wanted to meet slave Yunjanu. After Huang Yu left, slave Yunjanu rolled his eyes at Yang Dingtian and said, This is all your fault. Yang Dingtian was speechless. What did this have to do with him? After a long while, slave Yun said, Actually, there was a period of time when I felt strange. It was as if after a long sleep, I became another person. I recalled many things in the past and felt strange. Why would I do such a thing? Then I felt disdainful and mocked myself, thinking that I was stupid. After a long time, I gradually felt more natural. Then slave Yunjanu raised both his hands and said, Look, what's the difference between my hands? Yang Dingtian looked for a while and said, There's no difference. Idiot. Slave Yunjanu said, Can't you see? My left hand is a little worn. You can see that I used to practice with my left hand, but somehow I used my right hand to hold a sword and write with my right hand. But many times when I unintentionally held a brush, I would use my left hand. Yang Dingtian said, My master, Dongfang Minmi, took over Uncle Lung Qingchen's body, but his memories are all his own. None of them are Uncle Lung Chingchen's. Of course, when he self-destructed, his soul escaped, so he lost a lot of his memories. He can't remember many things. Idiot. Slave Yin said, when Master Dongfang's soul took over, Senior Lung Chingchen's memories and soul were all destroyed by you. It was an empty body. However, our situation is different. You know what happened to your body? Yang Dingtian asked. I found out earlier than you did. Slave Yin said, I'm not stupid. I wasn't sure before, but now that you brought her here, I can be sure. And some records of the soul transfer technique, when a living person's soul flows, it can't take away their complete memories. This is because the soul and memories are not a whole. The soul is a kind of energy, while the memories are a kind of information stored in the brain. Yan Dingtian said, your fierce look is becoming more and more like her. Slave Yin said, because I'm trying to get rid of the memories of my original body. I'm trying to regain my independent personality. Of course, I'm still affected by the original memories of this body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have tried to seduce you again and again. Even though I don't care about the love between men and women, I still yearn for it. Then Slave Yin said coquettishly, my heart is in a mess now and I'm at my weakest. This is also the best chance for you to trick me into your room. Don't you want to try? Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. He said, I don't dare. Humph. If you miss this chance, there won't be a next time. Slave Yin rolled her eyes and said, then get lost. That woman has been waiting for you for a long time. Yang Dingtian said, then I'll come and see you again next time. Get lost, you annoying person. Slave Yin turned around and said. Yang Dingtian walked out. Wait, Slave Yin said. Yang Dingtian stopped again. Come, hug me. Slave Yin said. Yang Dingtian walked forward and hugged her gently. Slave Yin grabbed his hand and placed it on her waist. She asked, how do I compare to her? You're very seductive. Yang Dingtian said honestly. I can feel it. You're not being honest anymore. Slave Yin said. Her breathing was a little hurried, and her body was gradually heating up. Then, Yun Jianu's little mouth kissed him on the lips. She grabbed his hand and pressed it down hard on her waist. She said, enjoy it. This is the only chance to take advantage of me. In the future, I will continue to be single. Yan Dingtian grabbed her hand with a little force. Slave Yin's body trembled. Then she pushed him and said, all right, time's up. You can go now. Then she sat back on her desk and continued to fight with countless documents. Yang Dingtian left with his mind in a mess. Together with Huang Yu, he rode on the demon eagle king Aja and flew toward the fleet. Huang Yu carried her daughter and pinched a certain part of Yang Dingtian's body. She whispered, shameless woman. After Yang Dingtian left, Slave Yin immediately left her desk and rushed to her bedroom. She only came out after 15 minutes. She had changed her clothes from inside to outside. Not only that, she had even changed into a snow-white male outfit. Yang Dingtian brought Huang Yu and landed on the secret fleet. 2 days later, the huge fleet finally arrived at the southern barbarian continent. At this time, a huge pier had been built on the old site of the Queen's new city. The pier and the sea were completely empty. Hundreds of thousands of rebels, who had their memories wiped away, saw a brand new land after they came out of the ship. There were countless half-human race and countless houses. They did not know how they escaped from the Holy Valley and how they came here. However, they remembered the desperate experience in the Holy Valley, the experience of starving and waiting for death. At this time, seeing this brand new city and brand new land, countless people were overjoyed. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, from now on, this is your home. You are a part of the Council of Light. Long live, long live. The hundreds of thousands of half-human rebels could no longer hold it in. Tears filled their eyes, and they cheered loudly. After suffering the tyranny of the Snake Men Empire and a few years in the Holy Valley, They thought that they were going to die. Who knew that they could be reborn, saved, and have a home? Some of the half-human race even knelt down and sniffed the soil on the ground and rubbed the soil on their faces. Settling down hundreds of thousands of half-human race was a piece of cake for the Council of Light. Originally, someone had suggested that the resistance army should be separated into different towns and villages. However, Yang Dingtian still refused and allowed this group of half-human race to gather together. He had even selected an area that was similar to the Foxman race's East Parting Grassland. It was several tens of thousands of square kilometers and had huge valleys and clean lakes. Yang Dingtian led Huang Yu and Day, by Day Bella, to the headquarters of the Council of Light in the southern barbarian continent. Today, they would confirm Day by Day Bella's position as the second commander of the southern barbarian continent defense zone and her position in the Council of Light. Also, the elites of the half-human race would enter the frontline army of the Council of Light. However, in the castle, they had to start with the most important thing, which was the Vulture Palace. That's right. A few days after Yang Dingtian left, the Vulture Palace started their suicidal actions. Chapter 898. In fact, Wulingzi was smart. He knew that the forces of the Council of Light were just around the corner, waiting for the Vulture Palace to have internal strife. Therefore, he could not carry out the purge for the time being. But many times, knowing what to do and knowing what to do were two completely different things. He tried very hard to endure and did not carry out the purge. Instead, he tried to rope in the higher-ups of the Vulture Palace. Of course, the higher-ups of the Vulture Palace were also half reluctant and half willing. They were prepared to sit on the fence between Wulingzi and Yang Dingtian and take advantage of both sides. Wulingzi was also aware of this, but he also pinched his nose and accepted it. He was prepared to use underhanded methods to carry out the purge slowly. However, it was clear that the spirit vulture was not that patient. After finding an opportunity, she immediately took action and killed the woman who had spoken rudely to her. And this woman happened to be the concubine of one of the higher-ups of the Vulture Palace. Therefore, this higher-up went to question Wulingzi. After learning that it was Vulture who had done it privately, he immediately asked Wulingzi to punish Vulture. Of course, Wulingzi was extremely angry and could only kick the ball around. As a result, this higher-up began to collude with the Council of Light more openly. Meanwhile, Lingjiao was constantly fanning Wulingzi's ears, saying that even if Wulingzi was magnanimous, he would still go and seek refuge with Yang Dingtian. Why didn't he take advantage of the fact that Yang Dingtian wasn't around and carry out a purge? Wulingzi was already angry and did not have much patience. He suddenly felt that Vulture made a lot of sense. Thus his great purge began. Wulingzi, who had lived to this age, had a very flawed personality. It was not easy for him to pinch his nose and hold back his anger before. Now that he had exploded, it was terrible. That night, he led his trusted subordinates and personally attacked the Vulture Palace, causing rivers of blood to flow. The higher-ups of the Vulture Palace were also looking for trouble. They were blinded by Wulingzi's compromise and concession. They thought that with the Council of Light, Wulingzi would not dare to do anything to them. As a result, they gradually let down their guard. In the end, almost all of the higher-ups who were at odds with Wulingzi were killed in one night. There weren't many left. The remaining high-ranking officials were scared out of their wits. They fled the Vulture Palace that very night and came to the territory of the Council of Light to seek protection. The Vulture Palace, which was already in an unstable state, was completely destroyed by Wulingzi's massacre. What followed next was complete panic, and countless people fled one after another. The Council of Light took the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. So many people who were not on Wulingzi's purge list died mysteriously. In short, there were people who suddenly died every day. Then, all the crimes were put on Wulingzi's head. Even later, Wulingzi clearly did not kill people, but more and more people died. Later, even Wulingzi's direct subordinates began to die. Then it was said that it was a counterattack by the forces opposing Wolingzi. In this way, the Vulture Palace became a complete mess in an instant. People killed each other. Almost everyone in the palace felt insecure. Except for a few, anyone could suddenly lose their life. Wolingzi really wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, the deaths of so many people had nothing to do with him. Why did all the crimes fall on him? But no matter what, yellow mud went into his crotch. Even if it was not shit, it was shit. Moreover, he was an extremely prideful person. He simply disdained to explain. Therefore, he could not clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Such chaos and killings lasted for half a month. Then, 60% of the entire Vulture Palace's intermediate and advanced martial artists died. Nearly 10,000 people. Hundreds of the senior commanders of the Black Vulture Corps also died mysteriously. Almost all the martial artists in the Vulture Palace fled, escaping this vortex of killing. The commanders of the Black Vulture Corps also completely lost their sense of security and led the Black Vulture Corps to defect. According to the latest data, the number of defectors in the entire Black Vulture Corps had exceeded 150,000. In addition, there were 30,000 to 40,000 Black Vulture Corps soldiers who wanted to defect to the Snake People Empire. In the end, they were intercepted by the Council of Light. After a small-scale battle, the Black Vulture Corps that defected to the Snake People Empire were all captured. In this way, more than 90% of the Black Vulture Corps, the most important force in the entire Vulture Palace, had entered the arms of the Council of Light. In the Vulture Palace, there were originally tens of thousands of martial artists. Now, there was at most less than 20% left, and all of them were Wolingzi's direct subordinates. This unforeseen event had truly caused Yang Dingtian to be extremely surprised. Originally, Yang Dingtian had planned to use half a year to a year to annex the entire Black Vulture Corps and swallow the fruit of victory, the southern barbarian continent. He didn't expect that the Vulture Palace would collapse on its own. In just over a month, the Vulture Palace, once one of the strongest martial arts sects, collapsed just like that. In fact, the Vulture Palace as a unified force had already collapsed the moment Wu Dozi became the new master. This was because Wolingzi's compromise and concession made all the Vulture Palace experts see that he was fierce in appearance but weak in heart. Wu Dozi, on the other hand, acted too fiercely and had only been in power for a short period of time. After he took over, he basically used those who opposed Wolingzi. He didn't use those who were capable and had a strong cultivation base, but had been used by Wolingzi before. Therefore, the Vulture Palace's loyalty to Wolingzi had collapsed, but their loyalty to Wu Daozi hadn't been established yet. In this kind of old force, losing one's loyalty basically meant that it would collapse. Of course, this kind of old force also included the Council of Light. If Yang Dingtian died, the Council of Light would also be difficult to avoid the situation of being torn apart. Sect leader, how should we deal with the Vulture Palace, which has been largely destroyed? Dongfang Minmi asked. Yang Dingtian. Now, in the Vulture Palace, how many experts are above the great Grandmaster level? How many are Grandmaster level experts? More than half of the Vulture Palace's great Grandmasters died in this internal strife. The rest basically defected to our side. At this time, there should only be 3 in the Vulture Palace, and there shouldn't be more than 30 Grandmasters, Qin Wanqiu said. Yang Dingtian, they don't plan to come over? Dongfang Minmi, these people should be Wolingzi's most direct subordinates. It should be very, very difficult for them to come over. Yang Dingtian fell into deep thought. How to deal with Wolingzi. This was the most difficult step. First of all, when Yang Dingtian wasn't sure that he could kill him, he must be completely enraged and not force him into a dead end. Otherwise, if he were to go on a killing spree against the Radiant Congress, it would truly be a great disaster. The best result, of course, would be for him to join the Council of Light. But this was impossible. This person had already lost any faith and was extremely selfish. It was absolutely impossible for him to become a comrade in arms with Yang Dingtan. Then, this person couldn't be killed, nor could he be pulled in. It was really, really troublesome. Sect Master, is it really impossible to kill him? Dongfang Minmi, just like how he dealt with Wu Daozi. Yang Dingtan shook his head and said, Wulingzi's cultivation is completely unfathomable. His cultivation method is different from everyone else. Let me put it this way. In these countless years, he has almost devoured the energy of countless powerful wandering souls and used countless lives to balance yin and yang. In short, this person's cultivation is very, very amazing. Between him and Queen Hai Xan, who is stronger, I really don't know. Dongfang Minmi's breathing suddenly stagnated. Really, everyone was confused by Wulingzi's appearance and cowardice. How strong could such a person be? He was just like a piece of trash. It was really strange to be so timid and afraid of death to this extent. Dongfang Minmi said, Then if you marry Vulture, is it possible to win over Wulingzi? Impossible. Yang Dingtian, if it's possible, I can grit my teeth and marry Vulture. But now Wulingzi is already extremely afraid of the Demon King Wentian, and he is already drooling over first-class evil spirits. I can say that for a first-class evil spirit, he can give up everything. Vulture can't hold him back. Then, Yang Dingtian, Vulture is the same. Not to mention a first-class evil spirit. Even for a second-class evil spirit, she can sell everything. Suddenly, everyone was completely at a loss of what to do with Wulingzi. Since there was nothing they could do, they could only put it aside first. Anyway, Wulingzi could be said to be completely timid. As long as he was not forced to a dead end, he was still willing to be an ostrich, bury his head in the sand, and continue to dominate the Vulture Palace. Anyway, as the most important force of the Vulture Palace, the Black Vulture Army, had already entered the hands of the Council of Light. Next was a long process of reorganization and assimilation. Next, the Council of Light began to discuss the establishment of the half-human army, day by day Bella becoming the second commander of the Southern Barbarian Continent Defense Region, and day by day Bella entering the Council of Light Command Department. The outcome was very smooth. As the leader of the Foxman tribe and the leader of the half-human rebellion army, day by day Bella became a member of the Council of Light Command Department. The entire half-human race would establish a first-line army of no more than 150,000 soldiers. Of course, it was actually very difficult for this number of soldiers to enter the Council of Light Command Department. But after all, she represented the entire half-human race. As a member of the Command Department, day by day Bella's current cultivation of a 6-star Grandmaster was indeed a little low. Therefore, she would enter the first dark territory together with hundreds of Grandmasters and dozens of low-level Grandmasters to cultivate. Of course, this time, Yang Dingtian was only responsible for sending them to the first dark territory. Yao, Li, and Yao Zi might lead the team. After the meeting, Yang Dingtian once again went to the Vulture Palace to visit Wulingzi. However, he was rejected. The lonely peak where Wulingzi lived had been destroyed by Yang Dingtian, so he lived in a cave. Moreover, he spent most of his time in seclusion. Currently, the entire Vulture Palace was managed by Ling Chizi. However, Ling Chizi was an extremely gloomy person and did not want to care about anything at all. Therefore, all the authority of the Vulture Palace fell into the hands of the Vulture. Of course, the Vulture Palace did not have much authority at this point. Those who remained were basically Wulingzi's loyal dogs, and the Vulture could not find anyone to attack. Therefore, the entire Vulture Palace was completely lifeless. In fact, he had even stopped his daily cultivation. As a conventional martial Dao faction, the Vulture Palace was basically useless. As for the last territory of the human kingdoms, it was a fact that it had fallen into the hands of Yang Dingtian. Before the Doomsday War arrived, the only things that needed to be dealt with were the Snake Men Empire and the Netherworld Sea. After settling down the half-human race, Yang Dingtian brought Huang Yu and Yang Wu back to his big family in Cloud Heaven City. When he saw Huang Yu, Yang Li did not have much of a reaction. This was because when he left Huang Yu, he was still very young and did not have much of a memory. Moreover, Huang Yu's appearance had obviously changed completely. However, when he saw Yang Wu, he was very surprised. This was because this Yang Wu looked like him, although she was more beautiful than him. When Huang Yu saw Yang Li, her delicate body twitched slightly. Then she stretched out her arms and said, "Can I hug you?" It was obvious that her body reacted to Yang Li. Yang Li's attitude towards his father was not very good, but his attitude towards his mother and Ani was very good. Therefore, he came over obediently and let Huang Yu hug him. When Huang Yu hugged him, she used a lot of strength and even sniffed Yang Li's scent as if she was trying to find some kind of memory. No matter what, this family was one step closer to reunion. Of course, most importantly, Dongfang Bingling was still lost. As for Shimin Ningning, she was still a mystery. Of course, this big family would soon have another member. As Yang Dingtian Sr., Dongfang Minmi personally went to Day by Day Bella to propose marriage to Xiang Xiang. When Day by Day Bella received Dongfang Minmi's proposal, her expression became very complicated. Then she sighed and said, "Although Xiang Xiang is not worthy of the sect master understands the sect master's intentions. But I also know the sect master's good intentions. Xiang Xiang can be considered to have gotten what she wanted." Apart from Dongfang Minmi, Yan Yan also personally went to the southern barbarian continent to seek Xiang Xiang's consent. After hearing this news, Xiang Xiang's face revealed not only sweetness but also bitterness. Then she nodded and said softly, "Thank you, madam, for your help." Yan Yan said sympathetically, "Actually, this matter should have been personally asked by my husband. However, he felt that he didn't have the face to come. After all, he wants to monopolize so many sisters. No matter how thick-skinned he is, he would still feel embarrassed." Xiang Xiang pursed her lips and smiled. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anxiety and longing. 3 days later, in Cloud Sky City, a low-key but grand wedding was held. Other than Yang Dingtian's family and the higher-ups of the Council of Light, the remaining guests were all representatives of the half-human race. This was because this wedding symbolized the integration of the half-human race and the human race. Although the wedding wasn't luxurious, it was very lively and enthusiastic. Especially the half-human race, they were completely immersed in a sea of joy. As for Yang Dingtian's children, they were running around crazily as they laughed heartily. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the great Cloud Sky City and said to the people on the city gate, "Please go in and report to your sect master Yang Dingtian that an old friend of the Yin-Yang Mirror is here." This person was walking with a limp. It was really an unforgettable old friend, Prince Li Ming. That's right, it was him. Chapter 899. Although Li Ming was limping, his speed was quite fast. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. Yang Dingtian stood in place and did not move for a long time. The time had finally come. 2 things. The first was the marriage of Li Ming and Dongfang. The second was the Doomsday War. Although Bingling's will had already been controlled by the evil spirit, and everything she did wasn't her original intention, Yang Dingtian still wouldn't allow the marriage between her and Li Ming to happen. Moreover, Dongfang Bingling and Yang Dingtian had already been married. Although there were no guests, there was an official marriage contract, and they had bowed to heaven and earth. They were definitely a real couple. Let his wife marry someone else? Even if Yang Dingtian died, he would not let such a thing happen. Even if he did the craziest thing, even if the consequences were huge, Yang Dingtian would stop all of this. All of this happened too suddenly. Originally, Yang Dingtian should have been given more time. It would have been best to let him completely deal with the Vulture Palace and the Naga Empire before the Doomsday War arrived. But now the Vulture Palace had only dealt with 80% of the war, and the Naga Empire had only rescued a few 100,000 rebels. The rest of the matter of killing Queen Hai-Exan and disintegrating the Naga Empire had not even begun. Now, since the Doomsday War was coming so soon, as the third in command of the evil ways, Crown Prince Li Ming had appeared once again. Yang Dingtian stood in place for a long time until the sun shone into his eyes. Only then did he come to his senses. It was not right for him to stand there in a daze. If even he, the leader, showed a confused expression, then the morale of the Council of Light would be completely destroyed. Thus, Yang Dingtian soared into the sky, rode on the demon eagle King Azu, and flew toward Cloud Sky City. Then, in the conference room of Cloud Sky City, Yang Dingtian immediately called for a meeting of the Council of Light's High Command Department. Evil Ways Number 3, Crown Prince Li Ming, has appeared, Yang Dingtian said. As soon as these words came out, everyone present suddenly trembled. Out of everyone present, only Zhou Qingqi and Qin Wanchou had direct contact with Li Ming. As for the others, they had only heard of their names and had never seen them before. However, everyone knew how terrifying Li Ming was. No matter how powerful or terrifying a person was, there was no need to see what he had done. Was Ning Wuming, the head of the South Xining clan, and Qin Chichi's husband, powerful? That scheme made people tremble in fear. If Ning Wuming had not encountered Zhu Qingzhu, who was so powerful, he could have wiped out the entire Council of Light. Ning Wuming was merely Li Ming's lackey. Wu Yuming was powerful enough, wasn't she? In the evil ways, she was ranked below Li Ming. In the human countries, almost all the evil ways, secret agents, and evil ways forces were all done by Li Ming. Not only that, the Yin-Yang mirror incident was also planned by Li Ming. Yang Dingtian was played in the palm of his hand. He set a trap for Yang Dingtian to step into. This led to the demonization of Dongfang Bingling and the Queen Devil Queen. In the evil ways, Prince Li Ming was the true successor of the Demon King Wentian. Therefore, he was also the next master of the Temple of Annihilation. Therefore, all the higher-ups present were fully aware of this terrifying person. Yang Dingtian continued, he came here for two things. First, he told me that the Legion of Doom has mostly taken shape. The Armageddon War should erupt within this year. Second, he sent me a wedding invitation. He wants to hold a wedding with Dongfang Bingling and invited me to attend. After saying that, Dongfang Minmi's eyelids trembled. Then, the entire hall fell into silence. It was Qin Wanchou who spoke. Sect Master, you once said that Crown Prince Li Ming wanted Dongfang Bingling to fight with you, kill you, and completely defeat the Tiando League. Then he would marry her with the entire world as a betrothal gift. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, he said that before. Qin Wanchou said, then why did he change his mind now? Is he someone who would change his mind so easily? Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time, then said, he has a firm will and is as cunning as a fox. He doesn't seem like someone who would change his mind so easily. Qin Wanchou said, then since he changed his mind, there should be a reason. And Dongfang Bingling's will has already been suppressed, so it can't be because of her. Does that mean that it's because of you? Yang Dingtian said, I'm a little confused. Marshal Uncle Qin, please say it. Qin Wanchou said, is it because your performance has greatly surpassed Li Ming's performance? Moreover, our army of the Radiant Parliament has displayed an incomparably astonishing combat strength. As for you, you have also displayed an astonishing cultivation base. Moreover, we're about to completely destroy the Vulture Palace. Even Wu Yuming has completely given up on opposing you. If this continues, it will become more and more disadvantageous for the evil ways. Therefore, he has to disrupt your rhythm, so he put on such a show of marriage. Yang Dingtian said, but now the Demon King Wentian has a huge advantage. The power in his hands far surpasses ours. That's right, Qin Wanchou said, but distant water can't quench a present thirst. You said that Yongxi Wentian has become the chairman of Little Western Paradise again. But that place is a so-called democratic system. As the chairman, he can't directly control all the power. The real direct power is in the hands of the various large tribes. And in the Underworld Empire, although Wen Tian's soul clone has become the Netherworld Ghost Emperor and has countless half-saints and saints in his hands, they are completely sealed off. However, they were completely sealed in the Nether Plane and could not enter the human kingdoms. As for Wen Tian's soul main body in New Naga, it's even more impossible for him to leave the sealed space in New Naga. When this was said, everyone couldn't help but nod. Qin Wanqiu continued, "Therefore, the Demon King, Wen Tian, has a huge amount of power. It's 10 times, 100 times more than ours. But that's to deal with the God of Chaos, not to deal with the Council of Light. Even the Demon King Wen Tian's direct opponent is not you. Because of Wu Yoming's failure and Dongli's failure, Crown Prince Li Ming appeared. And if he wants to defeat you, he has to rely on his intelligence and his Legion of Doom. Can we predict that his World Annihilation Army is actually not mature yet? It is still lacking the most crucial link, but time is extremely tight. After you completely deal with the Vulture Palace and the Snakeman Empire, you will completely unify the entire Vitality continent. Coupled with our incomparably powerful Council of Light Legion, he feels that he has no chance of winning. Therefore, he has no choice but to make a move in advance." Finally, Qin Wanqiu said, "And the so-called marriage between him and Dongfang Yudin is merely a part of his scheme. It's just to throw our rhythm into disarray. Because whether it's the Vulture Palace or the Snakeman Empire, you have to deal with them personally. None of us can do it alone." Yang Dingtian fell into silence. Qin Wanqiu's words were very reasonable. The possibility of this was very, very high. If this was the case, Yang Dingtian should completely ignore Li Ming's actions and focus on solving the Vulture Palace and the Snakeman Empire. As for the marriage between Li Ming and Dongfang Mudan, it was just a part of the plan. Moreover, Li Ming seemed to have jokingly said that he was marrying Dongfang Mudan and not Dongfang Bingling. However, to let Yang Dingtian just ignore this matter and focus on dealing with the Vulture Palace and the Snakeman Empire, he really couldn't do it. Even if he knew that it might be a scheme, Yang Dingtian couldn't just sit back and watch. Dongfang Bingling marrying Li Ming was absolutely not something that could happen, even if it was just a possibility. Well, then if Yang Dingtian didn't sit back and watch, what could he do? Go to the Temple of Annihilation and directly snatch the marriage? First of all, was his cultivation enough? Second, Dongfang Bingling's will was completely suppressed. Even if Yang Dingtian went to snatch it, what could he do? He still couldn't break the entanglement of the evil spirit. Most importantly, everyone knew that the Abyssal Sea was in the far west, and the Temple of Annihilation was also in the far west. During the previous Doomsday War, the Legion of Doom had swept out from the Abyssal Sea. However, where exactly was the Abyssal Sea? No one present had been there before. Perhaps other than the core of the evil ways, no one knew the answer to this question. At the same time, the lame crown Prince Li Ming had already appeared in the Temple of Blood. Li Ming pays his respects to Palace Master Dugu. Li Ming bowed. Dugu Xiao bowed deeply and said, "Temple of Blood's Palace Master Dugu Xiao pays his respects to young Lord Li Ming." Li Ming smiled bitterly and said, "Palace Master Dugu, there's no need to be so courteous." Dugu Xiao smiled but didn't say anything. Li Ming said, "The Doomsday War is imminent. Is Palace Master Dugu ready?" Dugu Xiao said, "There's nothing much to prepare. I'm just preparing to die." Li Ming said, "From your tone it seems a little bleak. Why are you so pessimistic?" "I'm not pessimistic," Dugu Xiao said. Li Ming was silent for a moment and then said, "Back then, among the few of us who entered the soul-leaving palace, you were the only one who didn't ask for anything. Therefore, you also became the most detached person. However, I seem to know that you didn't seem to not want anything." Dugu Xiao said, "It was too long ago. I can't remember." Li Ming said, "I didn't know at first. I heard it From Queen Hai Xan. I heard that your daughter wasn't born, but was carried over. Was she carried out from the soul, leaving palace? Dugu Xiao said, If young lord says so, then it must be so. Li Ming said, I heard that apart from Dugu Fengwu, you also have another daughter. She looked very strange since young, and had scales all over her body. I wonder where your daughter is. Can you invite her out for me to meet? Dugu Xiao revealed a sorrowful expression and said, Unfortunately, a few years ago, she couldn't figure it out and committed suicide. Li Ming's expression jumped and said, Oh, when did this happen? Dugu Xiao said, It was when I changed Dugu Fengwu's appearance, wiped away her memories, and sent her to the Misty Abyss. Oh, the Misty Abyss is the later Queen Hai Xan? Of course, I seem to have misjudged her and thought that she was an outsider. Li Ming said, Oh, that's really unfortunate. However, are you sure she didn't escape or was kidnapped by someone, like Yang Dingtian? Dugu Xiao said, Of course not. If she was by Yang Dingtian's side, not only would I know, but I believe young lord would know too. Li Ming fell into a short silence. Then he smiled and said, You also know that apart from the four of us, there's still one more first-grade evil spirit slot. I wonder if you're interested? Dugu Xiao shook his head and said, It's too wasteful to give it to me. I don't need it. Li Ming smiled and said, I understand. Then he took out a wedding invitation and said, This is an invitation for you. 2 months later, at the Temple of Annihilation in the Infernal Ocean, I will have a wedding with Mu Dan of the East. It can be considered as the prelude to the World Extermination War. Please be sure to attend. Dugu Xiao said, Even if I want to go, I don't know where the Infernal Ocean is. Li Ming smiled and said, At that time, of course, someone will bring you to the Infernal Ocean. All right, I'll definitely go, Dugu Xiao said. Li Ming said, All right, then I'll take my leave. Goodbye. I won't send you off, Dugu Xiao said. Then Li Ming left the Temple of Blood and headed to the next place. 1 day later, Crown Prince Li Ming left the joyous palace. Then he flew at full speed in the direction of the Vulture Palace. After 1 day and 1 night, he entered the southern barbarian continent and entered the Vulture Palace. From the beginning to the end, every place he went to, there would be a steady stream of information coming to Cloud Sky City. Towards the arrival of Crown Prince Li Ming, Wulingzi and Vulture's reactions were complete shock and ecstasy. Wulingzi rushed out barefooted and knelt down without saying a word. Old slave Wulingzi greets, Young master. Yang Dingtian is too much of a bully. Young master, please uphold justice for the old slave. The meeting of the Council of Light didn't have any results. Of course, there wouldn't be any results either, because this decision could only be made by Yang Dingtian alone. As long as he made the decision, there would be results. Hence, Yang Dingtian stayed in the Cloud Heaven City and didn't do anything else. He just accompanied his child and tried to find his own heart from it. A few days had passed, and Yang Dingtian still hadn't made a decision. Should he go to the Infernal Ocean? Should he attend Crown Prince Li Ming's so-called wedding? Facing the situation of the Snake People Empire and the Vulture Palace, what should he do? At this moment, the Jiao Liao suddenly entered the valley and said, Sect Master, Miss Lingwu is here to pay a visit. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Lingwu? Why is she here? Then he asked, Is she alone or together with Wu Yuming? The Jiao Liao said, Just Miss Lingwu alone. Yang Dingtian was even more puzzled. Logically speaking, she wouldn't be separated from Wu Yuming at this moment. Why did she come alone? Therefore, he put down the little daughter in his arms and said to Yang Yichen, Foster father has something to do. Can you play chess with Sister Wu? Yang Yichen stood up and bowed like a little adult. Yes, foster father. Then Yang Dingtian walked out of Cloud Sky Castle and saw Lingwu at a mountain peak not far away. She really made people unable to recognize her. Chapter 900. Hai Xan had left just like that. Originally, She was here to borrow his seed. However, she backed out at the last moment. Therefore, she directly broke through the fog, allowing Yang Dingtian to see the light at once. In terms of intelligence, Qin Wanqiu and Dongfeng Minmi were not inferior to Queen Haiyexan. However, due to their cultivation and race, their vision was not as high as Haiyexan's. This resulted in them being unable to see through the fog of Li Ming's trap. Yang Dingtian flew back to Cloud Heaven City. At this moment, Ling Wu was still waiting here. Seeing Yang Dingtian's expression, Ling Wu said, "Yang Dingtian, have you thought through some things clearly?" Yang Dingtian replied, "Am I that obvious?" Ling Wu nodded her head and said, "You're a person who writes everything on your face and eyes." Following that, Ling Wu said, "Then are you still going to meet Big Brother Yuming?" Yang Dingtian replied, "Since I've already promised you, I'll definitely go." After that, Yang Dingtian and Ling Wu rode on King Demon Eagle Aja and flew towards the south. After flying past the Sunset Mountains, Iron Furnace City, and the Southwest region, they arrived at the flourishing and brand new Southwest continent. At this moment, Yang Dingtian could no longer recognize the entire Southwest continent. It was too flourishing. It was so flourishing that it had even surpassed the Northwest continent. The Southwest continent's geographical environment had always been better than the Northwest continent. The entire continent was not covered in desolation. Instead, it was filled with dense primeval forests. However, in the World Extermination War 200 years ago, the traitor of the Tiando League, Li Tianxiao, killed the entire Southwest Alliance army. Following that, the Tiando League suppressed the Southwest continent, causing the martial arts civilization here to wither and gradually degenerate into a barbarian land. After a few years of construction by the Council of Light, this place had already become an incomparably flourishing new continent. Even after a few more years, the West capital would no longer be the largest city in the entire West continent. There were even people who had proposed to move the West capital to the Southwest continent. After flying over nearly 10,000 miles of the Southwest continent, they arrived at the boundless ocean. In the beginning, there were still many islands, but in the end, it was completely a vast sea. In the end, they entered the Devil's Sea. The so-called Devil's Sea area was filled with terrifying whirlpools and shocking lightning. Here, the sun could not be seen from day to day, as if it was the end of the world. Before the demon vulture went through the training in the illusion of the taboo continent, there was basically no winged cavalry that could cross the entire Devil's Sea area. Of course, the current demon vulture king, Azu, could fly tens of thousands of meters high. Naturally, he would be fine. After reaching the Devil's Sea, they kept heading south, south, and south. At this point, they were already more than 60 to 70,000 kilometers away from the Southwest continent. He really didn't know how far he would go before he reached the end of the world. After crossing tens of thousands of miles of the Devil's Water domain, the entire ocean suddenly became tranquil. The dark blue ocean instantly turned dark green. Hundreds of meters tall waves disappeared, and so did the enormous whirlpool, which was hundreds of miles wide. The entire ocean had turned into a beautiful piece of jade. It was as smooth as a mirror and as beautiful as a fairyland. "We're here." Suddenly, Ling Wu said. Yang Dingtian and Ling Wu jumped down from the demon vulture king, Azu. Then Yang Dingtian said, "Azu, wait here. When you want to eat, take the elixir yourself. Understand?" The demon vulture king, Azu, nodded. Then he couldn't wait and dived into the ocean. "Are there any huge demonic beasts in the water?" Yang Dingtian asked hurriedly. "No," Ling Wu said. Ling Wu pulled Yang Dingtian and dived into the ocean at lightning speed. The two of them dove deeper and deeper. Finally, they were so deep that they couldn't believe it. They had already dived hundreds of miles. Soon, the water around them disappeared completely. The surroundings were empty. There wasn't even any air. Yang Dingtian and Ling Wu kept falling, 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 falling. They didn't know how long they had been falling. Suddenly, the two stopped abruptly. This was because they had entered a zero-gravity region. The surroundings of the illusion were completely dark. Moreover, the entire world had become three-dimensional. Ling Wu grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand tightly. She turned her body and found a certain direction. Then she said, "Over there." Then, the two of them spurted out mystic flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Like lightning, they flew dozens of miles to the southwest. Then, Ling Wu stopped. Then, she changed her direction and flew dozens of miles to the north. It was very strange. This place was obviously empty and could be reached directly. However, Ling Wu seemed to be walking in a maze with hundreds and thousands of turns. The energy field here is very strange. It looks perfectly straight, but it might not be perfectly straight. Therefore, it's like walking in a maze. Ling Wu said, "Back then, Big Brother Netherworld spent a good few years to draw the route here." Yang Dingtian asked, "Is this secret realm powerful?" "Powerful. It's very terrifying." Ling Wu said, "If it wasn't for Big Brother Netherworld, I would have died countless times." Yang Dingtian asked, "How many breakthroughs have you made in your cultivation during these 2 years?" Ling Wu said, "It can't be compared to you. I've broken through to 6-star level 9 Great Grandmaster." Yang Dingtian was speechless. Then he said, "It's already very heaven-defying. All right." Ling Wu cast a coquettish glance at him and said, "Don't make fun of me." Yang Dingtian asked, "Now, does the second-grade evil spirit's body have a big impact on you?" Ling Wu said, "It's all right. I've always been walking in front of the second-grade evil spirit's body." At this moment, a ball of hazy light appeared in the darkness, not far ahead. "It's over there," Ling Wu said. Then she pulled Yang Dingtian and suddenly shot toward that ball of light. Whoosh! They suddenly drilled into this ball of light. Yang Dingtian only felt a chill on his face. He had directly entered an unfamiliar secret realm. This secret realm was still incomparably huge. Moreover, this secret realm was different from all the secret realms Yang Dingtian had experienced. He wasn't inside some castle. Instead, it looked like he was in the vast wilderness. In front of him was a magnificent city. It was densely packed with gorgeous houses. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had never seen such an architectural style before. However, this city was basically about to be destroyed. It was about to die. This was because the dark matter that Yang Dingtian had seen before had basically engulfed everything. Only less than 1/10 of this magnificent and huge city was left. There was only a small corner that hadn't been engulfed. This dark matter would completely engulf everything. There was no energy that could destroy it, or save it. After entering the secret realm, Ling Wu immediately pulled Yang Dingtian and shouted loudly, Big Brother, where are you?" There wasn't any reply in the huge city. Wu Yuming didn't give any response. Ling Wu said, "Big Brother, I found Yang Dingtian. No matter what decision you've made, come out and meet him first, okay?" The entire city that was engulfed by darkness remained silent. "Big Brother, I beg you." Ling Wu sobbed and said, "If you don't come out, I'll go in. I'll be imprisoned forever with you." A moment later, a gust of wind blew. After that, a figure appeared in front of Yang Dingtian. It was none other than Wu Yuming. However, he was no longer as incomparably handsome as before. Instead, he had become emaciated and his hair had turned completely white. His eye sockets were deeply sunken. His entire body was so thin that he was just skin and bones. His entire body was filled with densely packed cracks. However, not even blood could flow out from them. He was like a completely different person compared to that peerlessly handsome man from before. Seeing Wu Yuming in such a state, Ling Wu was completely stupefied. She immediately burst into tears. "You're here." Wu Yuming nodded at Yang Dingtian. "Yes." Yang Dingtan said, I'm here mainly to ask Brother Yuming to clear up my doubts. Go ahead. Wu Yuming said, however, try to be quick. I don't have much time. Yes. Yang Dingtan said, Prince Li Ming suddenly appeared and sent me an invitation. He asked me to attend his wedding with Dongfang Bingling 2 months later. Of course, Dongfang Bingling and I have already gone through the wedding ceremony. She is already my wife. Where are you going to attend it? Wu Yuming asked. The Abyssal Ocean, Temple of Annihilation. Yang Dingtian said. Wu Yuming frowned. Then his entire body suddenly convulsed violently. A frightening green flame suddenly emerged from his body. This was a first-grade evil spirit that was trying to suppress his will. Without saying anything, Wu Yuming directly picked up the dagger and stabbed it towards his heart. Yes, he let out a painful sound. His entire body began to convulse as his life force rapidly drained away. Instantly, he entered a short period of death. Then, the energy of the first-grade evil spirit had to use up all its energy to help him revive and restore his heart. In this way, the energy of the first-grade evil spirit had to stop suppressing and controlling his will. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Wu Yuming used this method to resist the suppression of the evil spirit's will. No wonder he had withered to this extent in a short period of time. Don't go. It's definitely a conspiracy. Wu Yuming said, I know Li Ming. This person is extremely proud. He promised to give the entire human country as a dowry to Dongfang Bingling. He will definitely keep his promise. Now that the wedding has been brought forward, it must be a trap. Then Wu Yuming said, Is it because you have something that they are determined to get? Yes. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, The greater space technique. You really got this thing. Wu Yuming was stunned and smiled bitterly. Your temperament is wrong. You shouldn't trust others so easily. You don't have to tell me. But in this way, things are clear. The greater space technique is the thing that the evil ways are most determined to get. Perhaps your order to not kill came about because of this. After all, everyone knows that Xu Piaoyan once studied the greater space technique 10,000 years ago, and you are his only successor. In this world, perhaps only you can learn the greater space technique. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and agreed. The evil way's no-kill order for Yang Dingtian might not be because of the Demon King Wintian's special relationship with him, but because of the greater space technique. Then Wu Yuming said, in short, don't go to his invitation. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then Wu Yuming said, By the way, when did he say the wedding will be held? Yang Dingtian, in 2 months. Oh, Wu Yuming said, Then the World Extermination War is coming. How long? Yang Dingtian was shocked. In 2 months, regardless of whether you fell for their trap or not, regardless of whether they obtained the greater space technique or not, they should start the World Extermination War, Wu Yuming said. Yang Dingtian clicked his tongue and said, So soon? Wu Yuming nodded and said, The reason why the World Extermination War hasn't started yet is because they haven't obtained the greater space technique yet. Yang Dingtian, believe me, they have already made ample preparations for this World Extermination War. In fact, they don't even care about this World Extermination War. What they care about is the battle against the god of chaos countless years later. Yang Dingtian, you mean we might lose the World Extermination War? Wu Yuming said, I didn't say that, but you must give up on being very confident and arrogant. As for the Legion of Doom, it's not too much to imagine how powerful they are. This might be an army that you've never even thought about. According to my thinking, you have no chance of winning at all. But you're a miracle, and you can't be judged according to normal theory. However, this Armageddon Legion is completely different from the Armageddon Legions of the past. Yang Dingtian was shocked and couldn't help but nod. I know that your Council of Light Legion is already very powerful, but you must not be complacent or even confident. Wu Yuming said, Once the Legion of Doom is activated, Perhaps in terms of form and scale, it will be unimaginable to you. Yang Dingtian nodded vigorously. Finally, there's a most important sentence that you must remember, Wu Yuming said slowly. Yang Dingtian immediately became serious and listened carefully. Wu Yuming said word by word, "In the eyes of the evil ways, your significance far surpasses the Doomsday War itself." Yang Dingtian's heart was completely shaken. This sentence was very, very, very important. Yang Dingtian's significance surpassed the Doomsday War. This meant that the evil ways didn't care about the Doomsday War at all. In their eyes, the so-called Doomsday War might be like playing house. Their only goal was to defeat the god of chaos. And Yang Dingtian became the key to the Demon King's victory over the god of chaos. "All right, I should have said most of what I need to say," Wu Yuming said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. He was really glad that he had come. He had received an extremely important sentence. His value exceeded the Doomsday War itself. After that, Yang Dingtian said to Wu Yuming, "Then is it my turn to speak?" "All right," Wu Yuming said. "I was created because of you. You can persuade me." Yang Dingtian said, "Must you imprison yourself forever?" "Yes," Wu Yuming said. "I'd rather die than be free." Yang Dingtian said, "But not being free now doesn't mean that you won't be free forever. The evil spirits can rule your will now, but it's not impossible for you to be free in the future. Since you want Ling Wu to defeat the evil spirits' will, why can't you do it yourself and give up instead?" Wu Yuming shook her head and said, "Yang Dingtian, do you still remember? After I lost that duel, I couldn't find the meaning of life. Therefore, I wandered everywhere. You told me that I was too high up and not down to earth. You advised me to walk around the common people and experience their pain." Yang Dingtian nodded his head. Wu Yuming said, "Therefore, I went and lived with Ling Wu among the common people for more than 2 years. What I saw was endless despair and pain. Of course, there was also joy and hope. But, generally speaking, the vast majority of people lived in hardship and hardship. I saw people who were seriously ill and waiting for death. I also saw people who were disabled and unable to survive. But these people, no matter how painful and desperate they were still struggling to survive. Therefore, I concluded that the so-called meaning of life is it that even ants drag out their lives?" Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, "Although this statement is very pessimistic, it's the truth. The meaning of life is to survive. Use all means to let yourself and your loved ones survive. Of course, the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. When one's power reaches a certain extent, it's to let everyone survive as much as possible." Wu Yuming said, "That's right. This is the greatest meaning and truth of life. I used to think that defeating the god of chaos who manipulates fate was the greatest justice. However, this seems to contradict with ants dragging out their lives. This means that one of them is wrong. Later on, I thought that it doesn't matter if this doctrine that morality is noble or despicable. Letting the vast majority of people live is the true right and justice. Everything else is empty." Yang Dingtian said, "Yes, letting the vast majority of people live has always been a simple truth. It's just that many people think too much and become confused." Wu Yuming said slowly, "Letting the vast majority of people live is saving the world. That's what you're doing. Therefore, you're right. You clearly know that your fate is being manipulated by the so-called god of chaos like a puppet. However, you're still willing to do it. You're very amazing." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "It's just that I haven't thought about the future. I haven't finished the matter in front of me yet. So I'm thinking about something so far away. I'm not down to earth." Wu Yuming looked at the city that was completely devoured by the dark matter behind him and said slowly, "Then I came to this secret realm. I came here many years ago. Only a small part of this place was devoured by the dark matter. Now it's almost completely devoured. Countless cities and civilizations like this have been devoured by the dark matter. I can feel that this world is being destroyed and dying. Although your plan of saving the world seems like a mantis trying to stop a car, it's still shocking. You're right, you're right. Wu Yuming pointed at the dark matter and said, "We're just like this dark matter." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "No, not just you. Everyone is like this dark matter. Everyone who crazily seeks energy is." Wu Yuming was stunned. After a long time, he muttered to himself, "Amazing, amazing. All right, I've heard what you said to persuade me." Wu Yuming said, "You should know the result, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "But I still want to say that if you're completely controlled by the evil spirit and become an enemy for me, I won't care. I'd rather you live and wait for me to save you in the future. Moreover, I have a certain degree of confidence that I can liberate your souls that are ruled by the evil spirit. After your soul is ruled by the evil spirit, it might bring us incomparably huge consequences. But I'm willing to bear it." Then Yang Dingtian said word by word, "So I implore you to live." Wu Yuming shook his head and said, "Yang Dingtian, I'm not being negative, nor am I escaping, nor am I committing suicide. Instead, I'm choosing to fight in another way. I'd rather die than be free. Please respect my way of fighting." Yang Dingtian understood. He was right. Wu Yuming was really not cowardly, nor was he committing suicide. He was really fighting. He was fighting against a first-grade evil spirit. It was just that the way he chose to fight was extremely extreme. Mutual destruction. Boom! At this moment, green evil spirit flames suddenly rose from his entire body. His entire person was burning fiercely. The final moment has come. Wu Yuming looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Ling Wu, I'll leave it to you. Make her happy, make her happy. This is your responsibility." Then Wu Yuming suddenly turned around and jumped into the city that was engulfed by the dark matter with incomparable determination. He suddenly squeezed into a hole. Puff! This hole was completely sealed. Then everything inside was completely engulfed, including Wu Yuming. Wu Yuming, with his absolute pride, disappeared from this world forever. Chapter 901. Big Brother. Ling Wu couldn't bear it any longer. She knelt on the ground and cried loudly. Her voice was hoarse and exhausted. Yang Dingtian didn't stop her. Instead, he allowed her to kneel on the ground and cry continuously. Following that, Ling Wu continued to cry. She didn't say, "Why did you abandon me, and why did you leave me alone in this world?" Following that, would Wu Yuming be dead or alive? Yang Dingtian didn't know, because this kind of dark matter wasn't as simple as imprisoning him. It was completely engulfing him. No matter if it was a house, a person, or anything else, everything would be completely turned into dark matter. Once it was turned into dark matter, even if it had evil spirit energy, could it still survive? Yang Dingtian didn't know. Of course, Yang Dingtian could still rescue Wu Yuming now. This was because he had the eyes of the Naga ancestors. He could turn this kind of dark matter into nothingness. It was still not too late to rescue Wu Yuming before he was completely engulfed. However, Wu Yuming wasn't an ordinary person. No one could change his mind once he had decided on something. Just like what he had said, he didn't give up resisting, nor did he commit suicide. Instead, he chose another way of fighting. It was just that this way of fighting was called mutual destruction. It seemed extremely intense. At this moment, a transparent cube had appeared in Yang Dingtian's hand. This was something that Wu Yuming had quickly stuffed into his hand when he chose mutual destruction. Yang Dingtian didn't know what was inside this cube. However, there was no doubt that it was something very important. Otherwise, Wu Yuming wouldn't have chosen to hand it over to Yang Dingtian before mutual destruction. Ling Wu laid on the ground, crying and crying continuously. It was as if she wanted to release all of her sorrow and pain. After crying for close to an hour, Yang Dingtian stepped forward and held her shoulders gently. "All right, we should leave now." Ling Wu turned around and threw herself into Yang Dingtian's embrace. She hugged his waist and continued to cry at the top of her voice. She was really sad, really sad. In this world, the person who treated her the best, the person who was most important to her, had completely disappeared. There would be no one to instruct her earnestly, no one to protect her, and no one to love her so dearly. In this world, no one could replace Wu Yoming's position in her heart. No one could do it. If it weren't for Wu Yuming, she would still be a resentful and insignificant woman. She was a boat girl who had lost her true colors of labor, a vulgar woman who was filled with jealousy and pain, who could not find her direction. Without Wu Yuming, she, Ling Wu, wouldn't have everything she had. Wu Yuming was not a good person, but she was not completely bad. She might seem hypocritical, but in reality, her temperament had reached the extreme. A soul that was always high and mighty, always incomparably arrogant, and always ethereal. He was Ling Wu's relative, her idol. Ling Wu's incomparable admiration for him had surpassed everyone else. Even in the end, when he was as thin as a ghost and was no longer as handsome as before, he was still the #1 handsome man in the world in Ling Wu's heart. No one could replace Wu Yoming's position in her heart. Ling Wu had once asked herself if she had fallen in love with someone else. Had she fallen in love with Wu Yuming? In the end, she realized that this question was meaningless, because this was worship, this was admiration, and it was purer than the love between a man and a woman. Yang Dingtian would definitely be able to understand such feelings, right? For example, on Earth, there were many people who fervently worshipped Elvis and MJ. Was this the love between a man and a woman? No, it wasn't. However, many girls would choose to break up with their boyfriends because of their idol. As for Ling Wu, the relationship between Wu Yuming and Ling Wu was no longer just that of a fan and an idol. It was more like a relationship of family, and it was the only relationship of family. Ling Wu had already been deserted by everyone, and even her father had left her. The entire world was on the opposite side of her. At this moment, only Wu Yuming was standing behind her, acknowledging her and protecting her. But now he had disappeared forever. At the last moment before he disappeared, he had entrusted her to Yang Dingtian. This was the man that she had once loved and hated. Yang Dingtian patted Ling Wu's back lightly and said softly, "It's time to go, it's time to go." After another half an hour, Ling Wu's cries gradually stopped. Afterward, her beautiful eyes were completely red as she looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Although Big Brother has entrusted me to you, I know that he wishes for me to be independent and self-reliant. I wish for me to be able to truly be by myself." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Not only do you have to take care of yourself, you also have to shelter those who are weaker than you from the wind and rain, and realize your true self-worth. You don't have to rely on anyone, and you don't have to beg for anyone's approval." Ling Wu gritted her teeth and nodded vigorously. She was very happy that Yang Dingtian didn't say anything about the vulgar feelings between a man and a woman, nor did he say that he would take care of her from now on. He didn't even say anything about marrying her. Perhaps he was really Wu Yoming's confidant. "Let's go," Yang Dingtian said. Ling Wu looked at the place that had been completely engulfed by the dark matter. She knelt down and kissed this piece of land, saying softly, "I'm leaving. I won't let you down. I won't let you down." After that, Ling Wu and Yang Dingtian left the city that was completely dying, this city that had completely buried Wu Yuming. After hundreds and thousands of twists, they rushed out of this secret realm. After that, they returned to the sea and floated up continuously. Bang! After that, the two of them suddenly rushed out of the water. They rode on the demon eagle king Aja and flew in the direction of Cloud Heaven City. In Cloud Heaven City, there was one more woman. No one recognized her as Ling Wu anymore. From the beginning to the end, she had completed a complete transformation. She also had a new name. She was called Wu Yuling. It was the combination of Wu Yoming's and Ling Wu's names. She had regarded herself as Wu Yoming's biological younger sister, and even the symbol of Wu Yoming's continued existence in this world. Of course, she didn't live in the valley, but in Cloud Heaven Castle. As for Yang Dingtian, he started to study this cube that Wu Yuming had given him. There was definitely something very, very important inside. He had already studied it for a very, very long time. However, he basically didn't gain anything. This cube was just a very, very ordinary crystal. It didn't contain any energy. Yang Dingtian inserted his mystic qi. There wasn't any change. He also couldn't sense anything when he inserted his divine sense. However, this cube was densely packed with dots, incomparably fine dots. Not only were they on the surface, the inside was also filled with complicated dots and lines. Wu Yuming used energy and mystic flame to carve out many, many things in this cube. He didn't know if they were words or pictures. In short, there were many, many things. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't solve it even after studying it for a few days and nights. He had tried all kinds of solutions, such as codebooks, mazes, electronic signals, and even the Morse code on Earth. He had even considered it. However, all of them weren't. He had counted. There were a total of 99 layers on this 1-inch square cube. Each layer had at least 1,000 characters and patterns. Yang Dingtian didn't dare to believe that Wu Yuming had actually completed such a huge project in such a small cube. Furthermore, he didn't entrust it to Ling Wu when he passed it to her. He didn't even let Ling Wu know about it. He was guarding against Ling Wu. Did he not trust Ling Wu? That was definitely not the case. He was guarding against the evil spirit. He was afraid that the evil spirit would know about it. The evil spirit energy knew his every move like the back of its hand. Therefore, when he was carving this cube, the evil spirit energy would definitely know about it. If the evil spirit knew about it, it would mean that the Temple of Annihilation would know about it. Therefore, if Wu Yuming wanted to tell Yang Dingtian about it, she had to use a very, very secret method. Even if the evil spirit knew about it, it wouldn't be able to decipher it. It wouldn't know what Wu Yuming was doing. In this way, Yang Dingtian was even more certain that the solution to the secret of this cube was definitely not that simple. It would definitely be very complicated. However, it would definitely be very straightforward. Immediately, Yang Dingtian racked his brains. Time was tight. He couldn't spend too much time thinking about it. However, he could only ponder about this matter by himself. In the end, Yang Dingtian thought that since he couldn't figure out the secret, why not put himself in Wu Yoming's shoes and think about it from her perspective? How should he put himself in her shoes? It was very simple. He just had to follow Wu Yoming's cube and make one that was exactly the same as it. Yang Dingtian summoned a transparent crystal that was 1 cubic meter in size. After that, he used the energy of the mystic flame to carve the same characters and patterns on it. It was rather fast for Yang Dingtian to copy it. After 1 day and 1 night, Yang Dingtian had completely replicated this cube. After replicating it once, the only gain was that this cube had a total of 99 layers of complicated patterns. The patterns on each layer were extremely complicated. Furthermore, there wasn't any pattern. He immediately cut this big cube into 99 pieces. Every layer of pattern was a piece. After that, Yang Dingtian studied each piece. However, he still didn't gain any gains. A total of 6 days and 6 nights had passed. Yang Dingtian didn't sleep or rest. He was really exhausted to the extreme. This was too difficult to solve. Yang Dingtian almost couldn't help but want to give up. At this time, the sun had already risen. Yang Dingtian walked to the window and raised the cube. He whispered, "Brother Netherworld, what exactly is hidden in this cube of yours? Can you give me a hint? You clearly know that my brain isn't as smart as yours." Then, Yang Dingtian raised the cube and shone it under the sun. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian discovered it. This cube, under the sun's illumination, actually projected a different kind of light. This cube was clearly transparent. However, under the sun's illumination, it was actually fragmented. Countless different colors of light appeared in front of him. Suddenly, it seemed very bright and bizarre. Yang Dingtian counted again. It seemed to change a lot. In fact, there were only 6 colors in total: red, yellow, blue, white, orange, green. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that these colors seemed to be a bit strange. The cube in front of him, under the various colors, also became somewhat familiar. Then a name appeared in his mind like lightning and thunder. Rubik's Cube. Yes, it was the Rubik's Cube. This was one of the toys that Yang Dingtian had invented when he came to this world, together with poker, chess, Go, and mahjong. However, the Rubik's Cube was not very popular in this world. There seemed to be not many people who liked to play with it. Yang Dingtian was the best. He had created a 9 by 9 Rubik's Cube, and the one who liked to play with it the most was Wu Maji. Her recovery speed was super fast. Now, it had already surpassed the record of the top experts on Earth. Now, Yang Dingtian's children, Moji's precious daughter, also liked to play with it very much. The rest of the children were not very interested. Unexpectedly, Wu Yuming liked Yang Dingtian's invention very much. Moreover, she had already walked very far on this path. She had completely defeated Yang Dingtian, the inventor. That's right, the thing that Wu Yuming left for Yang Dingtian was the Rubik's Cube. But the crazy thing was that it was a 99 by 99 Rubik's Cube. It was very simple to solve the secret inside. He just had to restore the 99 by 99 Rubik's Cube. This was crazy. Yang Dingtian was completely shocked. This was not something that Wu Yuming had created the Rubik's Cube first and then messed it up. Instead, he had finished everything, all the patterns, all the words, and all the ideas. Then he had messed them up through an extremely complicated program, turning them into countless messy patterns. How many complicated calculations had to be done? It was completely unimaginable. Moreover, in order to prevent the evil spirit from finding out, the images and words that he had created at every moment were completely fragmented and without any pattern. They needed to be pieced together with special laws. This way, even if the evil spirit detected it, it would be a complete mess. However, Yang Dingtian was going crazy. He could restore a 3 by 3 Rubik's Cube very quickly. Even if it was 9 by 9, he could still complete it. Now, this Rubik's Cube turned out to be a crazy 99 by 99. Even if he was given half a year, he would not be able to restore it. This was simply an impossible task. However, Yang Dingtian soon thought that Wu Yuming was not here to torture Yang Dingtian. She would definitely not make it impossible for him to restore it in half a year. She would definitely leave some clues. Thus, Yang Dingtian began to observe the data of the 99 layers. Soon enough, Yang Dingtian discovered that the outermost layer of this cube was filled with messy patterns. But inside there were Arabic characters, and they looked completely messy and unorganized. This was the specific formula for imitating the restoration. That's right. A total of a few hundred steps could restore this Rubik's Cube. Thus, Yang Dingtian completely cut the large cube that he had copied and then rotated it with his celestial qi to restore the Rubik's Cube. He quickly rotated the Rubik's Cube. Soon, according to the formula left by Wu Yuming, Yang Dingtian restored the Rubik's Cube in just an hour. Suddenly, all the messy patterns and characters turned into 6 sides, complete words, and a map. What was recorded on it was indeed the most important thing to Yang Dingtian. At first glance, Yang Dingtian saw the approximate location of the World Extermination Army. At second glance, Yang Dingtian saw the specific location of the Xian vein essence that was required for the cultivation of the Sword Soul. Chapter 902. That's right, the first side of the Rubik's Cube was about the Legion of Doom. There were a few maps on it that were relatively incomplete. The rest were all words. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but read the words left by Wu Yuming. It wrote, "First of all, the division of labor in the Temple of Annihilation is very, very detailed. For example, Donli, Netherworld, and I are all the adopted sons of the Demon King. But between us, We barely communicate with each other and do our own jobs. In fact, we don't even know how we came to be in this world. So, regarding the Legion of Doom, I can only rely on guesses. First of all, the establishment of the Legion of Doom started about 100 years ago, and the main force of the Legion of Doom should be the barbarians in the world of ice and snow. You said that there will be a total of 20 to 30 million Legion of Doom because there are only so many Maori barbarians in the world of ice and snow. This is wrong because the Legion of Doom is not just a generation of Maori barbarians, but more than 100 years. So, this number could be 5 or 6 times. Reading this, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt his hair stand on end. 5 or 6 times. That means there are more than 100 million Maori barbarians. More than 100 million Legion of Doom? Then, Yang Dingtian continued reading. Moreover, the Legion of Doom should not only consist of the Maori barbarians, but also some ancient races that haven't gone extinct. Of course, this is only my guess. A more detailed guess is that it might be an underwater race or an underground race. As for the direction of the Legion of Doom's main force formed by the Maori barbarians, I have thought for a long time. It should be energy transformation. When you fought with Ningwuming, you used the blood-eyed demonic army. This army is very, very powerful. If you didn't use the special venom attack, I'm afraid that Cloud Sky City would have been completely wiped out in that battle. And the energy transformation of the Legion of Doom should be in this direction. But the level is much higher. It is very likely that this army is completely invulnerable. Even your cannons can't hurt them at all. Of course, because I'm not sure myself, I can't say too much, lest I lead you astray. But there's one thing I'm sure of. The Legion of Doom will definitely take the path of energy. Energy transformation. Yang Dingtian firmly remembered this phrase. Then he continued to read. And the most important thing was, where exactly was the Armageddon Legion built? I've thought about this for a long time. None of them could get an answer. But one thing was for sure. In order to transform this astronomical number of Maori barbarians into energy, it would require a very, very large amount of energy. Therefore, that place would definitely die very quickly. Yes, that continent, or that space, would definitely die very, very quickly. That's why I've been paying attention to this question when I've been traveling around the world. Which world dies the fastest? I chose many places, including the Dongley grasslands, the Ghost Hell region, and the extreme south. In the end, my gaze landed on a place, the River of Ecstasy. Yang Dingtian was shocked. The River of Ecstasy, that's right, the River of Ecstasy. The water in this river is completely the color of blood. Any life that enters it will immediately be corroded until nothing is left. It has even completely polluted the continent for thousands of miles. All the way to the Poison Strait, the seawater is highly toxic. Wu Yoming's record continued. The source of the River of Ecstasy has 2 places. One is the Demon Domain, the other is the Yin-Yang Mirror. These 2 worlds were already completely dead worlds, and they were still spreading. Therefore, my guess for the Legion of Doom is to follow the River of Ecstasy, go against the current, and find the true source. Perhaps there will be some gains. That place might be hiding hundreds of millions of Legion of Doom, hiding the core of the Empire of Darkness that the Temple of Annihilation spent 100 years building. On the first page, the records of the Armageddon Legion had come to an end. Wu Yuming was very amazing. His description was very precise, and there were almost no vague concepts. He pointed out the 2 most important points of the Legion of Doom. One was the energy transformation, and the other was to go against the current of the River of Ecstasy to find the core of the Legion of Doom, the Temple of Annihilation's Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian put down the deep shock in his heart and looked at the second record. The second record was about the Xian Vein essence and sea spirit crystal that Yang Dingtian needed to cultivate his sword soul. It wrote, first of all, what are Xian Vein essence and sea spirit crystal? Xian Vein essence is not an object, but a kind of energy life form. Actually, it's more accurate to call it earth vein. It grows in places where the energy of the earth, the two moons, and the two suns are the densest. Of course, this does not mean that it will be on the ground. In fact, it is often in the depths of the earth. The reason is when the earth, the two moons, and the two suns intersect, the entire huge continent or the ocean is the energy receiver. Then, when the energy is to be transported to the earth's core, there are some obstacles in the middle because of some reasons. So this kind of earth vein is born, allowing the continent or the ocean to have a better energy connection with the earth's core. So this is Xian vein essence. It is because of this that Xian vein essence can be placed into the soul sword and become the sword Xian vein. And the sea spirit crystal is the soul sword's Qi Si. I used to think that it was some kind of energy crystal or some kind of demon core. Later on, I studied it for a long time and found that it is not. It is actually the essence of the Qi Si. Seeing this, Yang Dingtian could not help but be puzzled, so he continued to read. Wu Yuming continued to record. We all know that the Qi Si is empty. It is a separate energy world. It does not exist in the material world. However, when one's cultivation reaches a certain level, it will undergo a qualitative change, but it will still be an energy body. And when a person dies, the Qi Si will dissipate very quickly, so it will not undergo a qualitative change. So, I boldly guessed that during the ancient times when the world was annihilated, in an instant, the world was turned upside down, and the energy changed drastically. It caused some top experts to die in an instant. But before the Qi Si could dissipate, it was sealed and squeezed by some incomparably powerful energy. So, this energy body condensed from the energy body, but without the main body, it became a separate Qi Si. So, according to my bold guess, the so-called sea spirit crystal should be the fossil of the Qi Si. After reading up to this point, Yang Dingtian was completely amazed. Many people knew about Xian vein essence and sea spirit crystal, but very few people cared about what they were. How did they come about? They only knew that the last two things needed to forge a soul sword were them. One was the Xian vein of the soul sword, the other was the Qi Si of the soul sword. Wu Yuming was the only one who could explain them so thoroughly. Regarding the Xian vein essence, he was very, very sure. He was completely sure. And regarding the sea spirit crystal, he said that he was making a bold guess, but in fact, Yang Dingtian felt that it was basically like this, and the accuracy was at least more than 90%. Then Wu Yuming wrote, but it's a pity because I can't cultivate a sword spirit, so I didn't look for the Xian vein essence and sea spirit crystal in the previous years, so I can't give you the specific location. But I can mark the approximate location of a few Xian vein essence according to my own theory, and some experts with sword spirit have also brought these places, which proves my theory even more. The first place with Xian vein essence, Yin-Yang mirror. The entire yin-yang mirror had become a very special environment, like a huge mirror swallowing the energy of the two moons and two suns, which was incomparably huge. So, it created a very special energy environment. Of course, there used to be a Xian vein essence here, but it had already been taken by Dongfang Bingling. But the 10,000 miles yin-yang mirror shouldn't only have one Xian vein essence, or even 3 or 4, but more. The second place with Xian vein essence, Ghost Hell region. Ghost Hell region. This is the ultimate yin plane, so it swallows the energy of the two moons and repels the energy of the two suns, creating a very strange energy environment. So the possibility of Xian vein essence being produced is very high. The third place with Xian vein essence, World of Ice and Snow. World of Ice and Snow. Tens of thousands of miles of ice and snow is also a very special and strange energy environment. And in history, this place wasn't a world of ice and snow because it was forcefully torn apart by the energy of the Great Calamity. So, the possibility of Xian vein essence being produced here is also not small. The fourth place, extreme south, where the desert and ice intersect. This place is very special because the desert and ice on this continent are either extremely hot or extremely cold. So, this continent's energy environment is very special. But according to historical records, I didn't find a situation where the earth was torn apart, and when the Great Calamity happened, it didn't seem to affect this place. So, I only have some suspicions about this area, but the probability of Xian vein essence is not very high. Of course, there are other places where, according to my theory, Xian vein essence may exist. But the probability is already not high, and even if it exists, there aren't many, so it's very difficult to find. The content about Xian vein essence ended. Next, the content about sea spirit crystals was relatively short. It wrote, "Sea spirit crystals, according to my bold theory, were formed by the great calamity of ancient times, which caused the essence of the chi sea of the strong to become energy fossils. Then its existence had a very, very strong element of chance. We can only go to the place where the Earth's reaction was the most intense during the great calamity of the ancient times. And those places are basically not in the human countries. So the amount of sea spirit crystals found in the human countries is very little and much more precious than Xian vein essence. I think that in the dark realm or other planes, there should be more surprises. Of course, there is actually another place, and that is the underwater world, where the possibility of sea spirit crystals existing is even higher. At that time, the underwater races generally had martial cultivation that surpassed humans. And at that time, during the Great Calamity, the underwater world was the place with the most intense reaction. So in the underwater world, especially the ruins of the ancient underwater civilization, the probability of finding sea spirit crystals is much higher. The content about Xian vein essence and sea spirit crystals on the second page ended. Yan Dingtian turned to the third page, and there were only a few words on it. "Kill Vulture." Seeing these words, Yan Dingtian couldn't help but tremble. It wrote, "First of all, I don't hate Vulture. Although her nature is very bad, her heart is also inclined to evil. However, because no one guided her to good, it made her become worse and worse, and I am one of the main culprits. Moreover, the current Vulture is basically unable to be saved. Her heart has completely fallen into darkness. Of course, even so, I have never thought of killing her, because, in fact, I don't have much to do with it. Darkness is still light in many, many times. However, recently I learned that Donley and Mu Dan were bestowing second-grade evil spirits to many people, but only Vulture was not bestowed. It was not strange that Wolingzi was not given, because he already had the netherworld ghost fire of immortality. If he was given a second-grade evil spirit, he would be immortal and immortal. Moreover, because of the netherworld ghost fire, he had devoured countless undead energy, and his cultivation had reached an incomparably terrifying level. If he were to give the evil spirit energy, Wolingzi's strength would be unstoppable. Moreover, the current Wolingzi was very greedy for life and afraid of death, so he was very easy to control. However, once he had the evil spirit, he would be completely immortal, and his temperament would definitely change greatly, becoming extremely arrogant and extremely murderous. And at that time, the first person he would kill might be you. And you, Yang Dingtian, absolutely cannot die now. So it was not surprising that the second-grade evil spirit was not given to Wolingzi. However, it was very strange that the second-grade evil spirit was not given to Vulture. Her talent as a celestial spirit master was 1 in a billion, and it was very amazing. Moreover, the evil in her heart and the hostile relationship between you and her can no longer be reversed. Therefore, she was the best candidate to bestow a second-grade evil spirit. However, why was the second-grade evil spirit not given to her? The only possibility was that it was because of her celestial spirit master talent. If it was given to a second-grade evil spirit, it would destroy her celestial spirit master talent. Therefore, I boldly associated her with the World Extermination Army. Once the World Extermination Army was completely energized, and a celestial spirit master could summon all energy bodies, then it meant that the energized World Extermination Army was completely immortal and immortal. Once Vulture was strong to a certain extent, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Reading up to this point, Yang Dingtian suddenly shuddered. If it was really as Wu Yuming said, then the consequences would really be very, very shocking. Such a terrifying consequence. Yang Dingtian did not dare to imagine it at all. In that case, killing Spirit Vulture might be the only choice. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian had a strong impulse to immediately kill Vulture. Next was the fourth side of the Rubik's Cube, which wrote about the Demon King Wen-Tian. Seeing these words, Yang Dingtian's heart could not help but tremble. The Rubik's Cube left by Wu Yuming was indeed incomparably important. Every piece of information was fatal. They were all top secrets in this world. Yang Dingtian could not help but continue reading. It wrote, "The Demon King Wen-Tian, who is also my creator and adoptive father. I have never seen him, but I feel his presence all the time. In the last World Extermination War, he understood the truth of the God of Chaos. After discovering the evil spirit energy, he immediately feigned death and was defeated. And after several hundred years of planning, first, he knew the soul doppelganger technique. He divided his soul into several parts. As for how many parts there are, I do not know. First, there is one in the Underworld Empire, one in the Little Western Paradise, and he will definitely explore the Dark Realm to find the ruins of the Naga Empire. This soul is the most important, so it is very likely to be the main body of the soul. There is a rumor that if one obtains the Void Splitter Fire, one can obtain the treasures of the Naga Empire. Therefore, this doppelganger should have the Void Splitter Fire." Reading until here, Yang Dingtian was even more amazed. Wu Yuming was really amazing. Everything was based on guesses, but they were so accurate. The one who went to explore the Dark Realm to find the ruins of the Naga Empire was Wen-Tian's main body, and he had the Void Splitter Fire. Following which, Yang Dingtian continued reading. The content wrote, "Secondly, the mission of the Demon King's dead concubine was to revive the Demon King Wen-Tian. Regarding this point, I have always been doubtful. First, Wen-Tian's body must have been destroyed in the last World Extermination War. If he had the original evil spirit at that time, then his heart, Xian meridians, and Qi-Si should be complete. Therefore, he could find another body to take over. And from the looks of it, the original evil spirit was divided into two parts. He gave one half to the Devil Queen, which is the Void Piaoling. Then, at least the other half is still in his body. Therefore, I strongly suspect that his main body is not dead at all. Instead, he has taken over another person's body and has always been in the human countries. But why doesn't he appear? I have no idea." When he saw this, Yang Dingtian's body had already started to tremble and tremble. This news was really too shocking. The Demon King Wen-Tian's main body is not dead, but he has taken over another person's body? And he is still in the human countries? What kind of shocking news is this? If this is the case, why doesn't he appear? Why does he let Li Ming run around? If he has taken over another person's body, then who is this person? Yang Dingtian suddenly felt that the entire world around him seemed to have turned dark. The Demon King Wen-Tian's eyes seemed to be looking at him from somewhere, sneering and laughing. On the fourth side, the content about the Demon King Wen-Tian was all over. He told Yang Dingtian the most important content. When the Demon King was destroyed, his body was protected by the evil spirit, so he could take over another person's body at any time. Therefore, he could still be alive in the human countries, and he could be anyone. Yang Dingtian could not continue to read the content of the fifth side. He desperately suppressed the shock in his heart and continued to turn to the fifth side of the Rubik's Cube. With just a glance, Yang Dingtian was shocked again. The content of the fifth side was about Shimin Ningning and Naga. It wrote, "In this world, of all the people I have met, the most mysterious one is not the Demon King Wen-Tian, nor is it Li Ming or the Void Piaoling, but Shimin Ningning. I strongly suspect that she is a descendant of Naga. You also know the reason. When she knew that you were injured, she transformed in anger and slaughtered thousands of people at once. Moreover, you killed the Millennium Owl and Ning Wuming's blood-eye demon army. I predict that it is very likely that it is the deep-sea Xian poison. Moreover, when Shimin Ningning slaughtered, her whole body was dark green. According to the records, some strange scales once appeared on her neck. Of course, before she finished transforming, she immediately disappeared without a trace. Of course, you may know more about Shimin Ningning than I do, and a large part of the reason why I suspect that she is Naga comes from you. I have read the information about you and her. Your love for her, or more accurately, her feelings for you, were very, very sudden. At that time, you were not outstanding, and you were not a man who could make people fall in love at first sight. So, why did Shimin Ningning fall in love with you at first sight? At first, I had no idea at all. Later, I learned that you can make the Naga tribe go into heat, and you are the only human in this world who can make the Naga tribe and the Fox tribe of Little Western Paradise go into heat. Then, I speculated that Shimin Ningning fell in love with you at first sight because she is not a human. So, I boldly guessed that she is a descendant of Naga. The Naga of this world has not been destroyed. There is still at least 1 or 2 Naga left. Then, I made an even bolder guess. The Demon King Wentian's strength and the evil energy that the Demon King Wentian found are all related to Naga. When he saw this, Yang Dingtian was truly dumbfounded. Regarding Shimin Ningning's matter, Yang Dingtian had gone through a lot of facts and speculated that she was a descendant of Naga. Moreover, her father or mother was the survivor who escaped from the Naga Empire. However, Yang Dingtian had never connected the Demon King Wentian with Naga. Now that Wu Yuming pointed it out, Yang Dingtian was really awakened. The possibility of this happening was very real. The god of chaos would not let go of the Naga that escaped. The Demon King Wentian wanted to perish together with the god of chaos. The two of them had a common interest. Wu Yuming continued to write, "If my guess is true, Shimin Ningning is really a descendant of Naga. Then there is really a Naga in this world, and he is the backer of the Demon King Wentian. Then where is he? To solve the evil spirit, perhaps the key is not Wentian, but the surviving Naga. Unfortunately, I thought about this point too late and did not have time to explore this world again, so I really do not know where this surviving Naga is. However, Shimin Ningning loves you very much, so this is an opportunity. Perhaps this is also one of the biggest opportunities for you to save the world." The 5th page, the content about Shimin Ningning and the surviving Naga, ended. Yang Dingtian's heart was deeply immersed in the memories of Shimin Ningning. Her face was already a little blurred, but her incomparably gentle eyes were incomparably clear. The information on this Rubik's Cube was really too fatal. The 1st page, the secret about the World Extermination Army, was already shocking enough. Who knew that each page would be more shocking and more important than the last? Soon he would turn to the last page. Yang Dingtian really did not dare to imagine what the last page of the Rubik's Cube would be. But without a doubt, it would be the most important content in this world. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian turned to the last page. Then he was completely stunned by the content. The number 1 mysterious flame in the world, the chaotic spirit flame, the god of chaos. Yang Dingtian continued to feel suffocated. The last page of the Rubik's Cube was indeed the most shocking content. Chapter 903, Chaos Spirit Flame, the number 1 mystic flame in the world. Yang Dingtian had seen how powerful a heaven and earth mystic flame was. Was the million spirit demonic flame heaven-defying enough? It was heaven-defying, but not as powerful as the demon spirit demonic flame. The demon spirit demonic flame could release energy shields, immobilize the body, and create mystic flame lightning. When it came to the void splitting flame, it had already surpassed the mystic flame. It could open the world of darkness, travel through the border of the abyss, pass through the 3rd dark realm, and so on. Furthermore, when it was added to any mystic flame, its power would multiply. In short, the void-splitting flame was already a very special form of energy. Then, how terrifying was the number 1 mystic flame, the chaos spirit flame? How heaven-defying was it? Yang Dingtian could not imagine it at all. The content on the 6th page of the Rubik's Cube was rather sparse. Firstly, it was about the number 1 mystic flame, the Chaos Spirit Flame. It wrote, regarding the Chaos Spirit Flame, it was completely out of my imagination, and even an extremely exaggerated imagination. What was it like? Where was it? I had many, many imaginations. My first thought was that it might be related to the evil spirit energy, because its energy level was higher than the void-splitting flame. Then, what kind of energy was higher than the void-splitting flame? Maybe the evil spirit energy was one of them. My second thought was that it might be related to the darkness mystic flame. That's right, when I discovered the darkness mystic flame, I was extremely excited and felt that I had found the ultimate energy. But later on, I gave up on these fantasies, because whether it was the evil spirit energy or the darkness mystic flame, they did not seem to be at the level of the chaos spirit flame. So, I used all my courage to think about it. Is the chaos spirit flame the fire seed of the entire chaos world? How is it related to the fallen black dragon? How is it related to the fallen silver dragon? The more I thought about it, the more I thought about it, but the more I thought about it, the more I thought about it. I could not find an answer to this question. But I feel that if you want to unravel the secret of the chaos spirit flame, you have to go to the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm, because that place is the evolution history of the entire chaos world. There, you can clearly see how the world came into being from nothing, and how energy came into being from nothing. Therefore, I feel that in the taboo continent's illusory realm, in the past tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of millions of years, we can find the secret of the chaos spirit flame, the secret of the chaos world's martial arts civilization. Then, the description of the first profound flame, the chaos spirit flame, ended. Of course, regarding the number 1 mysterious flame, Wu Yuming did not give any definite answer. This was because no one in this world had ever obtained the chaos spirit flame, and there was no information about it. In fact, the records of the various civilizations were very vague about the chaos spirit flame. It was completely based on one's imagination. Many people even felt that the existence of the primal chaos spirit flame was a problem. Wu Yoming's research on the chaos spirit flame could be considered to be very, very far ahead. In fact, when Yang Dingtian was in the library of the Western Paradise Silver Palace, he saw many of the demon fox race's scholars describing the chaos spirit flame. Their way of thinking was quite similar to Wu Yuming. After that, there were even fewer descriptions of the god of chaos. In fact, the concept of the god of chaos was first proposed by the demon king Wentian. Even in the library of Little Western Paradise, there were almost no books on the so-called god of chaos. No matter how smart Wu Yuming was, it was difficult for her to think too much. Therefore, under the god of chaos, there was a huge blank space. After that, there was only one paragraph written. Looking for traces of the god of chaos, is it in the celestial Red Sea? Or is it at the end of the dark realm? After writing, Wu Yuming used more than a dozen question marks in succession to express her absolute doubts. She wanted to show that her words were completely imaginary. Half of this idea was very similar to Yang Dingtian's. That was the end of the dark realm. Yang Dingtian had been to the dark realm, to the continent that was completely dead, to the endless dark realm where the gravity was getting stronger and stronger. There was an incomparably tall mountain there. It might be a few hundred miles, a few thousand miles, or even tens of thousands of miles tall. Yang Dingtian felt that if he wanted to find the god of chaos, he should be at the top of that mountain. This was Yang Dingtian's most instinctive idea. However, it was impossible to go to that mountain now. Even if he broke through the saint level, it was impossible to go there, because before he reached there, it would have completely collapsed. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, or tens of millions of times of gravity would directly turn him into ashes. And Wu Yuming actually proposed another idea. Could the traces of the god of chaos be found in the celestial Red Sea? Yang Dingtian had been to the celestial Red Sea before. there was a temple there. In the temple lived a Saint Tantai, the so-called border guardian. She was very, very powerful. According to Yang Dingtian's imagination, she must have broken through the saint level. She couldn't even be described as a saint level. But Saint Tantai said that there was more than one border guardian in this world. There were several. However, Yang Dingtian had been to many border guardians in the world, but he didn't see a second border guardian. So these border guardians didn't want to see Yang Dingtian, or Tantai was lying. She wasn't a border guardian at all. There were no border guardians in this world. If she wasn't the so-called border guardian, then who was she? The contents of the first 5 sides of the Rubik's Cube had completely enlightened Yang Dingtian. After reading the contents of the 6th side, Yang Dingtian was completely confused, or even more confused. However, this was how it should be. Whether it was the chaos spirit flame or the god of chaos, they were huge mysteries to everyone in the world. If Yang Dingtian wanted to know, there was probably only one way, and that was to ask Shu Piaoyan in the 6th level of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. No one could surpass him in terms of the number of people who had explored this world the most. It took him a few hundred years to explore almost every place he could reach in this world. Then, Yang Dingtian quickly put the contents of the 6th side aside. Whether it was the chaos spirit flame or the god of chaos, they were too far away from him now. The problem he wanted to solve was the upcoming Doomsday Battle and the Doomsday Army. In fact, Yang Dingtian had 2 choices in front of him at this time. The first choice was to find the Xian Vein Essence and the Sea Spirit Crystal and cultivate the Sword Soul in the shortest time, because he had a soul sword close to the Emperor grade and had already had the chaotic Sword Soul Acho. It could be said that as long as he had the Xian Vein Essence and the Sea Spirit Crystal, the Sword Soul would directly appear. Not only that, there was also the soul of the Naga King in his sword, and it was something inside the energy. At that time, the energy of the Naga royalty first entered his brain and then into his sword. So, as long as he could find the Xian Vein Essence and the Sea Spirit Crystal, his fighting strength would definitely increase sharply. At present, Yang Dingtian's cultivation was already very difficult to break through, so cultivating the Sword Soul had become the most direct way to increase his fighting strength. The second choice was to find the Empire of Darkness that created the Legion of Doom. Very quickly, Yang Dingtian made his decision. The second choice was to explore the top secret space that created the Legion of Doom, the Empire of Darkness. First of all, know yourself and know your enemy. Then you can win 100 battles. Regarding the Legion of Doom, Yang Dingtian's thoughts were still stuck at the previous World Extermination War, which was very dangerous. If not for Wu Yoming's reminder, Yang Dingtian might still be proud of his Council of Light Army's invincibility. That way, when the World Extermination War arrived, it might directly lead to a destructive ending. Wu Yoming's words were very right. Evil ways did not put the World Extermination War in their eyes, and also did not put the Council of Light Army in their eyes. If the World Extermination War was allowed to happen, then the only possible ending was that the Council of Light Army was completely annihilated, the human countries would lose hundreds of millions of lives, and the entire world would enter doomsday. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to go to the Empire of Darkness that created the Legion of Doom. He had to understand the Legion of Doom, find a way to defeat the enemy, and even destroy the Empire of Darkness to prevent the outbreak of the World Extermination War. Time was very, very tight, and there were only 2 months left. According to Wu Yuming, Li Ming would start the World Extermination War regardless of whether he tricked Yang Dingtian to the Abyssal Sea or not. He had sent out so many invitations. In addition to attending a possible wedding, he could also witness the start of the World Extermination War and the Legion of Doom's swearing ceremony. Moreover, according to Wu Yuming, the place with the most mystic vein essence was the Yin-Yang Mirror. The Empire of Darkness space that created the Legion of Doom could also be in the Yin-Yang Mirror or the Demon Territory. Then, in the best-case scenario, Yang Dingtian could not only find the Empire of Darkness where the Legion of Doom was, but he could also find the mystic vein essence. Therefore, he had to go to the demon territory and the Yin Yang mirror as soon as possible to find the Empire of Darkness. However, before that, Yang Dingtian had to do one more thing, and that was to deal with Vulture. Wu Yuming had specifically mentioned on the 3rd page of the Rubik's Cube that he had to kill Vulture. Of course, killing Vulture was very simple and could be done easily. However, the problem was her great-grandfather, Wulingzi. Wu Yuming had also said that Wulingzi's cultivation might be very, very terrifying. He must not be fooled by his fear of death. Once Vulture was killed, it was basically touching Wulingzi's bottom line. He would definitely go crazy. Moreover, Li Ming must have already gone to the Vulture Palace. At this time, Wulingzi was showing his strong desire. He was afraid that he would take the initiative to find trouble with Yang Dingtian. If Vulture was killed at this time, Yang Dingtian could not guarantee that Wulingzi would not directly rush to the Council of Light and start a massacre. If this was the case, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, was there any way to kill Vulture without causing Wulingzi's revenge? It was difficult, very difficult. First of all, Vulture could not die for no reason. Otherwise, Wulingzi would definitely blame Yang Dingtian. Then the person who killed Vulture would either have a stronger background than Wulingzi or a stronger cultivation than Wulingzi. There were only a handful of such people in this world. Queen Hai-Xan could barely be considered as one. Wu Yu in the netherworld, C, could barely be considered as one. Then, it could only be someone from Little Western Paradise. Moreover, it could not be Yao Li or Bo Lu. They had already followed Yang Dingtian. Immediately after, a person quickly appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. That's right, Ling Wu. Yang Dingtian had already accepted her. However, no one knew about this. In everyone's eyes, she was still Yang Dingtian's mortal enemy and Wu Yoming's younger sister. Therefore, Ling Wu's killing of Vulture would not involve the Council of Light. Moreover, Ling Wu completely had a reason to kill Vulture. This was because the relationship between the two of them was extremely bad. Vulture bullied Ling Wu in every possible way and humiliated her verbally. Secondly, Ling Wu was Wu Yoming's younger sister, and Vulture was Wu Yoming's wife. She had betrayed Wu Yuming and remarried to Dongli. This was a great humiliation. Ling Wu completely had a reason to kill an unfaithful wife for her elder brother. Now, the crucial point was how to make Ling Wu kill Vulture. Yang Dingtian really found it hard to say. Logically speaking, he was the one who was taking care of Ling Wu. At this moment, Yang Dingtian no longer owed Ling Wu any kindness. On the contrary, Yang Dingtian owed Wu Yuming a lot. He did not have the qualifications to make Ling Wu do certain things. Also, after Ling Wu killed Vulture, would she face Wulingzi's crazy revenge? Ling Wu could withstand Wulingzi's revenge. Yang Dingtian was still thick-skinned enough to make Ling Wu kill Vulture. However, Yang Dingtian was still unable to make Ling Wu face Wulingzi's anger and revenge. Wu Yuming had entrusted Ling Wu to him, yet he had turned around and put Ling Wu in danger. This was simply too unrighteous. Ling Wu, who had changed her name to Wu Yiling, always wore a blue mask from day to night. She did not see anyone and lived in her own castle. She was either meditating or playing chess. As for Yang Dingtian, he still had not found a way to kill Vulture. He did not speak to Ling Wu either. He had even decided to temporarily put aside the matter of Vulture and go to the Devil Domain and the Yin Yang Mirror tomorrow to search for the profound Vein Essence and the Legion of Doom's Empire of Darkness. However, it was at this moment that the latest information came from the southern barbarian continent. The little princess of the Vulture Palace, Vulture, had created a sensational massacre in a new town of the Foxman race. Of course, this was not some meticulously planned plot. It was just a sudden incident. Previously, everyone from the Vulture Palace had holed up within the boundaries of the Vulture Palace. They did not dare to come out and find trouble with the Council of Light. However, after Li Ming's arrival, Wulingzi and Vulture had instantly become emboldened. Especially Vulture. She had frequently left the Vulture Palace and entered the territory of the Council of Light. After the army of the Council of Light had received orders from their superiors, they had also tried their best not to come into conflict with the Vulture Palace. This continued until one day Vulture had led her servants and swaggered through the streets of a new town of the half-human race. After that, she had trampled on a vegetable garden that had just been planted and turned it into a mess. A young girl from the Foxman race could not help but reprimand her. After that, Vulture, who was in a violent rage and dissatisfaction, had directly cracked her entire face with a whip. The burly people of the Foxman race had begun to surround Vulture, wanting to capture her and bring her to the castle of the Council of Light. A conflict had broken out. Both parties had started to fight. In the end, they had used their swords and sabers. Blood had started to flow, and people had started to die. In the end, all the half-human race in this town had been completely killed. There were close to 1,000 of them. Yang Dingtian had finally managed to cross space and expose the greater space technique to save the 1,000 of Foxman race. However, they had all been killed by Vulture. Chapter 904. In an instant, the anger in Yang Dingtian's heart couldn't be described with words. The half-humans who were killed did not die under the tyranny of the Snake People Empire, did not starve to death in the Sacred Valley, did not die in the great escape of hundreds of thousands of miles. In the end, after starting a new life, they died under the brutality of the Vulture. Was there something wrong with the Vulture woman's brain? Although Li Ming was already here, the evil ways had a backer. However, was there a need for her to be so eager to show her cruelty and stupidity? Originally, Yang Dingtian had decided to let the Vulture go temporarily in order to avoid Wolingzi's desperate actions. He did not expect that this stupid woman would directly cause such a tragedy. She had actually killed thousands of innocent people of the Council of Light. If Yang Dingtian did not give the people an explanation for this matter, then the whole new territory of the southern barbarian continent would be finished. It would mean that the Vulture Palace was still the supreme master of the southern barbarian continent and would still have the power to kill the people there. The authority of the Council of Light would be completely lost. At this moment, Yang Dingtian really wanted to skin the Vulture alive. He did not say anything and directly rode the demon Vulture King to the southern barbarian continent. Yang Dingtian rode the demon Vulture King and flew at the fastest speed. In just half a day, he entered the airspace of the southern barbarian continent. At this moment, the square in front of the central castle of the southern barbarian Ming city was densely packed with countless people and warriors. They all waved the weapons in their hands and looked indignant as they angrily asked to fight. Moreover, there was an endless stream of people coming towards the central square. Currently, as the temporary first commander of the southern barbarian continent defense zone, Zhuo Qingqi and the second commander, Day by Day Bella, could not even suppress the extremely angry crowd. All warriors and people, you must believe in the Council of Light and sect leader Yang Dingtian. We will not let the innocent people's blood flow in vain. We will definitely make the Vulture Palace give us an explanation. Everyone go back at ease. Those who need to train, those who need to do production. As long as the Supreme Commander and sect leader Yang Dingtian have any orders, I will inform you immediately, Zhuo Qingqi said loudly. Sect Master Zhuo, we're definitely not here to force the Radiant Congress, nor are we here to protest. We're just here to express our anger and will. Even if we have to fight the spiritual Vulture Palace to the end, we'll make them pay with their blood. Below, a Foxman race warrior shouted, "The blood of our Foxman race cannot be spilled in vain." That's right. The blood of the Foxman race cannot be spilled in vain. We must seek justice and fight to the end. Then, all of the people of the half-human race roar. The entire square was in an uproar. No one was willing to leave. They waited here for the Council of Light's highest decision. Moreover, more and more people were gathering in the square. If this matter was left unsettled, it would be an indescribable blow to the morale of the Council of Light. At this moment, someone pointed to the sky and said, "Look, it's sect leader Yang Dingtian." Instantly, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Everyone stood up and said excitedly, Sect Leader Yang, Sect Leader Yang. As for Zhuo Qingqi and Day, by Day Bella, they heaved a long sigh of relief. However, they were immediately on tenterhooks again. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was not in a position to express his opinion, because once he did, there was no way to change or reverse it. Yang Dingtian landed in front of the castle and looked at the crowd in front of him. There were at least tens of thousands of people. Instantly, his face turned cold. What is the meaning of this? Don't tell me the Supreme Commander has nothing to do? Don't you have any training or production missions? As soon as he said this, the excited crowd was stunned. Then the leader of the warriors said, Sect Leader Yang, we are here to express our will to fight. We want to seek justice for our innocent victims. Yang Dingtian said, it's good to seek justice for the innocent. However, can production missions be stopped? Can military training be stopped? Then he looked at the warriors present. They were all elites of the Holy Valley Resistance Army. Haven't you all been integrated into the Second Army of the Council of Light's Southern Barbarian Continent Defense Zone? Did your commander agree to you coming here for a gathering? Are you disobeying orders? Yang Dingtian said coldly, after you go back, you will be punished according to military law. Those who should be locked up will be punished with whipping. Instantly, the entire square was silent. Then a Foxman warrior said, Sect Leader Yang, we what? Yang Dingtian said, are you worried that the Council of Light will lose their authority and humiliate themselves? Will they turn this into a small matter? Don't worry too much. Go back and wait for the results. Then Zhuo Qingqi and Day by Day Bella came up and said in a low voice, Sect Leader Dongfang, City Lord Qin, and the other military members are coming from all over. They will be here in about 4 hours. Sect Leader, please go in and wait. No need to wait for them. Yang Dingtian said, this matter is simple and straightforward. There is no need for a meeting. Just give the Vulture Palace an ultimatum. If they don't hand over the people, we will start a war. Then Yang Dingtian rose into the air and flew toward the Vulture Palace. Zhuo Qingqi said in a low voice, Sect Leader, but the situation is different. Li Ming has returned and Wolingzi's aura is overwhelming. This matter is difficult to resolve. We really need to think about it at length. There is a saying, a lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans. Yang Dingtian turned and said to Zhuo Qingqi, Uncle Master Zhuo, believe me, although I am very angry, I am not impulsive. Then Yang Dingtian rode on the Demon Eagle and flew toward the Vulture Palace. The people sitting in the square were shocked when they saw Yang Dingtian fly directly to the Vulture Palace without a word. Then they began to leave. Those who should go back to work, go back to work. Those who should go back to the barracks to receive punishment, go and receive punishment. Yang Dingtian arrived at the Vulture Palace and was quickly stopped by 4 crane riders. Halt! Yang Dingtian said, go in and report that Yang Dingtian of the Council of Light has come to visit. One of the crane riders said, Ancestor has ordered that no one from the Council of Light is allowed to enter the Vulture Palace. In his anger, Yang Dingtian did not bicker with the 4 of them. He directly used the Demon Spirit, Demon Fire immobilization technique to immobilize the 4 of them and flew in. At this time, Wolingzi built another straw hut on the mountain peak that Yang Dingtian cut off. Yang Dingtian landed directly outside the straw hut and said loudly, Yang Dingtian of the Council of Light pays a visit to Wolingzi of the Vulture Palace. Yang Dingtian, you are not welcome here. Wolingzi said, slowly, suppressing his anger. Yang Dingtian stepped into the straw hut and immediately saw the culprit, Vulture, beside Wolingzi. He went forward and sat down cross-legged. Vulture, why are you doing this? Yang Dingtian asked. No reason. Vulture turned around and said, the entire southern barbarian continent is the territory of the Vulture Palace. Anyone who offends me deserves to die. Besides, it's just a few half-human livestock. Yang Dingtian's face twitched and said, "You are wrong. The Vulture Palace's territory is only the 3 Vulture Islands. The rest of the southern barbarian continent belongs to the Council of Light. It has never been the territory of the Vulture Palace." Vulture said, "Isn't it because you used despicable means to steal the territory that belongs to the Vulture Palace? Steal the southern barbarian continent?" Yang Dingtian said, "Why didn't you do that before Li Ming returned? Instead, you came to seek my protection, selling your body for glory?" Vulture's beautiful face twitched and said, "That was then, and this is now. Yang Dingtian, your time of calling the wind and calling the rain is over. The world is unpredictable. Don't blame others for being too realistic." What he said was very good, but it was also very stupid. Yang Dingtian didn't bother about Lingjiu anymore. Instead, he looked at Wu Lingzi and spoke unhurriedly. "Wu Lingzi, hand over those 325 people who committed murder and hand them over to me for execution." Vulture ordered to kill, but didn't kill with his own hands. According to the Council of Light's laws, he will be whipped 100 times and imprisoned for life. Wu Lingzi looked at Yang Dingtian and laughed. "Yang Dingtian, you always like to tell jokes that aren't funny. You don't have much time left. Don't try to bluff with me." Yang Dingtian said, "You must think that Li Ming has returned and that you have the Legion of Doom as your backing. That's why you are so fearless, right?" Wu Lingzi's complexion instantly turned unsightly. He had always hated it when people said that he was relying on others. Immediately, he spoke in a cold voice. "Yang Dingtian, if you have the ability, use your martial strength to take the spirit vulture away from me. Otherwise, disappear from my sight. Talking glibly is the behavior of an incompetent person." "I'll repeat myself." Yang Dingtian said word by word, "Hand over the 325 people who committed murder and vulture. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." "What consequences?" "I want to hear about it," Wu Lingzi said. "I will raze the Vulture Palace to the ground and kill everyone in the Vulture Palace," Yang Dingtian said. "Ha! Ha!" Wu Lingzi laughed crazily. "Prince Li Ming is in the human countries. The invincible Legion of Doom is waiting to attack. You tell me that you want to raze the Vulture Palace to the ground? You actually said that you want to raze the Vulture Palace to the ground. Ridiculous! The most ridiculous thing in the world. I've already warned you. Don't blame me for not warning you," Yang Dingtian said, then got up and left. Vulture's cold laughter came from behind. "Yang Dingtian, if you don't come, I will be very disappointed." Yang Dingtian returned to the headquarters of the Southern Barbarian Continent Defense District, Southern Barbarian Ming City, which was the old site of the Queen's new city. At this time, the higher-ups of the Council of Light had all gathered in the Defense District Commander's castle, waiting for the highest-level meeting to deal with this sudden incident. After Yang Dingtian entered the meeting room, he directly ordered, "Prepare all the giant long-range cannons, giant missile troops, and the Blazing Sky Legion. If the Vulture Palace does not hand over the Vulture and the murder within 3 days, we will completely destroy the Vulture Palace territory." When these words came out, the expressions of everyone present changed. Dongfang Minmi said, "Sect Master, if this is the case, Wu Lingzi will be driven to desperation and will bring immeasurable losses to the Council of Light." Yang Dingtian said, "Don't worry, he won't." Qin Wanchou said, "Now he is relying on Prince Li Ming and is extremely arrogant. If we touch the Vulture Palace, he will definitely launch a deadly counterattack." Yang Dingtian said, "Believe me, it is precisely because Li Ming is here that he cannot counterattack." Then he said with a serious and apologetic expression, "I am sorry, everyone. I will make the decision on this matter." Following Yang Dingtian's order, all the demon vultures, all the large aerial legions, and all the demon dragons of the Council of Light in the southern barbarian continent were mobilized. The entire war machine of the southern barbarian continent was moving quickly. Hundreds of large warships, also immediately approached the sea area closest to the Vulture Palace. Countless giant cannons were all transported to the plains east of the Vulture Palace. In just 2 days, the destructive military forces of the Council of Light had already arrived at the city. They all arrived at the plains east of the Vulture Palace, facing the Vulture Palace across the water. The Vulture Palace originally had an unparalleled geographical advantage. It was an inland island surrounded by an inland sea. This inland sea, which was dozens of miles wide, became the first line of defense for the Vulture Palace. Outside the inland sea, there was a dense primeval forest. It was shrouded in thick fog all year round. A total of 200,000 black vulture troops were stationed in the primeval forest and the thick fog. Any force that wanted to enter the Vulture Palace had to pass through the thick fog and the defensive line of hundreds of thousands of black vultures. Therefore, the Vulture Palace was completely a dead end. No army could break through this astonishing, three-dimensional defensive line. But now, almost all of the 200,000 black vulture troops had defected to the Council of Light. They had all been reorganized and entered the Council of Light's aerial legions. Most of them had even been transferred to other defensive areas. The primeval forest outside the Vulture Palace had been completely cut down by the Council of Light in the past few months. It had become a vast plain without any shelter. Moreover, many castles and defensive lines would soon appear here, completely surrounding the Vulture Palace. Therefore, the inland sea was the only line of defense left outside the Vulture Palace. The inland sea, which was only dozens of miles wide, surrounded the 3 islands of the Vulture Palace. The army of the Council of Light was on the plain to the east of the inland sea. It was only about 30 miles away from the Vulture Palace. This time, the Council of Light had dispatched hundreds of warships to the 2 sides of the sea. Hundreds of thousands of aerial legions were in the air. However, these military forces were only responsible for surrounding the palace. They basically did not participate in the battle. On the real battlefield, there was not a single ground force. It was all long-range artillery and aerial legions. The Council of Light had frantically mobilized more than 3,000 giant artillery, more than 30,000 aerial bombing troops, and more than 1,000 giant missiles. As long as the order was given, hundreds of thousands of artillery shells would smash into the ground of the Vulture Palace, which was less than 100 square kilometers wide. More than tens of thousands of tons of solidified kerosene crystal shells would be dropped on the ground of the Vulture Palace, which was only dozens of miles wide. This astonishing amount of artillery fire was enough to destroy everything on the ground of the Vulture Palace. There were only a little more than 2 hours left before the deadline set by Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian once again sent out an emissary into the Vulture Palace. He shouted, "There are only 2 hours left before the deadline. I hope that the Vulture Palace will immediately hand over the vulture and the culprit. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." At this time, all the remaining experts of the Vulture Palace had gathered on the platform in front of Wulingzi's thatched hut. Their faces were full of worry. They could not help but blame the Vulture Palace. It had not been easy for them to settle down, but now it had caused such a big disaster. As for the Vulture Palace, he could not help but feel somewhat uneasy. Ling Chuzi entered and said, "Ancestor, there are only 2 hours left before the deadline set by Yang Dingtian." Wulingzi sneered and said, "Bluff." Ling Chuzi said, "Ancestor, what if Yang Dingtian launches an attack? Our energy arrays and our pill furnaces will all be fatally damaged." Wulingzi said, "Don't worry, he won't dare." Ling Chuzi said, What if Yang Dingtian really launches an attack?" Wulingzi said, "Then let him feel my anger. None of the higher-ups of the Council of Light around him should think about leaving alive. I can also show His Majesty the Demon King my loyalty and ability once more." Ling Chuzi's face trembled. If that were to happen, the higher-ups of the Council of Light would undoubtedly suffer countless casualties. However, the higher-ups of the Vulture Palace would probably not be able to survive. 2 hours were up. Wu Lingzi of the Vulture Palace, relying on Li Ming's backing, gave his final answer. Either fight or scram. Yang Dingtian gave the order. Immediately, tens of thousands of giant artillery shells and hundreds of giant missiles weighing tens of thousands of kilograms rained down on the Vulture Palace like a torrential storm. This sudden battle erupted in an incomparably abrupt manner.